Oh, the new shoe on head vid. It mentions Vouch. Vouch Vidya? Hold on. Oh, okay. How are we doing today? Free blunt from Discord jail. Oh, I think they messaged me on Discord. I don't listen. I typically don't unban people from Discord because I don't know why my mods ban them, and when I start fucking with that, they get real mad. So. Americans finally feeling better about the economy. Oof. This, for us, is really good. For conservatives, is really bad. I think the one thing, the one thing that the Trumpers can hold on to is the economy. And if the economy is kind of like fucked, or at least not that great, that's like the one thing that kind of Trump can hang his hat on. But if consumer sentiment, and I mean, consumer sentiment, actually, what does consumer sentiment matter? Does it measure, is this like a holistic, like how do they feel good in general, or just about purchasing products, or let me find out exactly. What is consumer sentiment? Should insurance companies have the right to deny medical treatment prescribed by a doctor? Yeah, of course. Just depends on what they cover and what they're... just depends, right? The index normalized by value 100 the first quarter of 1966. Each month, at least 500 telephone interviews are... voiced and reacted to your vid on stream. Good. Business climate for personal finance spending, promote understanding of, forecast change national economy to provide means of incorporating a period. Okay, so it's supposed to be like pretty holistic, I guess. All right. Why does an account have a bigger say whether I have a treatment over a doctor? What do you mean? Because they're paying for it, not you. So there's an agreement that you make with them when you buy into insurance of what they're going to cover, right? Isn't a doctor's medical opinion stronger? Stronger than what? The doctor's medical opinion can give you a range of things that they feel are appropriate for you to pursue for treatment options, but the insurance company is the one that you negotiate with that says, well, we'll pay for these types of things. The insurance company knows what the doctors know, roughly, so they work out deals between what they'll cover and what they won't, but... Why would Rittenhouse be allowed to cross state borders to defend property, but the McCloskeys can't defend literally the property adjacent to them? I don't know if Rittenhouse would have been allowed to defend property, but the case for Rittenhouse had nothing to do with defending property. So we don't know. That question was never legally tested. We don't know. Or, I mean, like, there might be laws in the books or, like, case law that we like got to know, but as far as Rittenhouse goes, there's nothing, yeah. Initial unemployment claims are also down to 3-year lows. Continuous claims are down to near 3-year lows as well. Nice. Do you think Hassan is mixing up the two Iraq wars? What is he trying to say? What, Desert Storm was a bad war in 91? Wait, Desert Storm was 91, right? Yes. Okay. Or 90, whatever. No, 91, yeah. This is an American war crime on retreating forces and civilians called Highway of Death, where A-6 intruder jets bombed to the front of the vehicle column to cause a pileup, boxing in thousands of cars that get bombed for 10 hours straight. You Polish government-funded fascist freaks. Highway of Death. I feel like I heard about this before, but I don't remember. Why is the Mossad jacking my fucking memes? Excuse me, what? Okay, hold up. Inspired by this tweet? And they shamelessly claimed... Ooh. Maybe we do need to reconsider. I feel like I just would never want to fight a war against the United States. Not with a real army. Fuck that shit. Good Reddit post addressing the claims that the highway of death was a war crime from Bad History. Ooh, I don't remember if Bad History was a good or bad sub. Some of the bad subs are really bad. Some are really good. Well, I say some, actually. I think Bad Economics is a really good sub generally. Hi, what's up?
Sorry about that. Yeah, I left a long time ago. It was before you, it was when we said we'd talk privately and then we did, and I left the Discord after that. So,
Okay, well, what's up?
yeah, so here's the thing, right? I saw this clip of you going, "Yes, I'm Islamophobic. I hate all religions. I'm Islamophobic," right? Um, I assume you kind of stand by that.
Sure. Do you want me to speed run this whole argument real quick? And then you can
Sure.
tell me if I'm missing something?
Sure.
Okay. You're going to say, are you actually Islamophobic? And I'll say, well, yeah, I'm Islamophobic because I'm an atheist and I really don't like, I don't like a lot of organized religions. And then you're going to say, okay, sure, but you understand that Islamophobic generally carries a lot of connotations along with it that have to do with discrimination, racism, and oppression of other countries. That doesn't necessarily tie to their religious beliefs, but it has more to do with either like competing geopolitical interests or it has to do with just like hating some people because of, xenophobic reasons. I'll go, okay, sure, I guess maybe. And then you're going to say, well, in that case, don't you think you shouldn't say that you're Islamophobic, but maybe you should just say you're an atheist that detests the religion, but you kind of like disavow Islamophobia because it's been used to justify, like racially motivated attacks and dumb foreign policy decisions sometimes, blah, blah, blah. It's just like the conversation, basically.
No, not at all.
Oh, cool. Okay. All right. In that case, I am Islamophobic. What do you want to talk about?
Okay, good. Yeah, so after you sped run that, I think it's very obvious why you say you're Islamophobic because it's edgy, it's cool, it makes you feel like you stick it up to the Muslims.
Kind of. Wait, actually, not that. Not as much that. So,
Okay.
yeah. Oh, cool. We're both speed running arguments the other's not making. I like it. Okay. So here's, that might be a part of it. Okay. I am white. I am American. We like to be edgy. But it has more to do with this idea that, do you live in Israel? I forgot.
I am not currently in Israel.
Okay,
but
that's fine.
yes,
It doesn't matter. Okay, it's not that relevant. So in the West, in America, we have a lot of strong feelings about xenophobia and racism and anti-whateverisms, all these things, as long as it comes from white people, but we have no tools to criticize minorities when you're progressive because they just don't, for a variety of dumb reasons. One of the things I don't like is, in a lot of ways, Islam and the tenets of Islam and the people that practice and follow Islam and the way they conduct the country is dog shit. It's horrible. And I don't like the fact that they kind of get a free pass because they're brown or oppressed. And so sometimes I feel like they are treated with kids' gloves, and I don't like that. I do think that a lot of Islamic culture, in broad ways and in narrow ways, is dog shit. And I think that people shouldn't like feel bad, especially in Western liberal countries, as like taking a stand against that. I think it's okay to say that I don't really like the religion of Islam, while still also saying like you can practice it, everything here, but like there's not going to be a fucking caliphate or any bullshit like that going on. Yeah, basically, so broadly speaking.
So okay, good. So my thing is basically that I think that you do have you cover it. You say you're Islamophobic, which means that, let's be honest, you both just have like an actual bone to pick with Islam specifically, and you say, "Oh, I'm an atheist. I hate all religions."
Yep.
But you have a specific disdain for Islam, probably because you feel like it's extra safeguarded compared to other religions. Is that fair?
I mean, like right now at this particular point in time, maybe, but and I'm not going to do the Jordan Peterson. Have you watched all 12,000 hours of my content? I think I shit on. I think I have historically. I have shit on Christianity quite a bit as well.
Good. I'm glad you said that.
Okay.
So here's what frustrates me when you go about the Islamophobic thing and then you coach it with, "Oh, I'm an atheist. I hate all religions." I think you're very comfortable to say that you're Islamophobic and you have issues with Islam and you think the religion is garbage and stuff like that. Because even though you liked saying that Muslim people are oppressed and blah, 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 it's actually very, not conventional, but it's very socially accepted to hate Islam if you're in the West. Because my argument is going to be is that I think that if you were going to be logically consistent about all religions, you would be anti-Semitic as well.
Okay. We can go through a couple of these real quick. So I don't want to do the like I grew up in a black neighborhood so I can say the N-word because those are my people kind of argument. But I would say that for my particular situation, I don't think it was socially acceptable to hate on Islam. I think it's way more socially acceptable to hate on Christianity because over the past like year and a half, the communities that I've been involved in are big on Islam, namely the Red Pill community, like the Andrew Tates, all of the weird like black nationalists, all these people for a while have been way more partial to Islam, and I've gotten way more shit hating on Islam than I ever got shit on Christianity. I've talked about Christianity and some of the issues I have, especially relating to the overturning of Roe v. Wade, and then making fun of conservatives in general, and then making fun of like all the fake Christians who the only thing they seem to know about the Bible is how they can use it to shit on women. Like, I'll make fun of those people, but right now, kind of like the big growing trend is definitely Islam in red pill spaces, and then kind of online, and then they're also like the loudest people. Yeah, and in terms of hating. So here's like the issue that I always run into when it comes to hating Jews, or rather the Jewish religion.
I didn't.
Sorry, Judaism. Sorry, I didn't mean that. I'm sorry, Judaism. I don't think you're anti-Semitic, or maybe you are actually. I don't know. I don't really care. But the reason why I don't shit on Judaism as much is because it seems like Jewish. It seems like the religion of Judaism like abandoned a lot of religious kind of stuff, and then it's like largely secularly driven, and they don't do as much of like the proselytizing. And they don't seem to care that much about like formation of laws and legal systems and stuff. Like Jewish people kind of seem to keep to themselves, and like a lot of them don't even seem to care that much about like the religious aspect. A lot of it is more like the cultural aspects.
Okay. Okay. So it's great that you said that. Okay. Two things about that. First of all, I do understand. So, wait, I'm trying to structure in what path I want to take this.
Sure.
We'll do actually criticizing Judaism at the end. So my thesis coming forward is that, as I said, you do have a specific bone to pick with Islam. And the reason why you allow yourself to say that you're Islamophobic and going at Islam the way that you did with like the whole like making Muslims try to kill you arc.
Which, by the way, all that means is I tweet out one bad thing about Muhammad and they want to kill me, just to be clear. But go ahead.
I mean, you do you. Or like, I'm just
saying there's no equivalent. There's nobody that I can get a bigger bang for my buck for going onto Twitter than Muslims. There's not a more fragile group of people online. Not even as much as I fight with black people. Not even they are as easy to rile up as it is to rile up Muslims. Not even close. But that might not necessarily prove a point one way or another. I'm just saying.
I'd argue Zionists are a lot more fragile, but okay.
Wait, do you really think so? What could I tweet to like rile up like Zionists? That's religiously motivated.
You couldn't.
Why not? Wait. Well, what could one tweet that's religiously motivated? Or wait, I'm sorry. You said Zionists.
First of all, I didn't say religiously.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sure. Well, that's like a different thing then, right? Zionists are not. We're not talking about nationalities. We're talking about religions, right?
Well, you said then black people, and black people is not a religion. So when you said demographic of Twitter that you can bank on, you didn't necessarily make it clear that it was religion specifically. When
sure,
you then
that's
brought
fair.
up
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. Sure.
But okay, that's not the point. So basically, my thesis is this. I'm a very strong anti-theist. I actually remember when you went on that arc, and I was like, damn, I shouldn't have like burned the bridge with Destiny. I would totally want to join in on this trigger and doing this together. That would be like a fun bonding experience. So I'm a big anti-theist, right? What bothers me is the fact that for me, and I'm just going to say a statement and then you can tell me how wrong I am. But please don't see it as an accusation. For me, it's clear that you say that you're Islamophobic and that you hate Islam because you're allowed to do that because your audience will tolerate it. You would never say you're an anti-Semitic or that you hate Judaism or would go on long tangents about trying to disrespect Judaism because it's financially not feasible for you. It's culturally and socially not feasible for you. And probably because you have a lot of Jewish friends and grew up in America, that's probably a lot more irksome to you than to just piss off a bunch of Muslims that you don't have any emotional attachment to. Is that fair?
No. You said, give me the reasons again. You said financially not feasible, lots of Jewish friends. What were the other things?
Well, when I say lots of Jewish friends, I was told that you have some, like, because you said that, I'm not going to do the I grew up in a black neighborhood thing. And I know that you have some close friends who taught you about Zionism or something. That's what I was told. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's
So I
not even
just
close to it, but go ahead.
Okay. So yeah. So I just.
Well, I'm just curious. What were the other reasons? I wasn't writing this down when you said it. I didn't know there were going to be so many. I'm just trying to write it down. You said financially not feasible. Lots of Jewish friends. What else?
It's not socially or like, what did I say? Socially or culturally acceptable? Oh, okay. Basically, going around in America as a liberal saying I'm anti-Semitic is not going to be as forgiving as going around as an American liberal saying I'm Islamophobic. Do we not agree on that?
Kind of, yeah. Let me grab my water bottle real quick. Hold on one second.
Sure. How do I open this shit?
Okay. Hold on. Okay.
I'm just gonna lay it out exactly. I am a really like a pedantic person with some stuff, and for me, it's like if you want to be an anti-theist that hates all religions and shit on religions is fine. But when you say I'm Islamophobic, I'm proud of it, I'm this or this or this, I'm like you would never dare to make a career about you being anti-Semitic. So
sure.
Like,
okay. So let's like disaggregate and get through some things. So first of all,
okay, good.
One of the first things is unfortunately. Some words are like, some words are hard because they have dual meanings, but they're also used for other words that don't have dual meanings. So like, for instance, when I say like I hate Christianity, I can say that like it's the religion. Islam gets a little bit more tied in with brown people or Arabs. I especially blame conservatives for this. Anti-Semitic though is hard because there's a huge crossover between not Judaism, but Jewishness as like an ethnicity. So I feel like I don't think I would ever say I'm anti-Semitic, but it's not because I don't want to shit on Judaism or Jews. It's because I'm like the ethnicity is so tied in there. It feels kind of weird.
Okay, so you're saying like when I'm saying I'm Islamophobic, I'm not saying I hate brown people, I'm saying I hate Islam. But if I were to say I'm anti-Semitic, anti-Semitism is so tied to the concept of Jewish ethnicity, then people would be like, oh, he's like racist against people who are ethnically Jewish, and that doesn't really make the point about Judaism.
Yeah.
Okay. What if I then went a little spicy and said that I also do think you have some biases towards our people. So I don't think it's just about Islam.
Sure, that's fine. I'm just going through this one at a time. Also, real quick, hey, Destiny, appreciate your content, man. You might enjoy checking out Breaking Down from the convo Nick Dior had with Muda leading up to the It was interesting example of de-radicalizing talking off offense. Thank you, Nate. I love you. Thank you for the money. I might look at that next. Or maybe I'll bring them both on and chat with them. Okay, that might be true. I'm just trying to do this step by step, okay? So that we're building arguments so we don't have like a ring of weird stuff. Okay, cool. So that just to be clear, that's why it's also why I wouldn't say like I don't like the Chinese government. But saying like I don't like the Chinese, it feels weird because it's like Chinese is also like an ethnicity. So it's kind of like, I don't know if I would say like I hate the Chinese. Like it feels a lot different than saying like just the CCP or the Chinese government or something. Okay. So you listed 3 reasons. So the first thing you said is financially not feasible. So I don't take any sponsors. I don't take any money from any large Jewish organizations. Why would it be?
That's not what I mean. Whoa.
Sure, I understand. So I'm just trying to figure out, what do you mean when you say it's not financially feasible? What are we talking about here?
Oh, I just mean that like, if you managed to convince people, and it would be hard because you're a very useful tool for Zionists, so it's unlikely. But if you were to actually convince people that you were anti-Semitic and all you did was just shit on Judaism, like called up Nick and like, Nick, teach me your your secrets. I obviously that's going to hurt your career. That's all I meant. You wouldn't
so what
be
you're doing,
as
so even in that like statement that you just made, I'm getting, there's still like a lot of this conflation of like Jewish people and the Jewish religion. Like, I don't even know if Fuentes hates the Jewish religion. I know that he hates Jews. When people say that Nick Fuentes is anti-Semitic, I don't think it's because he has, a lot of in-depth, biblically scholarly criticisms of, the Talmud or whatever. I think it's because he hates Jewish people, right? So it's, again, that anti-Semitic term is kind of weird. And no, I would never call up. Yeah, I would never call him up. The same way that I would never call up Fuentes for his thoughts on Muslims, although he probably loves Muslims right now. Yeah, but I would never call up like an extreme right-winger or racist person for their thoughts on Islam. And I actually fight against those kind of people quite a bit.
I'm trying to, because I know you've already written stuff down, and I know we want to be orderly about this, but because I see that you keep, I wonder if, okay, so,
yeah.
How do I want to do this?
Well, wait. I just want to do these 3 points, and then you write down everything. Yeah. I just want to go through these, like why I won't criticize Judaism.
Okay, sure.
So I'm trying to figure out, what do you mean when you said financially not feasible?
I just answered that. I think, okay, so look, my entire thesis, and you can just say, hey, the idea is interesting, we can talk about it, but the thesis doesn't work. My entire point of coming on is that you're fine saying I'm a proud Islamophobe.
Yep.
And that pisses me off because I know for a fact you wouldn't say I'm a proud anti-Semite.
Yeah, but again, wait, why do we, I feel
no. Because, in my opinion, one is something that is permissible for liberal online figures to do, and one is a big no-no that gets people canceled.
Okay, wait, yeah, I agree, but I think that maybe should get people canceled. Like, if I was on streaming, like, I fucking hate Arabs. Like, I think that's more similar to saying I'm anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
Because when people say they're anti-Semitic, they're not really talking generally. Anti-Semitism is not associated with a disdain for the Jewish religion. It's associated with all of the tropes of all the, like, the kind of Jewish conspiracy stuff.
Okay, so that's not accurate. That's kind of like a problem.
Hold on, I'm so sorry. Can you give me a single point in all of human history? I'm not trying to push on like a super specific thing. I'm genuinely curious. Okay. Has there ever been a point in history where Judaism was prosecuted and not Jewish people, or not prosecuted, persecuted? I'm not aware of that. There might be, but I'm curious. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to explain this, and obviously I'm not a historian.
Okay.
So for the Jewish people, the concept of like secularized Jewish people who are not like the reason why the Jewish people, quote unquote, like lasted through 2 millennia is because for the most of that history, they were Jewish, i.e., tied to Judaism. They were very, very religious. The secularization and like integration process only started like when was the Russian emancipation? Jesus. But all the thing, like the Inquisition was about the Jewish religion. And actually what happened in the Inquisition is that after they tried to make Jews stop practicing Judaism, they developed this form of like what we know as modern anti-Semitism, where they're like, well, they're not practicing Judaism anymore, but they're still acting like a Jew, even though they weren't doing Judaism, right? So for the vast amount of Jewish history, they were persecuted specifically for Judaism because Jewish people only existed in the Judaism context. There weren't like secular atheist Jews.
Okay.
That's so like a very new concept.
Sure. So it might be the case that like in the 1500s and stuff, I'm looking at the Inquisition. And actually, if I remember it actually now back in English class, I think in The Merchant of Venice, I think Antonio and Portia, I think, tried to get Shylock to convert to Christianity. So maybe like 500 or 600 years ago, I guess, or 400 to 500 years ago.
Exactly.
Sure. But I feel like in the modern age, so over the past like 100 to 150 years, it feels like the persecution of Jews.
You can even go 200.
Sure, if you want. It feels like the persecution of Jews, and when we talk about anti-Semitism, like largely revolves around Jewish conspiracies and stuff. Like if somebody says today that like, oh, I'm anti-Semitic, they're not going to have the association of, oh, you're highly critical of the Jewish religion. It's going to be like, oh, you're like almost a Nazi, or there's like a lot of weird like Jewish tropes that go into that. Yeah.
So I guess we do need to delineate this first, and then you have your notes, and we'll have to circle back because I see this is important. So here's the thing, and this is kind of like why I said that I don't feel like you have this straight. Like you said earlier at the beginning that like what was it, that anti-Semitism is not fuck, how did you say it? Yeah, that it was like a more secular type thing. They're not looking to grab power. They're not proselytizing all of this. And I was going to jump on you because basically there's what American liberals know Jewish people to be. They mostly know other Jewish people that they are interaction with who are Americans. That are usually either secular or they call themselves culturally Jewish. That is, however, not like, that's not Jewish people as a whole. Like there are 500,000 very Orthodox religious Jews just in New York, right? So it's kind of like an inaccurate view of Judaism just because you have very of Jewish people, because Jewish people are incredibly diverse in how they practice. And so,
which is probably all the more reason why I wouldn't necessarily say I'm anti-Semitic. It just isn't conveying anything accurately. Like if I were to say I'm anti-Semitic, I have to like qualify like 50 million times what I even mean when I say that. Like if you want, how about this? I'll meet you halfway. I could call myself Judeo-phobic if you want me to.
I would love that. Okay, yeah.
Sure. I'm Judeo-phobic then, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. To be fair, that would be a bit empty because I don't think I was going to explain. I thought you were going to be like, oh, Judaism isn't as bad as Islam in the ways that I hate Islam. And then I would have to explain to you stuff that you don't know.
Well, but Judaism isn't as much of a problem as Islam. It might be the fact that, like, if there were 63 different Jewish countries and they felt like they had way more ground to stand on to start, like, evangelizing their religion or proselytizing to everybody or taking over countries, then maybe I'd feel a lot different. But, I mean, like, as it stands right now, there's yeah.
So it sounds like your issue isn't necessarily with the religion of Islam as much as the component of the religion of Islam, which is kind of like that missionary vibe, like
sure.
the
well, but I mean that's
colonization
also
vibe.
A little bit. That's a little baked into it, though, depending on where you're at in the world, into Islam more so than any other major religion I'm aware of.
Okay, more than Christianity, who went on crusades.
Christianity did indeed go on crusades, but I believe that like the unification of the government and like the Islamic religion is like part of the Quran or whatever.
Okay, so here's the thing. Let me know if this is accurate. I think that because you keep mentioning the caliphate, I was going to say that it sounds like the proselytizing, like missionary, like trying to convert everyone element was hopefully what was bothering you. But it sounds specifically like if you had to choose like Christians going around converting everyone or Muslims going around converting everyone, you'd pick Christians because Muslims are somehow worse, even though.
Yeah, I think I'd probably choose Christian. Muslims just seem like kind of like, or Islam just seems like a little bit of a worse version of Christianity, probably. So I'd probably choose Christians.
Oh,
but,
wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Islam just seems like if you take Christianity, you like turn all the bad stuff up to like an 11. It just seems like it's kind of how it feels. But I mean, there's also like extremists like Christians, and there's like chill Muslims. Like I say this all the time. Like I feel really comfortable criticizing Islam in the United States. I don't think I would do the same if I lived in like Paris or London. I think I would get fucking killed. But yeah, I mean, like everybody isn't like a strict adherent to the most fundamentalist vibes of their religion, but
yeah. So I guess it's just like I guess it makes me wonder why you are so comfortable. There's like what over 1 billion Muslims on the planet. Mm-hmm. But then you take the extreme versions of practicing or claiming that they're practicing, mm-hmm. and then you just go with that as the representation. But I guess that's the discussion you didn't want to have, that you were tired of everyone having with you.
We can have that discussion. I'm okay with that. But also, I just want to center back again on this. When we say financially not feasible, I still don't know what that means. Like, do you think that if I make fun of...
But we did this, like, four times.
Well, no, wait, real quick. So what happens is when we do this, you go, oh, well, you won't make fun of, like, Jews as an ethnicity by calling yourself anti-Semitic.
No. Okay. No, because this is what you don't understand. So you are used to the word anti-Semitic being used as, like, a conspiracy theory, Nazi type, I hate Jews that are ethnically Jewish. But anti-Semitic is also about... like being against like the Jewish religion.
That might be true, and that's fine, but nobody in common parlance uses it that way. So why would I ever?
I understand, but that is how it is. It's just
But again, that goes back to my point where, like, if I were to say like I'm anti-Semitic, I would have to spend like the next like 20 minutes explaining why that's not like. Well, when I say that, I just mean I just don't like Jews, but not Jews like the ethnicity. I mean Jews like the religion, and like it would just be like a clusterfuck of. Like, why would I call myself anti-Semitic? It would
get you in trouble. But
no.
Thing,
but
right?
it would get me in trouble because it would misrepresent my views. Just like if I were to say like fucking Arabs, dude. Most Arabs are like fucking trash. It's like, what the fuck do you mean by this? Well, I just mean like, well, most of them like practice like Islam, and there's like a lot of weird stuff with Islam, blah, blah, blah. Like, and then I was like, oh, well, you got in trouble for making fun of Muslims. Well, no, I got trouble for saying I don't like Arabs, which I think is not. I don't think it's good. It doesn't accurately represent my point of view. I don't have a problem with Arabs. Same thing. I don't have really a problem with like Semitic people or Jews or whatever. But I mean, I guess I don't like the religion. But the religion just isn't as relevant for them or as relevant on the world stage right now. It doesn't seem like it.
I think it's really interesting that you would go like, oh, I would never say I hate Arabs. It's just that most Arabs are practicing Muslims. And so therefore I can make all of these assumptions. But I guess you don't know enough about like being culturally Jewish, so you don't understand how that would have effects as well.
I mean, most of the stuff I see around like being culturally Jewish I don't think I have much of a problem with it. Is there stuff I'm missing there, or?
Well, what are there?
Like generally, if somebody tells me that they're culturally Muslim, I probably don't have a problem with them either. 99% of the time, people say they're culturally Muslim. What they usually mean is like they fast for like one day for fucking Ramadan or whatever, and then sometimes they don't eat pork because they just never grew up eating it. That's like 99% of those people, yeah.
Then
or at least, I'm sorry, real quick, those people that I've met, yeah. Mm-hmm. Sorry, go ahead. Maybe that's not the same everywhere else, yeah.
Okay, so if someone told you that they were culturally Muslim, you wouldn't have a problem with them either.
Because usually it means they're like pretty secular. If they just like, there's like a couple things they grew up with that they still do. In my personal experience, I want to keep saying that. That's in my. Maybe there's some parts of the world where culturally Muslim people are way different. But in my experience, people say they're culturally Muslim. They're usually like really chill 99% of the time.
Okay, but people who just say that they're Muslim. Okay, so when people say that they're Muslim, they're like telling you that their religion and you think the religion is bad. And when people tell you that they're Jewish, they're just tell you their ethnicity and you don't. Okay.
Yeah, generally.
That's funny. Okay.
Do you think that's inaccurate?
I think that.
Do you think when somebody says they're Jewish, do you think that always means that they follow the tenets of Judaism? Or do you think they're usually just talking about their ethnic background?
No, that's not what that means.
Okay. Do you think that they're always like culturally Jewish, or are they just telling you their ethnic background?
So here's where it kind of gets.
Wait, hold on, real quick, hold on, because I know this happens in conversation a lot. I need you to answer that question. When somebody says they're culturally Jewish, are they usually saying?
I am answering that question.
Okay, can you answer it and then give the longer explanation? So answer the question and give the longer explanation.
When somebody says, a yes or no?
It doesn't have to be yes or no, but just like, yeah. When somebody says
they're ask it again so I know how to.
When somebody says they're culturally Jewish, are they telling you they're? Or I'm sorry, not culturally. When somebody says, "Oh, I'm Jewish on my mom's side," or whatever like that. Are they telling you their religion or just like their ethnic background?
They're actually not even. It would be impossible to know, actually, especially for Americans.
Okay, we have a way different experience with that. I would hardcore disagree with you. In the United States,
I know
95% of the time when someone says they're Jewish, they're talking about their ethnic background. Now, maybe if you're like in New York City, or maybe you're in some other area, like a really large, like fundy Jewish. Although at that point, I feel like they would tell you a more specific sect or whatever. But
okay, but here's the thing, and this is why I needed the longer answer. So when people tell you that they are ethnically Jewish, the the vast majority. Okay, so you know how someone tells you that they're Italian and that's their ethnic background, but that also probably tells you a lot about what food they probably grew up with and what kind of cultural influences and this and this and
I'm gonna be super ultra honest with you, okay? Or like blunt with you, okay? Because maybe we might have very, very, very different experiences, and it's a joke for Americans, and people make fun of Americans for doing this, okay? So it literally might be way different. In the United States, it doesn't mean anything. It just means your background. So like for instance, sometimes you'll find like Irish people will make fun of Americans who are like, oh, like I'm Irish American. I'm part of, and they're like, no, you're not. You're not Irish at all. You fucking retard. You're American. And yeah, Americans love that shit. Oh, I'm part Scottish or I'm part Italian, but it doesn't really tell you much, if anything, about like their culture, their upbringing. Sometimes it does, but you're more likely to know if you know like what neighborhood or what city they came from, rather than like they're Italian. If somebody tells me they're Italian, they really haven't conveyed anything meaningful to me other than their ethnic background. In the United States, in the US.
When people tell you, oh, I'm half Italian, they are, and maybe we disagree on that. The reason why they're saying that is not just to casually share their ethnic background with you. It's because by sharing their ethnic background, they are gesturing towards something. You know,
sometimes, but not all the time.
I love pizza. I'm quarter Italian.
Yeah, no, sometimes, but not always. And the sad thing is, not to get weird, for a lot of Americans, even when they are trying to hint at something, they're really not hinting at like anything meaningful. Like, someone will say like, oh, like I'm Italian, so like, you know, my mom, you know, always shouted at us. I was like, okay, you described like every single ethnicity ever. Like, but yeah, in the United States, now again, this might change depending on some cities you're from, with like some very specific types of like minority enclaves or whatever, where it might be a little bit different. But a lot of the times in America, when we talk about our ethnic backgrounds, it's because we want to have some kind of identity, or we're like grasping at things like, no, I swear I'm Irish. My grandma came through fucking Ellis Island.
I agree with you, but that's the thing.
Okay.
I'm saying I agree with you that people are doing that to hearken to things that maybe they have nothing to do with it, not really, and it's very silly, and it's just like a desperate attempt to latch onto something. That's my fucking argument, okay? That, however, does not change the fact that it is what they're attempting. Therefore, I can say, and again, maybe we're speaking past each other. When you ask me, if someone tells you that they're Jewish, and I'm talking specifically about American Jews, because outside of that it would get complicated, and you're talking specifically in an American context. When people ask, what are you, or when American Jews are like, oh, I'm Jewish, usually they're not just telling you their DNA sequence. They are. Do you really disagree with that? I'm not saying that they're telling you that they're religious. I'm saying that they're telling you they're culturally Jewish.
I do disagree, but maybe we've had different experiences. But also, like, I can grant you this, I guess. We can see where we can go from there.
Okay.
Yeah. I can grant you that, and we'll go from there, I guess, sure.
I guess the reason why I'm saying that is because when you ask, like, Judaism and Jewishness, and like being a Jewish person is like a really complex thing. So it's both an ethnicity, and a lot of people think about it as like being possible to be culturally Jewish, and there's like being religiously Jewish, and we use the word Jewish for all of those things, right? So it's all overlapping, and that's why I said that, like, when someone says that, it's actually very hard to know what they mean. Like, sometimes people will say, hey, I'm Jewish, and what they mean is that they're Zionists, or, you know, like,
I've never heard that in the United States before, ever, but maybe some people say that in some parts of the world, sure.
Yeah, okay. Why did you ask
me? Well, because we kept looping around on this. You're saying that it's financially not feasible. But my contention would be, I can make fun of Judaism and it wouldn't affect me financially at all. I don't know if I could be, quote unquote, anti-Semitic or make fun of Jews. But I also try not to be like racist or anti any like ethnic group of people. And then we're kind of like circling this on like, well, as being anti-Semitic, opposing ethnicity of people.
I see. Okay. That's probably because I think you maybe, and this is a personal beef that I have with like.
Wait, hold on, real quick. Can you like contend with my point instead of doing these like weird like, oh, I think that you're just like this personally, like just focus on like the one thing before. I understand you have we can get through every single one of these personal things, but I'm trying really hard to just figure these out like point by point without trying to rope in like 20 other points to supplement the other point. The financially not feasible thing. I don't understand that. Like I've said kike on stream before. Like I've had Dan, we've done like Jewish jokes on stream before. I think I tweeted out a joke relating to like the Jewish tunnel shit before. Like I think I can be like,
yeah, that's anti-Semitic.
You can say that's anti-Semitic, but I don't think that's the ordinary understanding of it. And I wouldn't call it that because it would introduce like a ton of confusion. But I've done that.
Tunnels.
Sure. But let's say that I say all that and I say that is anti-Semitic. Well, I've done it and it hasn't like financially harmed me. Like I think I can do that.
To be fair, I said that for you in your position as like a Zionist tool, it would be very hard to be harmed because like.
Okay, so then can we axe that reason then? My motivation for not being anti-Semitic must not be financially motivated then. Or sorry, go ahead.
First of all, you wanted me to answer. So I'm trying to. I understand that you feel like the reason why it might feel like I'm not answering this is because for you, there's a very clear distinction between making fun of Judaism and between being bigoted towards people who are ethnically Jewish. And what I'm trying to say is that most of the time when people are making jokes about Jewish people, they're doing so about the mix between those things, about stuff that are culturally Jewish, and stuff that are culturally Jewish are 95% of the time extremely tied to the Jewish religion. And when I say you don't understand that, I just mean a lot of people don't understand the religious ties.
Can you give me some examples of this? Because I feel like most anti-Semitic comments and stuff aren't related to the culture. They're usually related to anti-Semitic conspiracies.
Well, anti-Semitic conspiracies started because of certain like Jewish practices. That's
Hold on. So like, now you're agreeing with me and you're justifying it, or are you going to disagree with me after justifying it? My statement was when people are anti-Semitic and you're saying like, well, it's because of aspects of the culture and the religion, blah, blah, blah. My counter was I don't think it's just like criticizing the broad culture and religion. I think that it is specifically hitting at anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Do you agree with that? Because it sounded like you were just justifying why that was the case, but I'd be surprised if you're actually agreeing with that.
No. So you asked for an example, so I was good.
Yeah.
Let me think about how, because I'm a bit confused by what you're saying. Sorry. Because again, you use this separation that I don't, and I use separations.
To be clear, the separation I'm making is one that basically the entire world makes, but.
It's definitely not the entire world. I can guarantee you that. But I would agree that the vast majority of people who are not part of Jewish culture, but just experience it from outside, would definitely see things the way that you do. Like,
okay, hold on. You understand that what you
Christians,
just said, the vast majority of people on the planet are not Jewish. They're like 15 or 16 million Jewish people.
No. Okay.
So like.
I mean, your perspective, what you're saying right now, is how American people who come from a Christian background see Jewish people. And I'm saying that it's true that that's how Americans view it, but American Jews are not representative of all Jewish people, and American Christians that looking at their population of American Jews are not...
Okay, let me broaden this. So broadly speaking, we can fixate because we've been talking about the Middle East a lot. In the Arab world, when people talk about anti-Semitism in the Arab world, they're not being critical of the fact that they value religion or money. Their beliefs are that Jews are largely running all of the institutions of the West. That's the type of anti-Semitism we're talking about. When you're talking to somebody that comes from the Middle East in the Arab world, these are the things that they learn and the things that they largely believe. That's not a trope on like Jewish culture. It's Jewish conspiracy theories.
Oh, oof. How do I even touch this?
Do you disagree or agree with the statement that I made?
I disagree with it.
Which part do you disagree with? Do you think that Arab people in the Middle East don't have a general feeling that Jews are in charge of all of the institutions in the West, and that things like the United States or Britain are people sweating Jews because Jews have infiltrated every level of society and they run the media and the banks and the governments? Do you think that a large portion, like, I don't know, 40-50% plus of Arabs scattered across the Middle East don't believe that? You think I'm wrong on that, or what? Which part?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay.
You're basically under the assumption that however percentage of Muslim people that you think are anti-Semitic just like American neo-Nazis.
Careful.
Which
Hold
is
on. Wait.
not.
Hold on. Okay. We need to be very, very, very precise with our words. Okay. I'm not talking about Islam. I'm not talking about Muslim. Very specifically, I was talking about Arabs in the Middle East have this feeling. These also might be feelings that are spread across the wider Muslim world. I'm not familiar with that though. I don't know like what Muslims in Central and Southern Africa think or whatever. I know largely or broadly what Muslims feel around the Middle East. Those are the ones that I'm talking about.
How do you know that?
You can look at a lot of the propaganda that comes from a lot of the media stations. You can look at a lot of polling data from the attitudes the public has. And then I've had a lot of people from these regions of the world that, send me emails or message. And then you can also read like some of the Wikipedia articles that they have in Arabic around a lot of events that go on. You can see like the completely different retellings of history. If there's some way you want to challenge this, or if you want to look at, I don't know, we can start digging through stuff, I guess. But
I don't need to dig through it. I don't doubt that you've seen a lot of things. Obviously, we can both agree that you don't have some hardcore survey or data on this. You just assume that is the prominent thing.
Gotcha. To be clear, I didn't assume that. I never assumed. I didn't even know that. This is something I just learned like a month and a half ago, or 2 months ago.
Oh, okay. What I mean is that I will not contest that. Some Arabs in the Middle East feel this way. I'm saying that if someone were to ask me what would be anti-Semitic feelings that are common in the Middle East, I would say it's probably a conflation of Jews and Zionists. And if someone asked me what would be common anti-Semitic feelings between Muslims and Muslims overall, I would say that it's probably just some weird religion more between Jews and Muslim, which is like old shit that I wouldn't
Wait, so
even
do you
know
think
about
when they
because
have
I'm not
issues, when Muslims in the Middle East have issues with Jews, do you think it's just on theological grounds?
No. In the Middle East, I'm saying that it's a confusion between Jews and Zionists. Obviously.
Okay. I mean, I think they would probably view most Jews as Zionists.
Yeah, that's true. Which to be fair, is how Zionists sell themselves. So, yeah.
Okay, so then they are anti-Semitic against Jewish people. You just justified it because they think that most of them are Zionists, right?
Okay. Let's do this very slow, okay?
No, wait. Just respond exactly what I just said. It sounded, so you said that, well, their issue isn't with Jews, their issue is with Zionists. And I said, well, it seems like they think that most Jews are Zionists. And you say, well, yeah, but that's because Zionists say so. So you started off by, you rejected my claim that they hate all Jews, and you rejected that by saying, well, no, actually, they only hate Zionists. And then I supplemented my argument by saying, well, they think that all Jews are Zionists. And then you said,
they only hated Zionists.
Oh, okay. So wait. So then what is your position exactly at this part of the argument? Do you think that Arabs...
I'm going to say it slower.
No.
Okay?
I don't need you to say it slower. You're not going to say it slower. You're about to say something completely unrelated. It's a very specific question related to this. Do you think that most Arabs in the Middle East, most Muslim Arabs in the Middle East, have like conspiratorial thoughts about Jews/Zionists because they group them all together? Do you think that or no?
Jews/Zionists because they group them all together?
That's what you told me. Yes, you said that. You said that, well, they think that all Jews are Zionists because Zionists say that all Jews are Zionists. Did you not mean that, or did I misunderstand that?
You misunderstood what I was trying to say.
Okay, sorry. Can you restate that point?
Can I try to explain it again? Okay, thank you. So, what I'm trying to say is that I think that there are... Let me see if I'm actually disagreeing with you, because now I need to be careful. Because maybe you did catch something. Let's see. Yeah, I think the Middle East has a very difficult problem because a lot of Arab people use Jew and Zionist interchangeably. So for them to decide if they are anti-Semitic or not would be to, help me through this.
I don't know. I just, the broad macro point we were arguing is, like, if we back up on the macro level, I feel like it's obviously not true. when you're telling me that when people say that they're anti-Semitic or when people act like they're anti-Semitic, they're like Larry David. Are you familiar with Curb Your Enthusiasm?
Yeah.
Yeah, that like anti-Semitism means making fun of people for overvaluing education, for being cheap and stingy, for kind of being like annoying and pedantic, that like the Jewish tropes. But my contention is no, when people are anti-Semitic, they're usually believing shit like Jews run the West. And there is like widespread infiltration of Jews among all the different institutions and sectors of society in the West that's causing them to orient themselves in an aggressive way towards the Muslim world. Like that's like anti-Semitism. So I wouldn't call myself anti-Semitic because if I make like jokes about even culturally Jewish people, because anti-Semitism carries all of those undercurrents and undertones of like the weird conspiratorial stuff.
Okay. You're writing things down, right?
Yeah, some things, but we're living on this line.
Okay, so I'm gonna write it down so you stop like conflating the things I'm saying. Okay.
Okay.
Just give me 2 minutes, okay?
Okay. What's up? Do you have questions?
Yeah, I've got questions.
Like,
like banking questions.
Oh, sure. Here, while you write, hold on 1 second.
Search. How do I find that now? Did I bookmark that? Shit, I didn't bookmark it.
Plus, it's supposed to be like slower digesting if you care about that shit. Okay. Be careful. Okay. Did you finish writing your stuff?
Yes.
Hi.
Also, say hi to the lady.
That's Kyla. And not so erudite. I mean, maybe you guys hate each other. I don't know.
Oh. Okay.
Bars PZI8. Thanks for $100, but this will never be over. We love the death loops here.
Yes, I finished writing my stuff.
Okay. You said, in an American context, I agree. Anti-Semitism towards Jews is about such conspiracies and the cheap jokes about Jewish culture. It is both. In a Middle East context, he said that Middle Easterns are anti-Semitic by thinking these conspiracies. While I didn't contest some do, I was contesting that assertion. Since you don't have hard data on it, I then offered my own theories for what I think would lead to anti-Semitism sentiments, not the American ones / conspiracy ones. It's not the only way anti-Semitism works or functions. And regarding Zionist Jews, I know many in the Middle East use those words interchangeably, making it difficult to determine which sentiments are anti-Semitic and which are Zionist with the word Jew instead of Zionist, since they use them interchangeably.
And then I also sent a picture from a book talking about that, specifically with the guy who founded Hamas, actually. So it's very relevant, I guess, in a way. But it is from a book analyzing Hamas, so you might not feel like it's very reliable, but yeah.
Okay, so do you know where we're at, or do you want me to recenter us?
Whichever you want. I'm good.
Okay, so backing up, I feel like I can make fun of the Jewish religion, and it is not financially unfeasible.
Did you really get offended by me saying that?
No, we're just going point by point.
Okay.
You're asking me why I won't do something, and you're claiming that I'm lying about my rationale, that I'm acting in bad faith. You're saying that the real reason why you won't do it is for these other things that you're not forthcoming about. So I want to just run through those because it's kind of weird that 14 years into streaming, people still accuse me of being dishonest when I'm pretty open about all the shit that I do. So I just wanted to run through these.
I'm not calling you dishonest or bad faith. I'm calling you inconsistent.
Okay, hold on. No. You're either calling me dishonest or retarded. It's one or the other, because you claim that the reason I don't make fun of Jews is because it's financially not feasible, that I have close Jewish friends, and that it's not socially or culturally acceptable. I've never given these reasons ever before for this. So I'm either stupid to perceive it, or I'm being dishonest. Go ahead.
Okay, good. So when you said you are a proud Islamophobic, you gave a reason, that the reason why you're comfortable saying that is because you hate all religions. But you didn't say, I hate Judaism, I am anti-Semitic.
Well, but I have said I hate Judaism, but it's just not that relevant in most contexts.
Okay. So when I'm not saying that you're lying, I said, hey, if you hate all religions so much and you love shitting on Islam, I would love to see you shit on Judaism more. But I have a feeling you won't do that. And the reason, and my feeling why you won't do that, is because I don't think you hate all religions the same. I think you have an extra hate boner for Islam. That was my original argument. The only reason you could contest it is by saying, no, I hate all of them equally.
Well,
and
there's a couple things. There's a couple things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know have I ever said I hate all religions equally?
Well, when you use a rationalization of like, yeah, I'm an Islamophobic. Of course, I hate all religions. I'm an atheist.
Yes,
I mean,
correct. Okay.
I don't like any religions.
Yeah, sure. Okay, I'm an atheist. Yeah, right. I don't think that means I hate all religions equally. I'm sure there are probably some that are more chill than others, right? But okay, so I don't think the financial part matters here.
Okay.
When you say I have lots of Jewish friends, I don't have a lot of Jewish friends.
I didn't say that, Jesus.
Okay, I wrote this down, so maybe I misunderstood. Okay, I don't think I have. Not only do I not have a lot of Jewish friends, I think that the whole ordeal with Trihex, I think, shows that I'm probably not going to modify my speech based on who I am friends with or who I have co-hosted.
What's Trihex?
I was on the front page of Reddit for telling my black co-host who was crying to me that I would not disavow private use of the N-word. And it went all over the internet for me being literally the worst human being on the planet. I think that if I'm enduring that pressure, I don't think that I'm changing up the speech that I use or defend or the jokes that I say based on pressure from a friend or friends or socially or culturally. I don't think there's anything
Oh, that's not what I meant either.
Okay. What did you mean by that? Not so... Oh, I know. I was just addressing that because you said I have lots of Jewish friends. So the last part was not socially or culturally acceptable. But then you keep giving me examples of like anti-Semitism of like the ethnicity, which I agree is not socially or culturally acceptable. I don't think making fun of Arabs is either. So I just when we come out to all these reasons of like why you won't do it, I think that the best reason is probably just the ones that I give, which is that like the Jewish religion is just not very relevant on the global stage. I don't see it much. If I make fun of it, like nobody even cares because most Jewish people don't defend the weirder parts of the Jewish religion. Like it's just not like, why would I do it? Yeah.
There are 3 things I need to address.
Go ahead.
One, I wrote you, hey, I have a bone to pick, like I have a question. I'm not trying to secretly say that you're a liar. For me, you were saying, I'm a proud Islamophobe, I hate all religions, but I've never heard you talk about Judaism, so I was like, what the fuck?
Okay.
That's what I came here for.
Okay.
And I did also say that I think you have a special bone with Islam, and that's why Islam comes up in a way that other religions who have the exact same issues don't come up.
Sure. That is true, the special bone with Islam. That is true right now, for sure.
Good.
Okay.
Good. The second thing that I want to say is that I've learned this from arguing. I will say I didn't say that a lot, so I don't know if you know, but I'm actually kind of am autistic. And when you say things that like I didn't literally say, I will say I didn't say that. So if that happens, I understand that can be frustrating. It's because I try to be very precise with my language and people will try to like rephrase what I'm saying and I'll feel like they're not fully understanding my point. So I apologize if that happens. I'm not trying to dodge or lie. I genuinely, when you say you said that and I know I have not said the specific combination of words, I will say I did not say that, you know?
Okay. I'm trying to quote you and write down what you're saying exactly, but okay.
Okay. So, yeah, we talked about that. The Jewish friends, by the way, is not that I think there's some social pressure. I just mean, because you even brought up the... did I say Jewish friends? I meant because someone told me that you're very close with Dan, and Dan is Jewish and a Zionist. Maybe I was wrong. To which then I apologize or whatever. But I also don't mean that you have like pressure to change yourself. I just mean that if you grew up around a lot of Jewish people, that's going to obviously inform your view in a way. So it would be very uncomfortable to then
Okay. I didn't, to be clear, Dan has been a friend
way.
I made while streaming. I didn't grow up with Dan or anything, but okay.
Okay. Yeah. Was there... Do you want to address anything that I wrote, or do you not? Or...
Is any of this relevant to the current... In an American context, I agree. Anti-Semitism towards Jews is about such conspiracies and the cheap jokes about Jewish culture. It is both. Anti-Semitism in America is 95% about the conspiracy theories, not really about the cheap jokes.
No. So that's how you just don't care about the cheap jokes. That doesn't mean they're not anti-Semitic. That's the difference, right?
I'm just saying that in my mind, maybe I've missed it, but I can't recall in the United States anybody being like, this guy is crazy anti-Semitic. He's made that joke about rolling the penny and all the Jews running out to catch it so many times. Like, I don't usually hear that. Usually it's about stuff that like Kyrie Irving says or Kanye West says or weird Holocaust shit or like far-right alt-rightists. It's not usually about like just jokes about like Jewish culture. I've never seen that before. That's why I disagree with you. In an American context, anti-Semitism almost always refers to the Jewish conspiracy stuff.
Can I ask you a question?
You just did, yeah.
Sorry. Okay. You know how people will tell you that you're racist because you say the N-word?
Sure. Okay.
So just because you don't think it's a big deal about the jokes are still anti-Semitic, the same way that you saying the N-word would be racist. Just because you choose to dismiss that particular thing, or
sure,
you
I'm
don't
not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you
Okay.
that there might be some people that call those jokes anti-Semitic. I'm just saying that when anti-Semitism is talked about in the United States, 95% of the time it's referring to like the anti-Semitic conspiratorial stuff. Like if somebody were to tell you in an average context, oh, did you hear that this guy got outed for anti-Semitism today? Or, oh, that guy was here. They're not going to say, like, what happened? Oh, he told this joke. That's usually not the case. Usually it's they think that 600,000 Jews...
Yeah, but don't you feel that's a bit of a straw man of what I was saying?
No, because you said that in an American context, or maybe, well, you could just agree with me. You said in an American context, I agree that anti-Semitism towards Jews is about such conspiracies and the cheap jokes about Jewish culture. It is both. I agree with you. It can be both, but it's 95% about the conspiracies and like 5% about the jokes.
Okay, then maybe I can build a bridge there. When I say the jokes, I mean when an American guy goes shekel shekel, like that. That is a conspiracy theory about Jews. It's just in a joke form. That's still anti-Semitic. Like, if I came to someone and I was like, hey, I'm Jewish, and then they'd be like, shekel, 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 and they'll start speaking Yiddish to me, that is fucking anti-Semitic as fuck. And that is
why would that even be anti-Semitic? Or I don't even know. Assuming somebody speaks Yiddish, if they say they're Jewish, is that anti-Semitic, or is it because they're asking for shekel, or what? I don't even know. I've never heard this in my life, and I've spent so many time around Nazis. Like, so tell me, is it because of the shekel? Is it because of the words you're saying, or is it because they think you can speak Yiddish, or?
Okay. Ooh. Okay. Do you want to go down this rabbit hole? Is it interesting to you specifically?
And the time that it took you to ask you that question, you could have just explained what you're saying. Is it a joke about like Jews being involved with like banks and money, or what is the?
Okay, first of all, it's not that easy. First of all, yes, thinking Jewish people all speak Yiddish would be very weird. It would be like if you saw an Asian American and then you told them that their English is really good. It's kind of like, I don't want to use the word microaggression because it will probably piss you off.
Just to be clear, in the United States, this never happens. Nobody assumes that Jews can't speak English. So I don't think this joke has ever been made in the history of all of the U.S. I don't think a single person in all U.S. history has ever made a joke like this. Like, I think every single person...
What joke? I made a comparison. Oh. I'm saying that making a generalization that Jewish people generally know Yiddish is like a thing. Coming to a rando Jewish person and just...
I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't think the average American I don't even know. Is Yiddish the official language of Israel? I don't even fucking know. What do they speak in Israel?
No, it's not. They speak Hebrew.
Oh, Hebrew. Okay. I don't know if the average American assumes that all Jews can speak Yiddish. When you do like your bar mitzvah.
They don't.
Okay. I don't know. Okay. Okay, hold on. Can we just back up? This is... I don't think these jokes actually happen. I've just never heard this before. I've been in a lot of edgy communities.
I understand. understand. You are not Jewish and you've not experienced these jokes from people who are not Jewish. I'm not even an American. I'm just a fucking streamer and I get these jokes in my chat all the time. Speak to some Jewish people about the way people talk to them. Now, maybe the Jewish people that you talk to think those jokes are funny.
And in the Nazi communities I've spent a lot of time in, like, when we're talking shekels and shit, it's always accompanied by, like, the picture of the guy with the huge nose who's, like, shaking his hands, and they're talking about how, like, the WEF just announced they were going to ship cockroaches to all of us for meals today. That's usually what people are talking about. Not like, I bet this guy can't speak English well or knows Yiddish or something. Like, usually it's packaged with, like, way more hardcore shit.
Okay. Okay. Let's slow down. I think you are, like, conflating what I said.
Okay.
I made a parallel. Do you think that seeing an Asian American coming to them and like saying, oh, you speak really good English, or coming to them and saying Mitsubishi to them
that would
is
be
racist
sure,
or
yeah,
xenophobic?
Of course. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that a parallel exists that people do to Jewish people, where someone will say they're Jewish and then people will throw random Yiddish words at them, or they'll say shekel shekel because they think it's funny, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
And you asked
me
how is that
happen.
anti-Semitic?
Okay. And I agree. I'm sorry. Okay. I agree that might happen. I've never heard of that in my entire life from any person ever. But that might happen.
I understand.
That might happen.
That's okay.
But also, I don't think that I'm going to recenter. When people talk about anti-Semitism in the United States, I think that they're not talking about these types of comments. That's like a super, super minority rare comment. I don't think that that's usually what is being talked about. When I say not usually, I mean like 5% or less. Like.
Okay. I've never said that, like, what is in the regular discourse. I just mean that there are many manifestations of anti-Semitism, like there are many manifestations of racism. There's casual racism, there's systemic racism, and the same thing is true with anti-Semitism. It is anti-Semitic to say shekel shekel to Jews, and it is anti-Semitic to think about space slavery.
I understand what you're saying. I understand that. Okay, but I don't like the dilution of what we're saying when we're like, oh, well, there's lots of forms of blah, 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 blah. I don't think that it's just like there's a whole bunch of like 5%. When people say, okay, do you agree with this? That when people talk about anti-Semitism in the United States, they are predominantly talking about Jewish conspiracy theories?
What do you mean talking about anti-Semitism?
When somebody says that somebody was anti-Semitic, or this person is practicing anti-Semitism, or this group is anti-Semitic, 90% plus of the time, they're talking about Jewish conspiracy theories, not that they tell jokes that are offensive to Jewish people.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, that's the only thing. Okay, cool. Gotcha. All right.
Okay, yeah. There's another thing. No, I guess the conspiracy thing is like... Yeah, okay. Yes.
Okay, cool. Okay, gotcha. Okay. So you said, in an American context, I agree, anti-Semitism towards Jews is about such conspiracies and the cheap jokes they take about Jewish culture. It is both. So I agree with you. But 95%, when we're talking about anti-Semitism, we're talking about Jewish conspiracies is what we're talking about. When I'm making fun of Jews, when I'm making fun of religions, I'm usually trying to fixate on like the religious aspects. I'm not just making fun of Arabs. Right? Like I'm making fun of stuff related to, like hopefully the doctrines of Islam. I'm not saying things like, oh, don't these guys like fuck camels and they smell gross and their turbans are moldy or something. I don't know what the fuck would you even say. I'm not making jokes about like this stuff. I'm usually fixating on stuff relating to the religious aspect or the theological government aspect, like these types of things.
What? Didn't you call Hassan like a Hasahudi or something? And don't you always like picture him with the little like Hamas headband? Like, what do you mean? That's not...
Well, first of all, I don't know if I ever... What do either of those things have to do with what I just said?
When you're saying that you don't target Arab people?
Hamas Piker. He's not being targeted because he's Arab. He's being targeted because he supports Hamas. Do you think I'm just making fun of him because he's from Turkey?
That's what people think. Yeah,
no,
they think
no.
You're
Hold on.
racist.
To be clear, nobody in good faith thinks that. These are the lowest of the low subhuman dipshits that think this. Turkish people aren't even Arab. It technically wouldn't make sense. Now, for an American, maybe we think all of them are Arabs, okay? Iranians and Turkish people. But regardless, no. He's called Hamas Piker because he supports Hamas. He gets the Hamas headband because he supports Hamas. You're racist if you think I'm only making fun of him because he's from Turkey. He literally supports Hamas. Like, that's why he's called Hamas
that's
Piker.
very funny.
Okay.
Just a quick question. Are there any white people that you call Hamas? Or is that not?
Pretty sure people have made fun of. We don't make fun of Vosh. What other large white content? I don't know how many other large white content creators support Hamas. Oh, we made fun of Bad Bunny a fuck ton. Yeah, she had like the whole. I don't remember the names of the stupid head shit that the Palestinians wear, but yeah, we roasted the fuck out of Bad Bunny. She's probably the only other white person cringe enough to support them. Yeah. Second Thought. Yeah, we've done it for him, but yeah, I mean, generally, there's not very many large left-leaning large figures that are like supporting Hamas as avowedly or as openly as Hassan does. Hold on. Just digging into your mind, do you think that the attack on Hassan, do you think we do that because he's Middle Eastern? Or do you think we do that because he supports Hamas?
I think that the fact that he's brown is definitely a factor. Okay.
I think the fact,
I mean, clear.
If you want to get the closest you can to some weird accusation of like xenophobia or racism, you could argue that maybe because he's from Turkey and he has the name Hassan, it's an easier name to make fun of. I mean, you could say that,
yeah.
Like Hassan fits Hamas Piker, but to call that racism is like quite the stretch. Like, nobody's making fun of him because he's from the Middle East. Him being from the Middle East has nothing to do with it. It's the fact that he literally and openly supports Hamas is why we call him Hamas Piker. Like, that's the idea. So that's what we make fun of. I don't know why you would draw in the fact that he was like from Turkey. Like,
okay, I feel very I usually don't speak for other people, but I feel very confident telling you a lot of people think that that's actually racist.
Yeah.
And that you're doing it because you're racist.
Hassan defenders do it for sure, but everything they say is fucking retarded. Hold on. Is it conceivable that I'm making fun of him because he supports Hamas, and that's why he's called Hamas Piker?
Okay.
No, wait. I need you to answer that question. Is it conceivable that we call him Hamas Piker because he supports Hamas?
Sure.
Okay. Then why would we assume that there's some undercurrent of racism when we can fully explain our ideas and our beliefs based on what his ideas and beliefs? Why would we need to plug racism there at all?
Okay. This is wow, this would derail us like shit. But
yeah,
that's because, like, first of all, you and your community are pretty racist, so that would be why. And secondly, it's probably because how you choose to express those things if you do it in a racist way. Like, usually if you choose to there was just a discourse on Twitter about it, about some guy calling a bunch of black people like flying monkeys as like a reference to the Wizard of Oz, and people were trying to explain to them why that's racist and they couldn't figure it out. This is kind of like that.
Okay, real quick, when you say do it in a racist way, what is the racist part of it? Why is it racist to call him Hamas Piker?
Why is it racist to call him a Hamas Piker? You mean with the fact that you have like pictures of him with the Hamas band and everything?
Yes.
Oh, because you wouldn't do that to a white person. It's very convenient that he's brown, that he's
okay. We literally
really
we can't even Photoshop Bad Bunny because you can't Photoshop her to look dumber than she already does. But like, why would you assume that we wouldn't do that to a white person? You understand that, like, if you really want to call me racist, you know I went through like a whole year arc where I literally was just racist to white people because of how mad they got, right? Like, there was a whole time on Twitter where my number one go-to response when I was fighting with conservatives was literally like, bro, you're fucking white. And people would get incensed about it. Why would you assume that I don't know where this assumption comes from that I wouldn't.
That's because you think you can be racist to white people. Oh my God, this is going to get so bad. Oh no.
Like, my community is called the Taliban, and I'm pretty sure they're predominantly white.
I know, you guys are fucking racist.
Why is that racist?
Okay, do you think when you and your community say inshallah, that's because you have any respect to Islam, or is it a meme?
It's a meme.
Okay, so it's a joke? At whose expense?
It's not an expense. It's a funny word, and it works for us. It's not racist.
When you take a word from a different language and then you're like, oh, that word is funny, that's usually pretty not chill. That's
gotcha.
Weird.
Okay, we hardcore disagree on this. I don't buy into the cultural appropriation dog shit arguments. Okay,
that's not cultural appropriation, but okay.
What do you mean? It's a borrowed word. Like, we use it relatively appropriately, but it's funny because, like, I guess white people don't usually use it.
Yeah, and it's interesting that your community has particularly don't use it as much now that there's some discourse happening with the Arab world. Suddenly there's not as much talk about the Taliban. And
what are you
inshallah.
talking about?
It's fine. Oh my God.
No, hold on. I'm just to be clear, you're dead wrong. Like, people still use these terms all the time. We call it, like, the Taliban. They probably said 1,000 times in chat today. Like, yeah, I don't understand what you're saying. Like, we just did, like, the K9/11 shit, and we had, like, all of the fucking the music playing during the Reddit shit. Are they called shaheeds? No, shaheed is the martyr people. What do you call the call to prayer songs or whatever? I don't remember. Nasheeds, not shaheeds.
Let's try to make this productive.
Okay, we can make this productive, I guess, but I want to be clear, because one of the issues we're running into here is, like, you're doing the academic definitions of, like, racism and shit, and I don't really agree or run with any of these at all.
Exactly, that's what I was gonna say. Can we agree that you and I don't use language or don't analyze society in the same way, so I'm not going to be able to explain to you why something is racist because you fundamentally reject a lot of things that are crucial to my analysis?
Sure, you can explain it to me.
Okay, good.
Like, okay, you can explain it. I can understand. I probably understand a lot of these things better than you do because I've argued these for like 13, 15 years, right? I've done a lot of this shit. I understand the point. But you can't invoke common parlance when you're making hyper-specific academic references. That's not fair. So when you say, like, your community is racist, the invocation there is that, like, we're all running around spamming racial slurs, like hating different minorities. But the reality is well, you call yourselves the Taliban, and that's kind of a reference to the Taliban. And I associate the Taliban with brown people, or at least other people do. And you guys make fun of it. And in a way of making fun of that, you're kind of making...
No, that's not why people think you're racist. That's like a sideline.
Okay, well, that's what you just brought up. So...
yeah, it was one example.
And then you brought up saying inshallah. Do you think Biden was being racist when he said inshallah?
Do you think Biden used inshallah in the way that you... Oh my God. Okay, Destiny. No, seriously. Do you think you and I could reach any productive conclusion out of this? Do you think you and I see racism in the same way? Like...
No, we don't, but that's fine. But then,
okay,
but it would be nicer to just...
Point?
Well, because again, you're invoking common parlance when you're referencing a hyper-specific pedantic use. So when you, like, often it's like, oh, and obviously, like, your community makes fun of Hassan in a racist way. Really? What, we call him a roach? We make, like, Turkish racial jokes? And you're like, well, no, you call him Hamas Piker, and because his name is Hassan, and that's a Turkish name, and Hassan is kind of close to Hamas just because of his thing, and then you call him Hamas Piker, and then he's also kind of brown when it's convenient to him. That's kind of racist. That's a way different. You're, like, on you're on, like, 17 levels of PhD racism there. To just say, like, yes, you guys are racist.
I understand that you reject that. I understand that you need to say, hey, we're the normies. I know a lot of people who think that your community, and the whole Hassan thing is very racist. I don't think that you and I are going to agree on it. You can say, hey, you shouldn't use your 17 layers of racism. I think you're capable, you're completely smart enough and capable enough to understand why the things that you do have racist tones and are sometimes just blatantly racist.
No, I can get the racist tones and I can get the undercurrents. Sure, but then the word that you should be using instead of racist, you say they're problematic. And you know what? Problematic? I probably agree with you on some things.
I actually don't need to reduce my language so you feel less. I'm not even trying to morally condemn you. I'm using an adjective.
In that case, that's fine. Then I have to clarify for my audience, for people who are listening.
Okay.
Okay. If you go to Hamas Piker right now, there's literally like 2 white people next to Hassan that have like the fucking headband. I don't even know if they're photoshopped or not. These stupid fucking Hamas headbands. That's another thing that I take issue with is the regardless of your academic definition, I take issue with the fact that you're saying like you wouldn't do this to white people. I'm one of the number one haters of white people, okay? When it comes to shitting on people on Twitter and shit, or at least I was a while ago. The idea that, like, I would somehow use, like, kids' gloves with white people is, like, insane. That's just not true at all.
No, it's not about kids. Okay, again, this is. I don't even know if I want you to let me get dragged into this, because I know that you're smart enough to understand what I'm saying. Obviously, certain stereotypes are easier to enforce on some people than others. This is not a complex concept. When I say you wouldn't do it to white people, I mean it's a lot fucking harder to make someone look like what DGG thinks terrorists look like when that person is brown and is named Hassan than when they're named Katie and is a girl with small tits and white.
Yeah, we don't make him look like, first of all, Hassan and you are probably like 3 shades away from being the same skin color. Number one, okay? Hassan is...
I think Hassan is white. Does that make you feel any better?
Well, but then that kind of destroys your entire argument, your rant you just went on.
Oh my God. No, it doesn't.
Number one, okay. And then, number two, even if everything you're saying is true, that's fine. All that's fine. But the idea that I wouldn't make fun of, like, white people for the same thing is, I think, silly.
Like, I didn't say that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I said...
It seemed like you heavily implied, because I feel like you said verbatim, you wouldn't make these jokes at white people. I thought you said that almost verbatim.
Okay, listen to me.
Okay.
It is easier to have a man who is brown, to have a man who's named Hassan, to have a man that has dark hair. It's easier to make him look like whatever picture of a terrorist that Americans have when they think about terrorists, then would take... Do you know how I look like?
I understand what you're saying. Okay, I get you what you're saying.
Thank you.
Okay, you are racist, okay? I'd never even factored any of these things in. The color of his hair, don't we have the... Am I retarded? Don't we have the same color hair? Am I crazy? Wait, what color is my hair? I never thought of any of these things. Also, we don't make him look like a terrorist. Katie, I don't know what it means. I don't know what it means to make somebody look like a terrorist, Katie. When we just put a headband on him, is that all it takes for him to look like a terrorist to you? That sounds like you have problems, okay? I don't know what problems you got when it comes to racism or built-in whatever. I have no idea, okay? Like, I'm pretty sure there's more Photoshop, like hardcore Photoshop pictures of me as a weird terrorist racist. Like, there's the ones of me and Osama bin Laden. There's the one of that Salim bin whatever the fuck guy from Saudi Arabia. Like, I'm pretty sure people Photoshop me into more of this shit than Hassan or any other fucking Middle Eastern person ever. But so I don't know. That's if you think that if you think that we're making him racist or we're making him look weird because it's some undercurrent of racism, that's fine. I understand what you're saying. I just hardcore disagree. If it starts to permeate my community more, I'll keep an eye out for it. But
no. First of all, I'm not criticizing you for it. I'm saying that I don't think you care about racism, and I don't think you care about this racism. So I wouldn't ask you to watch out for it. You had a lot of people talk to you about racism. I don't think you care. I'm gonna make this very clear now. I understand that you were very successful in baiting me into having this discussion by asking me to describe what's racist and then just say, oh, that's ridiculous. I would never think about these things. Obviously, you're smart enough to know that no one is actively thinking about these things. These are called implicit biases that are very complex. I'm not having this discussion with you because, as you said, you know all the talking points. You are smart enough to know exactly what I mean.
I agree. Listen, I agree with...
No, let me finish. Mm-hmm. But I'm sure this works great on your audience that is not very smart.
Gotcha, okay. I understand everything you're saying in terms of implicit bias and everything, okay? If somebody showed up on my stream and I saw a picture and they were Muhammad bin Salid and they were super brown and I'm like, look at this, another Hamas supporter, you might have a legitimate argument. But you are reducing Hassan completely to, I guess, his ethnic background and then claiming that there is a whole classification of ways to make fun of him that I can't even get into, even if it fits perfectly because of where he comes from. That's just weird to me.
Okay.
But I understand maybe we disagree on that because you think that there's so many implicit biases at play here that even if he does fit those things, like for instance, if a black person was running around acting like a monkey, I still shouldn't call them a monkey because of all the other undercurrent and implied things. So maybe I understand you agree with that. Maybe we just draw the line in a way different place.
We do, which is my point.
Okay.
I'm glad to hear that you didn't think about those things. I didn't think that you think about those things.
Okay. Obviously, I don't think most of the people do, but I think the only ones that do are Hassan's fan base. Here, riddle me this one, Katie. I'm curious. Do you think it was racist?
Can I finish a point?
Go ahead.
Okay. I think it's very obvious that even if you thought a black person was acting like a monkey, you should probably not say that because it will be racist to say that. You can disagree, and we have different thresholds. As you said, that's fine. I think I've let you know that many people find this whole Hassan thing incredibly racist. But as you said, and as I said, you don't give a fuck about that, so it doesn't matter.
Here's the reason why I don't give a fuck about it, okay? Do you think it was racist when they were spamming, calling me Gusano?
Ooh. Do I think it was racist?
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. The fact that you even have to think about this, I'm not interested in any of your opinions on this. But that's the reason why I don't really care when they say like, "Oh, you're being racist." Okay? Because
no,
you're totally disqualified from the rest. I don't care about this. I don't care about any of your opinions on racism.
Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna finish what I was gonna say.
Okay.
I'm not an American, and I've actually asked on Twitter about it because I didn't even know what Gusano was. When everyone started mocking you about it, and I had to DM a bunch of people about what it means, and they were like, it's a slur, it's about this, it's about that. So that would be very hard for me to say. I simply don't have the cultural context for that.
Okay.
I apologize.
Sure. Let's assume that I'm being honest, and the cultural context is anybody that left Cuba, you assume that they supported Batista, supported the plantations and the slave ownership, and, you know, hated all left-leaning socialists around the world because they were trying to liberate the peoples of the world, blah, blah. You made all of those assumptions just because of their background, that their parents came from Cuba. Do you think that that's a racist term to call somebody a gusano? That's what gusano means, worm. It was a traitor to the revolution, to the revolution of Castro. Do you think it'd be weird? No, assume what I'm saying. Let's say, assuming what I'm saying is true, would it be racist to call like a child of a Cuban immigrant like a gusano?
Again, I wouldn't know if it's racist because I don't have the racist context for this word.
The racist context would be you're insulting somebody just based on their, like, the birthplace of their parents.
I insult people based on the birthplace of their parents all the time. What do you mean?
Then why can't what's wrong with me insulting Hassan then?
I thought you weren't insulting him based on... Do you think racism is just insulting someone based on where they were born?
What part of calling him Hamas Piker is even problematic then, if that wasn't what you were implying, that it's because he's from the Middle East?
I'm not doing the Hassan thing with you again. Are you fucking serious? Did we just say that we don't have the common language to discuss this, and you don't even care about this?
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I agree. This, by the way, the macro pullout of this conversation is one of the reasons why I will say I'm Islamophobic, is because white progressives, like yourself, have no tools with which to criticize people that are like minority people who are engaging in obvious racism or obvious xenophobia. You can't do it because of all of the academic like shackles that you've got on your understanding of the world, in my opinion. But this is why, yeah.
Do you want me to respond to that, or do you feel
if you want to, go for it.
Okay. I think... what was it? Me, leftist, progressive, bad, something.
Okay, never mind. If you didn't understand what I said, you don't need to respond to it. Okay. Do you want me to read the next part of your message and then on Discord?
No. I do want to respond to it.
Wait, hold on. I'm going to set a qualifier now. If you want to respond to what I just said, you need to summarize what I said first, and then you can respond to it.
Okay. You said that you don't like to have these conversations with people, probably referring to people calling you out on racism, saying that you are not putting enough care.
Okay, you didn't listen at all. Let me restate what I said. What I said was, one of the reasons why I did the I'm Islamophobic card is because I find that white progressives are unable to criticize any minority person when they're acting racist or xenophobic or hateful. They can't do it. And I feel like this conversation is a little bit emblematic of that. That's what I said.
Because I came here to criticize some minority? What minority did I
because you just went through like Olympic tier levels of mental gymnastics to try to explain why using a slur to a child of an immigrant from another country is actually okay, but calling someone Hamas Piker because they support Hamas is bad.
Steven, I recommend you look back at the VOD and see that at no point did I try saying that to a child is okay. actually told you that I have no ability to engage with this term, and then you disrespected it by trying to portray me as something that I'm not and didn't do to make a point.
I didn't tell you that. I said just assuming what I'm saying is true. So maybe what I'm saying isn't true, so that would change your conclusion. I said assuming what I'm saying is true. Would you agree that this is like a slur or it's racist or something?
How can I tell you that something is racist when we literally don't agree on the definition of racism, Stephen?
What is your definition of racism?
Oh my God. Do you want to discuss racism?
Just give me you in the time that it took you to sigh and ask that question, I feel like you could have just given me a coherent definition. Do you have one?
No, I can't.
Okay, then we don't have to talk about it. Okay. The next part of your message was, in a Middle Eastern context, you said that Middle Easterns are anti-Semitic by thinking these conspiracies. While I don't contest some do, I was contesting that assertion since you do not have hard data on it. I then offered my own theories for what I think would lead to anti-Semitism sentiment, not the American one / conspiracy, since that's not the only way anti-Semitism works or functions. Okay, I don't know if we have to agree or disagree. I don't know if that's even important. You said, in regards to Zionists and Jews, I know many in the Middle East use those words interchangeably, making it difficult to determine which sentiments are anti-Semitic and which are anti-Zionist with the word Jew instead of Zionist, since they use them interchangeably. I would say that anything that involves the worldwide or historical discussion of Jewish people, like controlling everything and all of that, I would say all of those are anti-Semitic, whether they're conflating the word Zionist or Jew or not. I don't even know how important this is, I guess. Do we need to, come to terms on any things before we move forward in the conversation, or do we have to...
Wait, so if all of that is anti-Semitic, if people are conflating the terms, then is there any way to address Zionist lobbying in a way that isn't anti-Semitic?
Yeah.
Okay, how?
You would say, I don't support Zionist lobbying.
Okay, so... But then what's the... Is it because you would say Jewish when you're confused about it? Okay. I see.
Okay. I don't know if you understand the point, but whatever. Okay. Okay. Moving on. Okay, so the reason why I don't make fun of the Jewish religion then, I don't believe you've satisfactorily defended a reason why that you gave before. So I'm going to go with the reason why I say it's just because I don't know very many things about the Jewish religion to criticize. And if I do, nobody seems to care because Jews don't usually give a fuck, or at least the ones that do aren't on the internet. And when most people are criticizing Jewish people, they're not hitting on the religion. It's usually weird, anti-Semitic tropes. So this is why I'm not usually criticizing the Jewish religion, because who the fuck cares? Every single time I talk to a Muslim about this and they say, you don't make Jew jokes, I'm like, well, what the fuck would I even criticize Jews for? And they always bring up that weird, foreskin sucking circumcision ritual or whatever. And I'm like, bro, I don't know a single Jewish person in my life that defends this. I don't think any of them would give a fuck. And literally none of them have. So that's usually why I just don't, there's not many Jew jokes to make about the religion itself. Do you disagree with my rationale there? Do you think I'm missing something, or I'm hiding something, or I'm just not aware of something, or...
Well, yeah. I mean, I agreed with a lot of things you said. I don't think you know what element of Judaism would be objectionable to you. It's interesting that you said that you haven't met Jewish people that defend it, because that's just part of the circumcision process. So I wonder if they just will
Hold on. You're telling me that the average Jew that gets his child circumcised has a rabbi there sucking the blood out of the foreskin? You think that's an average Jewish experience in the United States?
In the United States?
Is it an average Jewish experience in Israel? Is that normal?
Actually, let me Google it.
My guess is going to be in the more extremist communities, or the fundamentalist ones, or the Hasidic guys, or whatever, maybe. But my guess would be probably not, but maybe it is. Percentage of Jews... Israel, is it rabbi, suck, blood, circumcision? Metzitza bepeh, direct oral suctioning. Yeah, there you go. Oh, fuck, great. Now the FBI is contacting me. Okay, when a baby is circumcised, some ritual Jewish circumcisers, mochalim, do a practice called, whatever the fuck you just said.
Apparently they use a special tube out of glass.
Okay.
Interesting. But yeah, it's a part of the circumcision process.
Well, wait, hold on. You just said that they don't do it anymore, or?
No, I didn't say any of that. From what I'm reading, it seems that halakha says that it's an essential part of the brit milah, of the brit, and they do it to this day. But some of them use a special tube out of glass for the sucking. That's what I'm reading.
Gotcha. Okay, so I truly don't know, and I've never looked up the numbers on this before. So I, being super honest, literally just the Wikipedia here. Oral suction. The ancient method of practicing mitzvah has become controversial. The process has the mohel place his mouth directly in the infant's genital to wound to draw blood away from the cut. The vast majority of rabbinical Jewish circumcision ceremonies do not use this anymore, but some Haredi Jews continue to perform it, while traditional Karayites in Beta Israel never practiced it. So it seems like this is not a thing that happens much.
Yeah, I'm reading.
So
I think it really depends on the type of people, but I don't doubt that secular Jews would refuse to do that. That seems weird.
Well, I mean, probably disease transfer and stuff. It seems like herpes and stuff was a big thing that people kept worrying about. But okay, so I can't use that one, I guess, since most Jews don't even do it, let alone defend it.
What?
What part did I just say? Wait. What did I just say that didn't make sense right there? I said most Jews don't do it and most Jews don't defend it, and then you said what? What part of those two statements didn't you understand?
Because you said that I guess you can't use that, but if it's not used commonly, then you can use it. I think the conflation is, I mean, some of your chatters come to my chat to call me the R word, but one of them said something that is true, that's like, I'm talking about what Judaism says you should do, and you're just looking a bunch of like at what secular Jews are telling you that they're doing, and that's obviously not necessarily well, not all Jewish people practice the same, but yeah, it's like if you judge.
No, hold on. I'm sorry. When you're making fun of the religion, you're normally making fun of like what modern practitioners believe and what they do with the religion. The books themselves are there, but they're not really the most important. Like, if we wanted to be really, like, it wouldn't make sense if that's fine.
You're taking the most extreme parts of Islam, and that's your issue with Islam.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Wait. What do you think I take that are the most extreme parts of Islam?
Oh my God.
Do you think that the fact that Aisha was 6 when she was married and 9 when she got plowed, do you think that that's an extreme part of Islam?
Can you not say plowed? That's weird.
Do you think that like caliphate building or supporting like Islamist regimes or theocratic governments, do you think those are the radical parts of Islam that no one believes in? Like what parts of Islam that when I'm making fun of Islam, do you think are like completely and totally like minor parts that nobody actually believes in? Yeah.
You just said that it's not about the book. And then you're taking parts of the book and you're basically mocking people because they're sensitive about their special book.
I'm not taking parts of the book. I'm taking what current people defend and believe. Like, do you understand? Are you familiar with any books of the Old Testament? Or wait, these are your books, right? Like Exodus and Deuteronomy and Leviticus. Do Jews all follow this shit? I think they're all part of the old shit, right? Is that true or not?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You know, there's a lot of weird things that I could go and dig through those books for. But if I were to make fun of Christians for it, it wouldn't make any sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't do that. If some guy was like, oh, well, I believe in stand your ground. And I'm like, oh, really? Well, aren't you Christian? You can only kill thieves in the middle of the night. You can't shoot them in the day. So that's so dumb that you're a Christian. Like, everybody looking like I'm fucking retarded. Like, nobody believes this shit. Most Christians don't even open the Bible except for in church. And they sure as fuck don't.
I'm going to read this now.
Okay.
Lidan server, whatever, because you don't understand. He's talking to me. Islam defends all the scripture. Jewish people don't. So this is what I mean, that you people are incredibly ignorant, because some Jewish people do. I live in Israel. I know hundreds of thousands of people who do, right? So it's fine that you know a lot of American Jews who don't. That's okay. That is your experience. I don't contest it, right? That's fine. That doesn't change the fact that a lot of Jewish people do that. And what I'm criticizing is the fact that the way that you choose to focus on certain Muslim people who are defending the parts that you're upset about, but you're saying, well, Jewish people aren't doing that. The inverse can be made the exact same way.
Okay,
the only
except
difference
when you
is
say
that
that
there
I'm
are a
focusing
lot
on
more.
when you say I'm
Yeah.
focusing on certain Muslim people, okay, like depending on what we're talking about, these are like the loudest and largest group of people online that you can fight with. If I make fun of Jews, like, or if I make fun of like the Jewish religion, I don't know if anybody will come and fight. So maybe it's the case that all of the people that you're friends with that are crazy fundamentalist Jews don't have internet access, or they don't speak English because they all speak Yiddish, I guess you said, or Hebrew. Yeah, I can't make fun of these people because nobody defends their shit and nobody seems to give a fuck about them. American Jews won't defend their shit. Nobody else will defend their shit, and they're apparently not on the English version of the internet. So I can't. Like, so what am I even going to say about them? Like, why would I? Yeah. I'm sure there are millions of different religions and sects that I could like criticize around the world that I just don't know about, but they're like not in our news. It's not like in front of me. The people aren't like actively fighting with me. Like, why?
Yes. So we agree that you single out Muslims because they're easy to farm and they're engageable and all that stuff.
I didn't say I single them out because they're easy to farm. Right now, I'm talking about them because they're highly relevant on the world stage and because they actively engage against all forms of criticism on the internet. So that's one of the, and there are lots of people that seem unable to criticize them for reasons that I think are highly criticizable. So that's why I'm like kind of bullying this particular religion right now.
Okay. Go ahead. I was just interested in why Jewish people didn't get anything, and the answer is that you mostly know Judaism from a secular standpoint, so there's nothing questionable about it. Yeah, that's what I figured.
If I were to start making tweets critical of fundamentalist Judaist practices, what would be the point?
What would be the point? What do you mean? What
like, why would I engage in that? The point of doing it to
Muslims is because...
The point of doing it to Muslims is because right now on a foreign policy level internationally, there's a lot of stuff that I think is good to criticize. And I think people should be aware of the critical arguments against it. And I think that is highly relevant to the international scene that exists today. Most of the criticisms I have of Zionists are usually... like stuff related to settlements or whatever. Like, it's probably all going to encompass those crazy Jewish people anyway. But I don't care if they're sucking foreskin blood off their kids. I don't fucking care. It's not that... Yeah, I don't know. It's just not a thing that I care as much about. Why would I tweet like criticizing weird Jewish shit that everybody would agree is probably weird or gross? Like, I don't like anybody. It doesn't need to be said. It would be like me going on Twitter like, female genital mutilation is wrong, guys. Like, who the fuck? Everybody knows it's wrong. Like, why the fuck would I criticize this? Like, I'm pretty sure that's the thing that I think is done in some Muslim majority countries as well. But
okay, but what you're doing with like Islam is like community service.
It's not community service. It's a relevant political issue. I am a political pundit, so of course it's something I'm going to talk about. That's my job.
When you say relevant political issue, you mean the way that you talk about a religion that has a billion people practicing and you choose to focus on some people and then say that's all of Islam and then shit on all the religion and then take fundamental like nations that a lot of Muslim people don't support and say that they represent Muslim people and all that thing? Like,
I don't know. I don't even know what any of that meant. So one, I literally did it in this conversation, and I've done it plenty of times. I draw huge circles around the types of Muslims that I criticize. I've said a million times that the Muslims that exist in the U.S. and Canada, or at least in the U.S., are awesome. I have no problems with them. They're usually my go-to examples of how, like, just because somebody is a particular religion doesn't mean they have to be like
a model minority.
No, they're people that don't inherit all the more disgusting beliefs from some of the Muslim majority countries that come from where they chop up like little girls' pussies, is what I mean. So I'm critical of some of the people that practice Islam because a lot of the practice comes from the text of Islam, and because a lot of these people sometimes will call themselves an Islamist organization, like, for instance, Hamas, or they will cite to religion when they're committing acts of terrorism, or when they're fighting Jewish people in the Middle East, like Hezbollah and the Houthis and the theocratic regime in Iran. So I'm going to be critical of the religion there because the religion is literally one of the undercurrents that's powering it. But that doesn't necessarily mean that like the whole fucking religion is bad. I'm probably one of the most divorced from religious context analysis people of all the Israel-Palestinian history. I don't think it's relevant at all until like the year 2000, if that. I'm very rarely do I harp on like all the Muslims are bad. Like sometimes I just tell some jokes because some fucking retards will come online and defend it. I think it's funny to see them defend it, and it's stupid. But yeah, I don't think that I'm painting with a broad brush any more than they paint themselves with a broad brush. And I don't think anything I do is necessarily unique or horrible compared to how I made fun of like Christians or anybody else in the past. Just right now, Muslims and these conflicts and the red pillars are all like the most relevant thing.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that you would say that like it's wrong to conflate Zionists and Jews because that can be anti-Semitic, but then you would take Iran as like an example of Islam, even though it's not representative of all Muslims. You know, it's just you don't apply the same standards to different things.
What is the name of Iran? What is the name of that country?
You tell me.
Isn't the name of the country the Islamic Republic of Iran?
Isn't it
a theocratic regime,
Israel
literally?
The land of the Jews? What are you talking about? Like, this is silly.
First of all, the foundation of Zionism in Israel was literally secular Zionists, number one. Number two, so wait, what? I don't even know what the point of that comparison was. Are you saying that Iran is not a theocratic regime based, like, broadly on what they find in it's not the Torah, the Quran?
No, I'm saying they can have whatever interpretation of Islam and make it theocratic they want. That doesn't mean that that's the real Islam, or that all Muslim people agree with that, or that most Muslim people agree with it.
Okay, I mean, by definition, most Muslims don't agree with it because they're Shia Muslims, which is already like a definition.
Theocratic countries are bad. You should attack them. They are not the religions that they claim to own. The same way that Israel claims to own the Jewish religion and the Jewish people, but they in fact do not own neither. They're just using them as props to murder Palestinians.
Hold on. When you say theocratic countries are bad, what percentage of like the 63 or whatever Muslim majority countries are theocratic? Isn't it like all of them?
What do you think theocratic is? Like, do you mean Sharia law? Like,
that could be an element of it, but it's basically the foundation of your government, like, has like religious undercurrents or religious. I mean, like, some people go really far where it's like our leader is literally like the head of the caliphate or some religious text says it, and then some people will not necessarily have it as hardcore, but a lot of elements of the religion might be embedded into the actual form or structure of government or laws.
Okay, so you would call that theocratic?
Call which one theocratic? I mean, those two.
The last one.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Good. Then Israel is a theocratic country.
Well, one, Israel is a functioning democracy. I think they elect their leaders. I don't think they draw strength from or they draw power from.
That has nothing to do with the fact that religion is not separated from the government of Israel.
Are there like religious aspects to the Israeli government that comes from the fucking Torah or whatever?
What do you mean? Why do you think gay people can't get married in Israel?
Gay people can get married in Israel, but I mean,
no, they can't.
Obviously, they can. It's largely they can.
No, they can't.
Okay. It was illegal for a long time, but there's a weird loophole where you can actually get married in a U.S. state, and Israel will be okay with it.
Yes, you can get married in another country.
No, you can do it long distance by internet. You can do it long distance by internet, and you can do it. They don't like it, but it is technically allowed in Israel. I'm pretty sure they even recognize the marriage. Yes, because we've
listen.
What?
Israel approves other countries' marriage certificates.
Yeah.
You can get another country to marry you, and Israel would recognize you. That does not mean that Israel marries gay people. Israel also does not marry people who are Jewish and non-Jews. Because the institution in charge of marriage in Israel is a strictly Orthodox religious one. There are no civil marriage in Israel.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know the laws on civil marriages.
Okay, then Google it.
That might be true. I think in the United States we just got gay marriage in 2008. When did we get gay marriage? Was the United States, is that a theocratic regime? Oh, 2004.
The United States has a separation of church and state. Israel does not have a separation of synagogue and state.
Does the United States have a separation of church and state? I mean, we're going to get into the weeds on this, but like we do have a pretty good separation of church and state. But so for instance, in the United States, the IRS will give you special tax privileges, and there's a bunch of special legal benefits for married couples. And if a married couple is something that's defined as only between a man and a woman, it's kind of hard to say that it's a total separation because there's a legal recognition, a legally recognized status.
If you want to argue that America is also a half a theocratic state, I don't care.
I'm not going to argue that America is half a theocratic state. I'm just saying that I think Israel as a country is more secular than probably every single Muslim country. There might be parts of
I understand that you feel that way. But I think since you think that gay people can get married in Israel, you clearly don't know shit about how Israel's government is run in terms of their religiosity.
Can you give me an example of a Muslim majority country that has that is less theocratic than Israel?
Should I just say Indonesia?
Because I don't know about the structure. If I go and I look up Indonesia and I go and I look up how religion plays a role in their government and their laws or whatever,
Indonesia
is it going to be
is
the case
cheat.
that what?
Indonesia is a cheat. Don't let me say Indonesia.
Okay.
It's not fair.
Okay.
Okay. Look, if you want us to have a competition about whether Israel is more theocratic or less theocratic than whatever country that I pick, we can do that. I rather point out that you are saying, okay, here are theocratic countries. I'm against theocratic countries. I think they should be attacked, but I also don't think they should
Hold on, wait, hold on. I've never said theocratic, or I'm sorry, when you say theocratic countries should be attacked, do you mean like mocked? Or what do you mean? Do you mean like bombed?
I mean dismantled.
Okay, I've never said theocratic countries should be dismantled. That would be a wildly hawkish foreign policy. Oh, okay. I've never said that or implied that, but
I think that would be weird considering how you hate Islam and Islamic countries, but you apparently want them to be around or something. I don't know.
Just because I don't like somebody doesn't mean that I think we have to like go and destroy them.
I didn't say destroy them.
Or dismantle them.
I think theocratic countries that are oppressing their people with laws that the people don't want to follow are oppressing. And I am against oppression. That's not complicated. So obviously I don't support them.
Okay.
I support their dissolvement. I support revolution in Iran. Okay? Like, you should too.
Okay.
Okay. So, when we're talking about theocracies, Israel is a theocracy in the same way that a lot of other countries that you are mad about, that you're saying are Islamic, are theocratic.
In the
because,
same... Okay, never mind. It's going to be like hyper pedantic levels of... Is there any other part of this you want to discuss?
No, I'm just trying to say that you should not take theocratic countries to be the representative of the religions they claim to be.
Even though I'm pretty sure almost all Muslim majority countries are like by definition theocratic, I think.
Would you like me to send you data on that later?
Sure, if you want to.
I will. Okay. So you're tired, yeah? Then I'm gonna go.
Sure. Anything else?
Unless you wanted to talk about anything else, but I think
it's clear that
you're done.
I'm not done. But if we're done with the topic, it's clearly no point.
Yeah. So.
Is there any other part of this you wanted to chat about, or? You think that you can't? So the takeaway from this, the conclusion is you shouldn't be critical of Islam.
That is definitely not the takeaway, and it's weird that you.
What is the takeaway?
The takeaway was, as I told you, that I wanted to understand why you were using the statement of "I'm against all religions" when clearly you have a bone to pick with Islam. You said, "Yes, I do."
What do you think? Wait, when I say I have a conflict with all religions, is that only true if I'm critical
No,
of
you
every?
said you're atheist,
Yeah,
and you
but I mean, is it?
dislike religions.
Yeah, but when you say you're confused, does that mean that I have to have like the exact same amount of negative things to say about every single religion for it to be consistent? Or if I pick on one more than the other, then there's something not consistent there?
I think that I think I made it clear at the beginning that you are engaged in the level of explicit hatred towards Islam because you can get away with it in a way you wouldn't be able to do the same to Judaism.
Sure. Hold on.
And
To be
you
clear,
say,
wait, real quick. We talked about all these points and you couldn't substantiate any of them, so I don't think you can repeat them.
I will finish.
Okay.
Okay. And you said, well, I don't have anything to criticize Judaism for. I don't think there's anything about Judaism that I know about that is worthy of that vitriol. And criticizing Islam the way that I do is somehow related to geopolitics. And I'm saying, yeah, you clearly don't know that there are a lot of things about Judaism that you probably wouldn't like the same way that you don't like about Islam. But with Islam, it's about, well, I see a lot of people defending the books, so Islam is bad. And with Judaism, it's like, I only talk to secular Jews,
and
so
the actions
they're
of like
chill.
countries and all that, but yeah, okay.
Okay.
How do you respond? I'm curious. How do you respond to things related to like Islamic terror around the world as opposed to Jewish terrorists or Christian terrorists?
What do you mean by that?
If somebody were to tell you, do you think it's problematic that a lot of terrorist organizations around the world or that commit attacks around the world seem to cite back to Islamic scripture? Do you think that's an issue, or do you say, well, that has nothing to do with the religion either?
Well, I think the way we designate terrorist is specific,
So what would you give as an example of like Christian or Jewish terrorists that are comparable to, say, like ISIS or Al-Qaeda?
In terms of groups? Well, I wouldn't know anything.
She's going to say Israel or America. Get ready for it.
Level of ISIS. And of course, the obvious example are things that happened in the past, right? So we all know that.
Well, in the past, like 10, 15 years. We're not doing crusades. Like in the past, like 10 or 15 years.
Yeah, exactly. You want to pick a specific time frame.
Well, yeah, because this is the one that we live in, and this is when the relevant like commentary is being made. Yes, of course. We live in a specific time frame, so I'm going to talk about a specific time frame.
How can you, if Christianity used to be a violent religion and now it's considered peaceful, how can you say Islam is a violent religion? Give it 100 years and then maybe it will be peaceful too. Like, you can't essentialize like that when we see that across time things change, and it's not the religion thing. It's about how people practice it.
That's fine. I don't necessarily disagree with that. If you would have said in the 1500s that Catholicism is a violent religion, would you have made the same argument against people? And said, hold on, maybe in 500 years, actually, after the Reformation, maybe the Catholics will be actually way chiller.
I mean, I don't think religions are violent. I think the way people practice religions are violent. I think religions are words, and humans will use words however they need to.
Okay. You would never call a country violent, right? Because countries can't be violent, only people can, right? Or Zionists or Zionism, that's not anything to do with violence. Those are just words, right? It's the people that practice it, right?
Countries could be violent.
Why?
Countries have an army.
So it's just words on paper, conscriptions, job titles. Who cares?
Wait, when you're talking about, do you think the Catholic Church, when they had an army and they were doing the crusade, do you think I'm supposed to think you can't? Okay, this is frustrating.
It's frustrating because you're on like 27 different levels of like mental gymnastics to make this work. When you say, why would you criticize this thing? In 500 years, it might be different. The obvious response is, well, in 500 years, I probably wouldn't be critical of it, but I would recognize there's a problem now. Like 500 years ago, there seemed to be huge problems with Christianity and the Catholic Church and all of Europe and all the Crusades and everything, but like that's not as relevant now. So obviously, yeah, I'm probably going to have different criticisms now.
I understand that you look at religions a certain way. That's fine. I think that just because someone says, oh, I represent a religion, doesn't mean that I have to think that they are the religion. I understand that people do that. I understand that I thought Zionism represented Judaism, which is why I alienated myself from my Judaism, right? From my Jewishness, because I was told that's what Zionism is. Zionism was Jewishness, and I didn't want to be a Zionist, so I must have not been a Jew. But that's not true. That's very bad. So I understand that people might come and say, I'm a representative of this religion, but they might not be. And different people practice differently and have different interpretations. So it's very clear that just because the Catholic Church chose to be a violent religion, a lot of people today would tell you, actually, they weren't following Jesus's teaching very well, and we don't like that they did that. That wasn't very Christian of them. You know, it's different interpretations. It's not complicated. You just choose whose word do you take. Religion is just about cherry picking.
Okay. I just happen to be cherry picking countries or large groups that claim they're following the religious texts, and you're picking and choosing, I guess, weird Jewish rabbis that suck on baby dick and saying that I should be treating both of these the same. But, you know, all right.
Definitely.
Okay. Well, listen, fun conversation.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. I was gonna get into the, because she kept she likes to sneak in insults or whatever. Also, I don't believe she's autistic either. I think she's another fake autism. She kept sneaking in the Zionist tool thing over and over again, which, but I figured it's not worth it. Whatever. Not worth it. We're done with Hassan beef, are we? Jesus, do I want to read all this?
Listen.
6 minutes, Christ.
To do with you using a Twitter Nazis tweets against D. Apparently that's what I read on Reddit and then clicked off. Shrug. Wait, what Twitter Nazi did I use? Against Destiny? Destiny knows a thing or two about how
down, so you stop conflating the things I'm saying. Okay.
Okay.
Just give me 2 minutes. Okay.
Okay. What's up, your questions?
Yeah, good questions.
Like
Banking questions.
Down.
Stop. Oh my God. That was not what that was. It was about our business shit. Oh my God. Stop. Jesus Christ. Okay, sorry.
Wait, what Twitter Nazi did I use? Against Destiny?
Oh, is Hassan pretending now that is Hassan about to realize that all the negative information he gets about me is from literal griper accounts on Twitter? Oh no.
Destiny knows a thing or two about having a prominent Nazi talk about how he wants to fucking murder me and then, laughing it off and posting it on LSF and then celebrating said Nazi who gave literally thousands of dollars to defend other fucking Nazis. So he can miss me with this shit.
Who's he talking about? I don't know, is this a Fuentes reference or is this a reference to something else or Sam Hyde? Is Sam Hyde a Nazi? Ugh, he's edgy and I don't know if Sam Hyde is a Nazi. I'm not sure. The weird shit with the journalist a while ago was definitely fucking weird, but I don't know.
Okay. They said you showed a Nazi's Twitter reel? Yeah, remember when Destiny fucking literally...
Also, remember... Oh, God, I can't wait to do this with Greenwald. Make people own it before they do the whataboutisms. Make people own it. Okay, hold on, wait. You want to say Destiny quoted Nazis? Okay, sure, that's fine. Maybe he did, but you admit then that you do, right? As long as it's convenient, you quote Nazis, right? That's okay, right? Make him own that before, hopping to the whataboutism.
They said you showed a Nazi's Twitter reel? Yeah, remember when Destiny fucking literally had a prominent white nationalist loser on a stream and where he talked about how he fantasized about fucking murdering me and how his community literally loves him and defends him all the time, despite the fact that he's given $5,000.
Wait, what?
Talked about how he fantasized about fucking murdering me and how his community literally loves him and defends him all the time.
My community defends Sam Hyde all the time? Wait, what? I feel like we're kind of like a little bit neutral. Some of his stuff is funny. Or like ambivalent at best. Do we love Sam Hyde? I think it was funny when he did the "I'm gonna kill you." I mean, that was obviously funny. I think most of my community probably thinks Sam Hyde is a fucking Nazi. Wait, he's talking about Fuentes now? Wait. No, he said fantasize about... Wait, he said fantasize about killing me. Isn't he referring to Sam Hyde on the boxing stage?
Literally had a prominent white nationalist loser on a stream and where he talked about how he fantasized about fucking murdering me.
Or wait, did Fuentes talk about murdering Hassan? I think he's talking about Sam Hyde.
And how his community literally loves him and defends him all the time, despite the fact that he's given $5,000 to another Nazi's defense.
Yeah, he must be talking about Sam Hyde, I think, because he's talking about like a donation or some shit, no?
Suck my dick. This is what is so frustrating about...
Was Sam Hyde ever in your stream? Yeah, I think I interviewed him like 2 or 3 years ago or something. Yeah.
Oh, having this conversation with people who are deeply...
Notice how he never actually addresses the fact that he gets misinformation about me from Nazis? He completely and totally pivoted to like not even true statements in order to defend that behavior. Good job. Projector, Hamas projection.
Unserious. They do not have any fucking...
Projector Piker.
Who are deeply unserious. They do not have any fucking real frameworks that they operate off of. It's just like fuck Hassan and that's it. So it's so...
Like his fuck America foreign policy takes. Nice.
So stupid when chatters come in here and finally fucking make me blow my lid, dude. Why? He literally had chicken and waffles with a fucking Nazi, a prominent neo-Nazi. When his career was dead, by the way. The neo-Nazi's career was dead.
The difference is that I didn't support anything Nick was saying. I wasn't asking Nick, like, man, how are you guys planning to win the next fucking election? Like, good luck, guys. Like, you guys are so based. Fuentes, you know who I think Nick Fuentes is like? He reminds me a lot of Gohan, you know? Definitely. Can you translate? Tell him, he reminds me of Gohan from the Cell Saga, you know? Yeah.
He revitalized it. Okay?
My face when Kanye West was just watching my stream, waiting. Who am I going to put in my campaign? And he was like, oh, Destiny had Nick on. Maybe that's a good guy I can grab.
The idea that, like, yeah, I can't believe he fucking revived the career of a dead neo-Nazi's career.
I don't think his career was dead. I think he was... The point when I started talking to Nick, I mean, he was already, his whole Groper community was already spamming Sneeko. So he was going to get on Sneeko regardless, because Sneeko will talk to almost anybody, or back then would. I don't think I revived his career. Probably helped a bit. That's dumb to say I didn't. I think I definitely helped a bit. But I think that the Kanye West stuff would have happened with or without me, and his career would have been destroyed with or without me after the Kanye West stuff. Because Milo Yiannopoulos was the one that dragged him into... Milo was the one that dragged Nick into the Kanye shit, I think.
Because it made good content. It had chicken and waffles together. His ex-wife hung out with him. You know what I mean? Fucking sick. While also simultaneously aligning with Lauren Southern, who...
Aligning with? Wait, excuse me? On what? On just like what? The Canadian indigenous populations debate? What do you mean aligning with? I don't know if I agreed with her on a single take on anything. I'm pretty sure every stream conversation was finding her arguing about shit. I see everyone do this feigned exasperation thing. Hassan's doing it now. Katie just did it. Ricada, last debate. Instead of arguing, they just huff, sigh, roll their eyes, and act shocked that anyone disagrees with them. I can understand somebody like doing that. I probably do that sometimes. When people are being like really obtuse, I get frustrated when people do it when somebody says something incredibly simple or like asks a very simple question. Like, hold on, do you support Hamas? It's like, what? Are you okay? But
straight up was not allowed to go into with Lauren Southern, who straight up was not allowed to go into certain countries because of her defense of Europe, I guess, alongside Identity Europa, a real white nationalist operation.
True. Did I support any of that? Are there videos of me talking about how, like, well, actually, excuse me, Europa was just defending the continent from foreign invaders. They were just doing what they felt was right. Like, I mean, is it really that bad if they're firing missiles at merchant ships off the coast? Oh, sorry, fuck. The Houthis did that. My bad. Oh, and Hassan supports that. Oh shit. Wait, Hassan supports shooting missiles at merchant ships, but he thinks it's bad if people sail out in a tugboat and fail to stop anything. Huh? Weird. Crazy. How? I wonder what the difference is. And I didn't even support the mission that fucking the Europa people did because they were all fucking white nationalists. They were fucking retarded. And I made fun of them for the fact that they were literally trying to stop illegal immigrants, and they were illegal immigrants because they were doing shit outside the coast of Italy that I'm pretty sure they got banned from the country for doing. Like, they weren't technically illegal immigrants, but like they didn't have clearance to do that. Like, how crazy. Yeah, this is the web in real time. You can keep hitting on that Lauren Southern and Nick Fuentes shit, but you're never gonna find tweets of me saying like, you know what? Actually, Groypers are based, bro. Project Europa, that was based, bro. Actually, I super support. You're never gonna find me supporting that shit because my first exchange with all these people was debate, and the majority of my exchange with all these people was debate. I'm not sitting saying like, oh my god, bro, you're just like this one anime, and you're so like fucking hot, and like if I could give you my fucking twink ass, I would let you fuck it because like I think that would help the Houthis, just like bombing merchant ships like stops Israel from the genocide in Gaza, bro. And you're like, I just want to make this guy seem like a human, guys. That's so bad. Like, God, it's such a weird
of Europe, I guess, alongside Identity Europa, a real white nationalist operation that Lauren Southern personally went and got on fucking, I think it was Italian.
Why is he describing this with so much detail? Like I supported any of this. Like what?
In ships to throw flares at incoming migrant boats. Something she was very proud of. Something that she actually...
Adam Cohen. In Jordan, 67% of Muslims believe that one should be stoned to death for adultery. The number is 51% in Thailand. 86% of Egyptians believe in death for apostasy. That number is 62% in Malaysia. Is that really 86% in Egypt? That sounds wild. Is that actually true? Egypt, apostasy. Article 64 of the Egyptian Constitution enshrines freedom of belief, which states it's absolute. The article states the freedom of practicing religious rituals and establishing places of worship for the followers of revealed religions is a right organized by law. Egypt has no statutory ban on apostasy. Oh, wait, that's kind of weird. What does it mean when you say you don't have a ban on apostasy? Wait, so are you allowed to apostatize people? Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry, I'm being retarded. Apostasy is just leaving, wait, right? Apostasy is just when you leave a religion, not when you're killed for leaving a religion. So this is good, yeah, wait. Wait, so do they actually kill people in Egypt for... I thought Egypt was a little bit more chill. But I might be partial. As an American, when I see strong leaders, okay, I'm just like, you know what, bro? I respect it. That's why, as Americans, okay, I can respect where the Soviet citizens are coming from. I understand the country you miss, the empire, okay? Dragunov, Rocky IV, I get it. Okay, I totally get it. I respect it. And I'm gonna be honest, okay? After reading so much about Nasser and shit, listen, my American imperialist came out. I'm like, you know what? I get it, okay? Egyptians seem like proud peoples. So are Turks. They still are today. But I truly, I don't know the status of how like fundamentalist Egyptians are when it comes to their Muslim faith. I truly don't know. The 2010 Pew Research poll showed that 84% of Egyptian Muslims believe those who leave Islam should be punished by death. I wonder how this like plays out. Like, do they just believe it? Do they actually do it? During the trial of the murderers, Al-Azhar scholar Muhammad al-Ghazali, I think they usually second to last syllable, right? Testified that when the state fails to punish apostates, someone else has to do it. It's usually the last one. Fodah's eldest daughter defended her father, challenging his accusers to find a single text in his writings against Islam. Wait, did they not get wait, hold on, what happened? His killers were released last year as part of a pardon for more than 500 inmates issued by Islamist president Mohammed Morsi. Oof. After... How long were they in prison for? If they were in prison for like... Well, it happened in 92. It said that they were released last year, and this article was written in 2013. So what, they were holding in jail for like 10 or 15 years? Name one Egyptian that's not a politician. What about the one guy from The Prince of Egypt? I never watched that movie. Math moment? Well, the militants killed him in 92, but I don't know when they went to jail. I don't know if that takes years or what that process looks like. Okay. I also do repeat that some people in chat were giving examples of Muslim majority countries that aren't theocracies. I've seen that written a lot, that basically all of them are, but maybe that's not true. Maybe we can go and look at that up at some point, so I know. Alec Baldwin got indicted yesterday. Oh shit. I wonder what for. Once after the original case against him was dismissed. Do you think it, I wonder if it could be for like responsibility as a director, maybe? But let's see. A grand jury in New Mexico indicted on a charge of involuntary manslaughter, reviving criminal case. The indictment, which came exactly 1 year after the first voluntary case was announced, was the latest reversal of fortune. The local district attorney's case fell apart, and the initial charge was dismissed. But a new prosecution came. Decided to present a case to the grand jury. New Mexico involuntary manslaughter conviction on a charge like this. Mr. Baldwin, who both starred in and was a producer of Rust, Western continues not responsible. What does the indictment look like? Prosecution determined that he must have pulled the trigger for it to go off, contributing to their decision to revive the criminal case. I feel like I've thought like 3 different things about whether he needed to pull that trigger or not. Like, I think we thought he did, and then there was another report that said it didn't because it was broke, and then another one came out and it actually did. What was that? Does anybody remember the final analysis of that actual gun? They issued a new report. Oh, August 16th. We might have already read this exact article. The actor must have pulled the trigger. The gun was broken, but the FBI says they broke it. Oh, really? The FBI investigation, I think, said it could fire when dropped, for example, and the gun broke during testing. Oh, I didn't hear that at all. I wonder how far away they are. Shooting somebody and killing them in one shot. It's like this is kind of dark, but it's like a really impressive shot. If you actually aimed and shot and killed the person, like how fucking unlucky do you have to be? Jesus Christ. Prosecutors have been skeptical of the claim that he didn't pull the trigger, and in January, Mr. Baldwin was charged with involuntary manslaughter in connection with the case. A new set of prosecutors dismissed the charges against him in April, saying new evidence against the gun been rehearsing with that day might have been modified, potentially making an unintentional discharge easier. Did not address it, but included that the old-fashioned Pieta revolver would have needed about 2 pounds of pressure on the trigger to discharge a round. What did she even die from? I think she was shot like in the chest or whatever. Steven, wow, Kiro Ku Bandit. Thanks for the sub, everybody. There is a wild footage. What is wild is that there is 100% footage of the shooting. Wonder if it will leak someday or if they destroyed it. Why do you think there's guaranteed footage of the shooting? 50% of Indonesians believe Sharia law should be applied to all citizens regardless of their religion per Pew. Jeez. Love your content, Destiny. What's your debate with Ben? Hi. I think she was holding the camera filming. Yeah, but like, where is the film stored or how is the recording made? Because if you destroy the camera while it's filming, then the footage, I think, might be destroyed. Well, if it's recording to physical tape, that's not true. I don't know enough about video encoding. I think that if you're encoding a video and you don't, I don't know why, I don't know, I could probably bullshit something, but if you're recording a video file and you don't actually formally stop the video recording and you just stop the video recording like spontaneously, that the video file can be corrupted. You must be able to recover that footage though through some sort of program, I would imagine. I would imagine you could. It must be recoverable because there's a lot of data there, right? It's not like you're doing some weird into the future encryption that would require parts of the end, but was it even rolling? Weren't they rehearsing? I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe people, it might be standard practice to like always be recording. To always be recording. Okay, hold on. Somebody said I need to read Discord. Wait, what? Oh, wait, I just got so sidetracked. I'm sorry, finishing this. Jesus. Wait. Hassan, sorry, we're on our Hassan obsession arc right now. One sec. Fuck Alec Baldwin.
It filmed herself doing. You cannot come in here and tell me about like Nazi this, Nazi that, when you're palling around with these people and trying to fuck them.
What if I... Wait, what the fuck? Whoa, Hassan is digging into the kiwi farms lore now. Damn. Bro, just to be clear, okay? Whether or not me and Fuentes actually had sex is none of his fucking business. That is disgusting. And also eating... that he would just instantly think that he could just make those accusations publicly? What the fuck?
See this, not see that. When you're palling around with these people and trying to fuck them and also eating chicken and waffles with them. Get the fuck out of here. These people have made documentaries about their white supremacist values. Okay? Come on, dog. Get the fuck out of here.
Why? Let's say that's true. Let's say all of that's true and more. I am a Nazi, Hassan. Then what? Welcome to the party? You're right. I am a Nazi. I just don't like you sourcing Nazi shit because you say you're not a Nazi. If you want to be a Nazi with me, well, just own it. Let's be Nazis together, my brother. My brother in Christ, my Turkish immigrant friend, my Cuban blood. Let's go, dude. Erdogan and Batista supporters unite. Wait, who was Erdogan again? I think he was the president of Palestine? Or was that Assad?
It's so funny when people are just like palling around with these fucking dipshits. But then, again, the argument is white guys that love defending the usage of the N-word, turning around and saying, oh, you know what?
What? Why? I feel like he's like, it's like every hate thread ever. Like Hassan has a running hate thread of me in his joke. He's like, oh, Destiny's criticizing me because I said derivatives aren't real because I don't believe in math. Okay, well, did you know that the only fucking reason Destiny was ever even kind of good at StarCraft is because he abused infestors and nobody else was abusing him at the time? And as soon as Blizzard patched it, he was a washed up StarCraft 2 player? Like, oh, Destiny's gonna be critical about my history in the Middle East? Okay, well, let's look at his match history in League of Legends. When was the last time this guy was diamond? Like, it's like he's got like a running hate thread of every random fucking thing about me. Like, let's say I am a prolific N-word defender. What does that have to do with any of this? What the fuck?
The argument is, white guy.
He's like, every time he speaks about me, it's like manifesto, like edition version, like 1.78.
That love defending the usage of the N-word, turning around and saying, oh, you know what's really racist actually? The term worm, dude. That's actually what's racist. It's like, okay, well, every single member of your community calls me a fucking cockroach or a turk roach.
Do all of us do that? That's pretty rare. I'm pretty sure that, and when you do see it, I'm pretty sure people get banned or in trouble for it. Because I think roach is a racial slur for Turkish people. I think it is.
Every goddamn day, in between the fucking death threats that I get from dudes you align with. How is that?
Death threats from dudes you align with. So now I'm responsible, not only for my whole audience. Hold on. How richy rich is this? I'm not only responsible for my audience, I'm responsible for Nick Fuentes' audience? Meanwhile, Hassan's not even responsible for his own audience shitting on his co-host for a show that had to end because he couldn't rein in the fucking hatred that he was inspiring? What, like, seriously? What the fuck?
How is that appropriate? Like, who's fucking actually racist here? Get the fuck out of here. I don't give a shit because, like, who gives a fuck? Yeah, Turk Roach. It's really funny. All you've done is shown me that you're a fucking 4chan loser who's like 40 years old and desperately clinging.
Wait, where did the point? Is that Aiden Ross's insult? Does Hassan actually watch every hater on the internet? He's like the Captain Planet of my haters right now. What other insults can he draw from? Wait, how old is Hassan Piker? Wait, why, bro? I'm 3 years older than you. Wait, not even. I'm like 2.5 years older than you. Why are you making fun of my age? What the fuck? He must just be aware of like, well, if I'm, and I shouldn't be, if I ultra hardcore steelman, charitable, good faith, what's going on here? It might just be because he's liked so many tweets that shit on me from like accounts that have literally like 5 followers. Maybe his Twitter algorithm is just constantly feeding him a stream of like anti-Destiny hate or whatever. And then he sees like the 40-year-old comments and like shit like that. And maybe that's why. But I mean, that's also kind of funny if he's morphed his social media feeds to be so much about me that like that's what he knows like all the hater lore.
On to the halcyon days of 4chan. Like, oh, we memed Donald Trump into the presidency.
Wasn't he making fun of the commenter's age and not yours? Oh, was I? How would he know the commenter's age? Wait, what? Hold on.
How is that appropriate? Like, who's fucking actually racist here? Get the fuck out of here. I don't give a shit because, like, who gives a fuck? Yeah, Turk Roach. It's really funny. All you've done is shown me that you're a fucking 4chan loser who's like 40 years old and desperately clinging on to the halcyon days of 4chan. Like, oh, we memed Donald Trump into the president.
I thought he was talking about me / my community here. You think he's just talking about a random commenter in chat? I feel like he's talking about, maybe not.
Presidency, we can do it again. That's all that shows me when you use Turk Roach or Cockroach.
If you were at any IRL event with him, do you think he would act like Vasha that he's seen meet up in real life or stand by his words and publicly call you out? No, Hassan does like when Hassan doesn't like people, he does the little bro thing. Cause I've talked to friends that have seen him in real life. He'll just be like, oh, he just like kind of like looks up and like doesn't really acknowledge them. It doesn't talk to them and just like moves on. That's what yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ. So funny that this community can still whip up enough support from dumbass fucking liberals who go, oh, that's right. Maybe Hassan is racist. Maybe Hassan is actually, an anti-white racist. I'm white, man. I'm white. The fuck do you mean anti-white racist? Dumb fucks. Yeah, the largest post on X was a cockroach being electrocuted. The last post about me on Twitter is a cockroach being electrocuted. But it's funny because anyone that...
Wow, did that post really hurt his feeling? Was that post like really hurting his feeling? I wonder how he thinks Ethan and Hila felt when Hila was literally getting cartoons of her murdering Palestinian children. Wow.
But it's funny because anyone that knows those memes is literally the biggest, most ginormous loser of all time. So it's just that part is really awesome. I think. Go ahead, keep doing it. Yeah, I heard that slur isn't even used outside of U.S. Right? It's a very specific 4chan slur. Yeah, exactly. It's not. It's funny more than it.
Wait, what slur? I heard that slur isn't even used outside of the U.S. Right? It's a very. Is he talking about Turk roach? What slur is he talking about?
Is a real slur because it's only used by like the stupidest
roach?
People of all time.
As opposed to gusano, which is like the enlightened man, the thinking man slur. Like.
Biggest fucking losers, which is precisely the reason why it does not offend me. The roach racist meme was invented on 4chan by a Russian operative after Erdogan killed that Russian pilot. Oh. Anyway. Let's continue.
We're just calling you a race traitor. Nothing racist about that. Which is funny because like I'll like the ultra super ironic thing is that I would actually, if there was like an Uncle Ruben, that's my uncle's name. I don't know any other Cuban names. If there was like a Coon or Uncle Tom version of Cuban for the United States, I would wear that proudly. You know why? Because in the United States, Cubans do tend to be conservative and they do tend to vote for Trump. They're the only Hispanic demographic that does. And I would shit on them. And I would proudly be a fucking Cuban race traitor if there was a word for that. But the funny thing is that they'll call me a gusano, which implies I was like, or my family, I guess, was pro-Batista, anti-Castro, anti-leftist, pro-fascist. But when you come to the United States where I actually live, I actually have political disagreements with the majority of Cubans here. It doesn't make sense on like 3 different levels. Ugh. Okay. Hi. What a guy. What is this? Taking hostages, making them dance and say they hate the captors, adversaries is not funny and cool. Hassan, they want to be home and will do anything to this one. Bro, I'm never watching this interview. I will never watch this interview. I will never watch this interview. I wouldn't be able to handle it.
He's saying he hasn't spent much time with Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and he did qat with them, and he danced to music with them, and he was vibing. So he likes him. Yeah.
So I mean, what? That's so crazy. So they're just fucking chilling with the captains? Like, I don't understand.
Like, imagine if like, it's so bad faith too, and I hate that Katie brought it up. And she's like, oh, well, a lot of these people think you're racist. No, they don't. They just use attacks. Imagine if when like Lauren was talking to me and I'm like, oh wait, so you guys were just like chilling with the illegals and they actually all wanted to go back to their country and the Italians were all giving you thumbs up and they actually were appreciating the mission you were doing. Like, that'd be so cool, bro. Like, imagine if those are my conversations with Lauren or Nick, then you'd be more akin or more fair to saying that my interactions with them were akin to Hassan's interactions. Like, it's so bizarre. God, I hate him. I actually hate him. It's actually so disgusting. Fuck, this must be what people felt like when they watched. What's even comparable to this? I can't even think of what's comparable to this. Some kind of crazy Russian propaganda or whatever. Like, this guy's like literally cheering on the worst like scum fucks of humanity that he would never be near, by the way, ever. Like,
it's like, I don't understand. America's like America's like blowing them up while they're just like doing cat and fucking chilling with the captains. Like, how does he feel about that? Isn't that fucking crazy? Like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like, he seems just normal, but it's not normal to have your ship blown up, you know?
Yeah. بيقول يعني إنه الحكومة الأمريكية. He's saying that they win over the crews on these ships and they like win them over with their charm and they make them hate America and the US government.
That's so
yeah, bro. I'm sure that people that work on international trade ships are huge haters of the United States of America, whose Navy and Air Force guarantee like free passage towards anything we get our fucking fingers on. And they actually they think the Houthis are base that shoot random fucking terrorist fucking drones at ships trying to pass through the fucking Red Sea. I'm sure they think they're super base. It only takes probably 20 minutes. Like, oh, actually, yeah, America is like super lame. And the Houthis are actually super base. Like, thank you for coming on and educating us. Ha ha ha. Fuck. I'm never watching this full interview.
Okay, that doesn't probably take much. To be fair.
Probably doesn't take much. To be fair. Manifesto? What? There's no point. I think everybody around the world is seeing how fucking insane this guy is, and I think, thank God, it's catching up with them. It's catching up with them. Okay, it's happening. They're losing steam. We see it happen. It's been happening for a while. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. Okay. He's getting a show funded by Twitch. It will never end. No shot. Is that actually happening? Wait, what the fuck is this tweet? What does this even mean? I hate these animals so much. Oh. Who are they? I hate these animals so much. They have nothing to look forward to other than to fantasize about America doing war crimes to victims of colonial violence. Victims of colonial violence. Who is he? Who is he even talking? Oh, wait. Was the United States the first? Oh, the first Gulf War? Was that colonial violence? What did he call it when Saddam Hussein invaded fucking Kuwait? What was that? Was that not colonialism? Wait, what the fuck? wait, what are we talking about? Who's the colonialist here? What the fuck? Was the first Gulf War actually bad? Is that the take we're going here? Come on, bro. I understand America's made mistakes in the Middle East, but the first Gulf War, that's what we're going to point to? Doing war crimes to victims of colonial violence with funds that could instead go to paying for hospitals, roads, and schools. What? Saddam Hussein is like Naruto, true. Damn. I was a Marine infantryman in Desert Storm. We showed a lot of restraint. It was a free fire zone against an enemy that had just sacked and raped a country. We could have killed so many more. Fun fact, they're only brave in mass against unarmed men and women. What an insane fucking take. Quote tweet it? No, he has me blocked on my main, so I can't amplify it.
Oh, I gotta get it out. Oh, will this electrocute me?
Do you think this is fake? Like, it absolutely was. What do you think was the trigger? What do you think he did? No, maybe not actually. Maybe it shorts like the circuit in the whole house and the whole breaker flips. Maybe? He did it before on another stream. I'm curious how much, what happens if you stick fork in toaster? Brian Bishop said what? Is he a menace or an inspiration? Hold on, I just got clickbaited.
If you have never had
Wait, is this the
waffles
same
with
guy?
peanut butter, you are severely missing out. Scoop in there. If you have never...
Your suggestions are all house? Yeah, because I click all sorts of house clips. Damn. What is even happening? I want to know now. Sorry. Now we're doing this.
Growing up, you may have heard that you should never...
I need the Indian guy. Thank you. Oh, yes! Here's a video. Okay.
Hi, I'm making this fantastic project that looks like a work of art that I can't show you because it's not done yet.
I mean Iranian guy. Wrong one.
So today,
I mean Persian guy. Wrong one.
instead, we are going to look at your Reddit submissions that are guaranteed to be fun. So if you don't have anything better to do, like using my link audible.com/electroboom to sign up for my sponsor Audible, more at the end, let's look at them.
Okay, boomers, if you have questions with quality,
wait. Stick a knife in toaster. Oh, okay. It's just like 3 minutes.
post it on our subreddit, no matter your entity. I may or may not check it in the next episode of Latitude.
Okay, my friend and I got into an argument if this video was fake. Yeah, this is a super old video of a guy sticking a knife in a toaster I've seen a while back. What do you think? Is it real? Let's stick a knife in a toaster and see. Don't stick a knife in a toaster. This is a scientific experience I will do, not you. Here's a toaster. We turn it on and let's see what happens if we shove a knife into it.
Wait, how did it transform his whole room? What? That's crazy.
I'm joking. Nothing will happen. What will happen is that very likely you'll short the metal body of the toaster to the filament inside. And if I measure the continuity between the earth of the plug to the exposed metal of the toaster, you see they are shorted, which means you will short earth to one of the voltages inside. And if you have a ground fault protection device, it will pop. Actually, let's try that. Here we are, plugged into a GFCI. And if I turn on the toaster and try to short it, well, it popped. Scared me though. Well, toaster filament is just a resistive element like this that heats up with electricity. And if you short any part of it, it won't cause an explosion. Just that it bypasses a part of the filament and the rest of the filament gets super hot and burns. Even if you end up shorting the power lines with no resistance between them, what is the worst thing that can happen? The explosion that I did in the hotel in UK. Oh jeez. Pretty sure those guys blew up their toaster with some sort of explosive for the effects. The worst thing that can happen to you is that if you grab a knife that doesn't have...
So question, if you were to do this on a non-ground protected circuit, would it deliver enough like current to like explode shit, or?
Have a plastic insulation and you directly touch a power line and there is no fuse or breaker, then you may get a shock. Either way, it's a very stupid thing to shove a knife in the toaster. Don't do it. Just remember this verse. When the circuits
It was just, he showed that UK outlet, that was the worst case? Okay.
are alive, do not touch them with a knife. Happy birthday, matey. Yep, I turned 45. So logically, as I age...
The importance of following people that you disagree with.
Let me be clear. A follow from me is not an endorsement. It's a warning that I do not like you and that I'm following you in real life. By the time you get that notification, I know where you eat. I know where you sleep. I know how many shits you take a day. And everyone in the comments is gonna find out how much of a loser you are.
If you want to insult other people, I'm not going to tolerate that.
I called Greta Thunberg a cunt the other day.
So,
Just a picture of her breakfast.
That's where I draw the line.
You just earned yourself a follow.
The,
That's fucking retarded. Stupid. Okay. I see Hassan responding to community notes. Hold on. Are you getting a big ban? Wait. 1 day ban. Don't do this. Stop doing this. You guys will learn not to multi-link. If you want to link in Kick Chat also. Stop multi-linking. This was the older article in August of last year. This is the newer one today. Appearing in a real estate advertisement for the property. People do this? Do people make commercials for houses? I had no idea. I can't refresh this without it fucking up. Oh.
Hey, I'm Alec Baldwin. I've had a home out here on the east end of Long Island since 1982. When I was younger, we'd come out here and we'd sleep all morning and lay on the beach all day. When you're young, this place is the best. My first house was here on Bluff Road in Amagansett, a house I rented for 5 years. And then after that, I decided to buy my own place. I bought my first house here on Old Montauk Highway, around the corner from Atlantic Avenue Beach. I had this little cottage over here for about 7 or 8 years, and then I decided that I wanted something bigger, so I bought my house over on Town Lane.
Looks like Alec Baldwin? Wait, this guy? No. Not even close.
This house back in 1995, I put this addition on the eastern side of the property in 1996, and my wife Ilaria and I built this addition on the western side of the property in 2014. We've got about 10,000 square feet here. I fell in love with this place the moment I came here because this is the main family home of the former Potter farm, the Potter family. You just can't get this out here anymore. You can't buy big pieces of land, especially in Amagansett, that I know of. And I've always
Did they not, is it typical you just don't care about what the inside looks like? You're just paying for the outside of the land, or?
Here.
Or I guess you probably, if you like this, then you can go and get more detailed breakdowns of.
Got all this open land here in reserve. The meadow in the front of my property is in reserve. It's a very, very low density area, and I love coming here. I'm always happiest when I come here, especially this time of year. I love it in the wintertime because it's so peaceful and it's so beautiful.
Wow. Beautiful. Only $19 million, guys. Well, sorry, $18,995,000. Holy shit. Real talk, have you never had a fractured dick before? No. But sometimes I've had it where the girl comes down and you feel a little click and you're like, oh God. Did it happen finally? Fuck, you guys crashed out. Oh, guys, the real estate agent. It's Scott Bradley. We finally found him. Holy shit. Now we know why he has so much money to donate to us. He sells houses like this. Destiny, I'm in the disagreements channel to get mad at you. What do you want, Pinky?
Hello, how are you doing?
Ugh, another foreigner. What's up?
How am I a foreigner?
Oh, I don't know. You sounded British for a sec. I feel like everybody sounds British to me in their first sentence. Where are you from?
I'm from... Well, yeah, I'm from Britain.
Oh, fuck you, motherfucker. Okay, what do you want?
Okay, well, you can kick me out in a sec, cause I was listening to you the other night, and I had so many fucking issues with things that you were saying.
Yeah.
And I wrote them all down. I jumped on this disagreements channel, and you just never brought me in, and I was here for like 2.5 hours.
Well, now you're here. Get to it.
But this might be something you don't want to fucking discuss, Destiny. So that's fine.
I love discussing disagreements.
Okay, so you were talking about, you had that. Who's the girl with the fucking cat ears on?
Was that
a few
Kelly?
days ago? And you were talking about like relationships.
Oh no. Oh, Bella. Bella Rama.
Is that her name?
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck, honestly?
Okay.
No, but a lot of what you were saying, I just had absolute fundamental disagreements with things you were saying. I thought they were like...
Yeah, hit me up.
But, just to preface it, I'm not somebody who usually disagrees with you. I just thought you were so wrong on these things, and I wrote them all down.
You've said that
I
several
was
times
wondering...
now. Tell me.
Thanks, Destiny. You said... am I okay to go through these, or you just can't be bothered?
Yeah, go! What the fuck? We're waiting for it. Go!
Sorry, buddy. Listen, you're a big deal, buddy.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm in front of a big audience here, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You said kids aren't that important to that girl. Like in terms of like what matters in a relationship. You were going on about how kids weren't that important to that girl.
It's not. I don't know if there's like a divide here in brains or semantics or what. The point that I was making was that like deal breakers are not usually things that are like the highest valued thing in a relationship in terms of like variance from person to person. So like for instance, like a deal breaker might be I want to have kids and this person doesn't want to have kids. But I don't think you would ever think or tell a friend or whatever like, oh my God, I love this guy. He's perfect for me because he wants to have kids. That's just like a deal breaker. It's like a bare...
No, but
yeah.
Do you not think that somebody might say, I absolutely love this person, but they fundamentally disagree on that area, and that's like an axiom where they would break apart on?
Yes, that's called a deal breaker. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. But I feel like you were saying at least, I don't really mind either way. I can jump either way, and
for me personally, yes.
Really matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you were insinuating it shouldn't matter to other people.
I don't think I ever said that. No, for some people, of course, it's incredibly important if they want to have kids or don't want to have kids. Yeah. What do you mean? Why would I?
Oh, no, you definitely were, because you were saying kids don't really matter to anybody. Anyone can have kids. Cockroaches can have kids.
Yes. What I was saying was that, like, you would never choose someone on the basis of them wanting to have kids. There's a ton of people on the planet that would want to have kids. That's not like an impressive trait. That's not a reason why you would select somebody. That's like a deal breaker thing that you need there to be satisfied in order to consider a relationship. But you're never choosing somebody because of that thing. That's just
But you would if you also wanted to, right? If you wanted to and they didn't, that would be a deal breaker at that point, right?
But if I wanted to and they wanted to, that means almost nothing. It just means that they haven't tripped like a deal breaker yet. But it doesn't mean anything in terms of a relationship, right?
Okay. Yeah, I sort of agree with you there. And I thought it was sort of unfair the way you were treating that woman, because the way you were comparing your attitude to having kids was from the perspective of you already having had kids, right?
No, that's not true. You're just misunderstanding what I'm saying. When I'm saying things like cockroaches can have kids, I'm not saying that like having kids isn't magical or children can be important or anything like that. I'm just saying that like the capacity for having children and the desire to do so doesn't set you apart from anybody. It's not a good, it's not like a special thing to say, I want to have kids. There's tons of people that feel that way. That you're never selecting somebody because like, oh, I chose this husband because he really wanted to have kids. That's never happening. That's just like a minimum threshold to even consider a relationship.
Okay.
It's like the hygiene thing. Like hygiene, I think is like
the way you're phrasing it now.
Yeah, I understand. It's because you guys are triggered as fuck because of some weird family shit that you're hung up on. But so go to the hygiene shit. The hygiene shit. Okay, there's a minimum threshold that everybody, I would hope, has for like hygiene. But you're never picking a partner like, oh my God, I love this husband. I love this wife. She's so cool because she has such good hygiene. Nobody's ever saying that. But it would be a deal breaker if they like had really bad hygiene.
To me, that would actually be something a girl would say. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
The other, well, I've got a bunch of these that
Spencer,
are right now.
Camden's mother had absolutely no knowledge of...
I misunderstood you there, because I thought you were saying that essentially kids aren't that important, and you were arguing with that. There wouldn't be a deal breaker, but you're saying you're not, so...
I'm saying that like deal breaker minimum thresholds are not the same thing as like the valuable traits that you like super value in somebody.
Okay, all right. The next thing you said was, loving one specific partner doesn't make the enjoyment of sex anymore. There are physically things that make it feel better. and you were fighting on this point where you guys were going on about sort of how you kept saying to her like how mechanical it was almost sex, and how like really good sex is just purely mechanical and how good it is, and I just couldn't disagree more with you on this one.
Okay.
Do you not feel like the sex that you have with the girl is entirely dependent on how connected you are with that person emotionally?
Yeah. No, I don't. People's brains are like so fucking like emotionally invested in like every outcome here that it makes it like
but
impossible.
just because you're not doesn't mean other people aren't.
I'm just saying that like you like nobody's even understanding like what I'm saying because they're so fucking bought into a particular narrative and they have to defend it with like literally their life's fucking honor. Okay.
I would argue that's because you're not, but most people.
Yeah, correct.
Everybody
I'm not
else is.
emotionally bought in, so I don't have to be a fucking retard when I talk about this subject. Okay.
No, but you shouldn't prescribe everybody else that they shouldn't be because you're not.
I will prescribe that everybody that they should be able to have a dispassionate conversation about a particular topic so that they understand it. I would prescribe that to everybody. Yes.
But for me, when I was listening to this anyway, my point was that like I can have the most average sex with a girl that I love.
That's fine. And if I was talking about that, I never disagreed with any part of that. I never disagreed with any part of that ever. Okay.
Well, no, you did because you were pushing that girl.
What I'm saying is that like,
well, explain to me physically. There's certain points that you can push that will, you can't do that. Well, explain to me what good sex is. And she was saying to you, well, I love that girl. I love this man a lot.
Yeah.
I really feel special to me. And to me, that makes a lot of sense.
Gotcha. I understand. Let's pull out of the sex world because this is a brain destroying. Okay, anything related to sex. Okay. Let's just talk about massages. Okay. It might be the case that getting a massage from somebody that you love is like really nice and it's special and it feels special because it's somebody you love doing something for you. That's fine. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they're like really good at giving massages or that you got a really great massage. It was just a special moment and that massage was special and it was cool because of the emotional connection you had with the person. However,
to be honest, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
I fundamentally don't think we see this the same way because you're like really, because when I think of like for example, with your example here, a good massage or a good, rub from a person, I'm not judging it when they're giving me a massage on, how good does this physically feel mechanically? It's like how good is the experience, right? And that's completely shaped by my intimacy with that individual.
So when you go to a massage parlor, you have to make sure you're in love with the employee to enjoy a massage?
No, that's a non sequitur. It might be the case that it's a great massage, but it might be the case that I get an average massage from somebody that I love dearly, and it feels exactly as good, right?
But it wouldn't. But it doesn't actually feel as good. Just that particular massage, the overall experience is good because of the emotional connection. What?
What do you mean by feels good? Because the outcome. Like
okay, I'm sorry. Hold on. Do you believe in a physical world? Yes or no? Is there a physical world that do you think that we can perceive a physical world, or are we like brains in a vat? And
I'm saying that if after the massage, this is such a weird thing. Sorry for the chat. If you after a massage, you had to rate how good it was, and you had this insane masseuse who you had no idea who it was, and they give you a 10 out of 10 one. It might be like afterwards you rate it a 10 out of 10, but it might be a fucking 3 out of 10 massage from somebody you love so deeply, and you just have this insane attachment with, and you rate it a 10 afterwards.
Sure,
and
but then the hope would be that
those get the same rating.
Okay, but the hope would be yes, and that person would be a fucking retard. But I understand maybe this is the majority of people are fucking retarded. Ideally, in your mind, you'd be able to separate that like I liked this not because it was like they were super great at giving massages or they were super great at like having this. I just really enjoy the experience because I'm really emotionally connected and I love the person. It's okay to say that, but why confuse and conflate everything?
I feel like you're just seeing this through your prism of which is just like sort of you live a sort of
is more than enough to make the claims he's made here.
Things, you're not too emotionally attached to too many people or whatever, and you're seeing it through like what makes me feel the best. That's the way you approach sex, right? It's like what do I find the funnest? I'm gonna hang out with the girls that are the funnest. I'm gonna hang out with the girls that give me the best sex or whatever. But for most people, and I feel like for your chat, to most people. This like is not the same way most of your chat would see it. I know you're going to get the same people that like some people that agree with you, but I feel like if you polled your chat,
yes, most people will agree with you. I agree with that. That's why I don't even like talking about this topic because most people are fucking retarded, right? Yes, I agree with you. Most people agree with you, right? If my child, if Nathan were to learn how to play the saxophone and he were to play, like a song for me, I was like, oh, this is really special. You play saxophone, I play saxophone. If he rehearsed in secret and I went, I was like, oh, that's really cute. This is like one of my favorite performances of like listening to it ever. But I wouldn't say he's a good saxophone player or he played it incredibly well. He's 12 years old. He probably plays like dog shit if he were to play. Because it's my son and because he picked my instrument, he played a song for me, I was like, I really love that performance. It was really nice. But factually, you're a dog shit sax player. But I'm sorry. But I can disconnect those two things in my mind. But in your mind, since you have such an emotional attachment to it, okay, you can't possibly separate the actual performance from the overall act. They have to be the same because there's no possible way that anything can have any level of like nuance or difference of understanding because all of it has to be one way because you're so morally invested in the outcome. The reality is that you might be able to have really wonderful, loving, emotional, some of the best sexual experiences ever with a partner because you love them and you have that emotional connection, and that's fine, but it still might be like objectively like dog shit sex. There might be a lot of awkward bumping, toothy shit.
Is it?
Well,
what do you mean objectively?
Objectively is in the person is not manipulating the parts in a manner to affect a really good feeling orgasm or whatever, right? Like in terms of the mechanics of the actual act itself, the same way that the child pushing buttons on the saxophone and using their embouchure might not produce the most professional sounding tone. The experience overall can be nice, but
if you want to talk objectively about that skill and mechanically, that's absolutely fine. But I feel like that's like sort of negligent to how the world works.
Okay, sure, it might be.
Okay, that was and the fact you brought up music was funny there because you said the same thing later, which you said if I was picking music, the mechanics would be the utmost importance. You said if I was picking a band team, it'd be like if I was picking music I liked, the skill would be the most important, which is just not true in any way. Almost all love of music is entirely devoid of technical skill. Like the genres people love are never considering what's the most technically difficult.
I wasn't talking about listening to music. I was talking about playing music.
No, you were talking about picking people for a band.
Yes, to play with. Yes, to play with. Like I need somebody would have to, because I actually play music, they would have to be a certain level of technical proficiency to play with me. That would be fun for me. But if they super loved it and we didn't have that level of technical proficiency, we wouldn't be able to communicate on it. It would be worthless.
Okay. All right. Well, the next thing you said was, why do you enjoy sex with that person? Why? What are you enjoying? Why does it feel good with the person? And I was... this just goes back into what we were saying. I feel like maybe we just fundamentally disagree with this.
Yes. Yeah. When you have sex, you're pulled away from this world and you're injected into a world of emotion and feeling where physical and emotional intertwinement are one and there's no distinction or separation between the two. I understand.
Your quote was, why don't you say one good thing about sex that doesn't include your emotions?
Good.
Sorry.
I thought the king cut him off. Go ahead.
Yes, I good. The last quote I had for you was, you said, why don't you say one thing good about sex that doesn't include your emotions or relationship? And I just thought this was a crazy thing to say. Look, okay, I know your chat might not like me. I know they agree with you.
Most of them probably agree with you. No, on this topic, on anything related to sex or monogamy or any of these fucking retarded topics,
most of them probably agree with you. What's more important? Can you poll it? Or is this
we already polled it. Most people agree with like ABBA and Bella on this. Most people literally agree with you. I don't know why you're victimizing yourself.
I'm not victimizing yourself. I have some more quotes of shit that I disagree with you.
Yes.
But keep going.
You
said, do you think people looked at Melina like a high-value woman when she was in an open relationship? That was your quote.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that undermines people's estimation of Melina as a high-value woman? That she's in a...
when you use the term high value, you're implying a certain type of community that uses the term high value, and most of the people in that community did not view Melina as high value, or the communities that I
The thing is, Melina, to everybody, is incredibly high value. She's incredibly good looking. She's incredibly smart. She's dated some really important people. Not important people, but sort of well-known people. And also, her choices of who
besides
dates...
me? Am I missing something?
Well, no, I meant you by that. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
She's like her choice. By the way, what does open relationship have to do with your value?
Because most people would say that if you can't lock a woman down, the people that use high value would say that like somebody being monogamous is like what like makes them valuable, or having a low body count.
But a monogamous person is just choosing who they're with, and so is a polyamorous person, right? So they're still not going to choose you if you're the average person, right?
Well, they would say that a polyamorous girl fucks everybody. That's the whole point of calling them not high value.
Okay, well, I just disagree with that then.
So do I. I think it's retarded. But usually when people say high value, they're talking about these particular communities.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the last thing I wrote was, you said, just because all you people have miserable love and sex lives doesn't mean I do.
Based.
I was just going to say, like, how is that a fair thing to say?
It's not a fair thing to say, but the issue is that people like you who are so fucking retarded, you can't comprehend a different way of viewing the thing.
I'm not so retarded.
No, you do.
Not
You guys come at me with the most retarded fuck accusations. You guys don't even realize like how retarded the shit you say is. Like, I think even she was doing it like, oh, well, if you don't have this totally emotionally connective, bonded experience with sex, wow, you must be a hedonist fucking loser. It must be fucking horrible. Like, this is what every monogamy brain retard says. And then when I say anything back, they're like, oh, this is the most offensive thing I've ever been. Like, this is so horrible. You can say, like, yeah, obviously I'm being like provocative when I say it. I don't think that's necessarily true. What I said, I'm just like hitting back. But like, yeah, you guys will say the most retarded things about like how I view sex. That it must be this miserable, horrible, like mechanical only fucking experience. Like, I've never said anything's ever. It's just you're incapable of understanding that somebody might have a different view of sex. So then you make the most retarded dog shit assumptions about it. That's just annoying to me.
No, but if you're making some sort of assertion about how sex is for people, and you're saying that I'm correct on that,
I don't do that. I've never done that. That's what you guys do. I've never done that. I've said over and over and over and over and over again that tons of different people engage with sex in different ways. I've said over and over and over again that most people probably gravitate towards monogamous relationships. Serial monogamy is literally the dating history, the evolutionary history of mankind. I've always said these things over and over again. You guys are the ones that are like, oh, well, if you're doing this right, it must be because you just are a hedonist and you just have no real emotional. You're the one. Don't project that onto me. I'm always open to a plethora of different sexual relationships and styles that people can date each other.
You're not judging other people.
I don't. What do you mean?
Because okay, I've got another quote for you. You said, okay, so if you have a really strong attachment and take off your panties and I thrust my 1-inch dick into you until I come, is that really good sex?
Yeah, because I'm trying to tease out the difference there with what she means when she says good sex. She's not talking about good, like, actual sex, like the actual activity itself. She's just talking about the overall emotionally connective experience of being physical with another person. That's what I was just trying to get at.
Okay, so you agree that most people would agree with me, but you're still judging other people on how they approach their sex lives.
How am I dodging it? I'm just asking, do you...
No, not dodging. No, sorry.
Is there any difference between a sex... Is there a such thing as a sex act?
What? Can I ask you?
No, wait, you gotta answer. Is there a such thing as a sex act? Is a blowjob a real thing?
Yes.
Okay. Can somebody be better or worse at giving a blowjob?
Yes.
Okay. Is it
but that
possible?
Might be because they're mechanically better, or it might just be because it's somebody you want it from.
I'm talking about performing on a robot. Okay. Could you give a demonstration of giving a good versus a bad blowjob absent emotions? Is that possible?
If people were getting,
I'm going to ask you the same question after this. Whatever you're rambling about to do. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Can you give a demonstration of giving a good versus a bad blowjob? Emotions irrelevant.
Yes.
Okay. What words do I need to use to communicate to you that mechanically some people can be good at sex and that some people might enjoy that, but that's separate from like the entire enjoyment of the act itself?
You're questioning me on like, is it possible, Charlie? Well, sorry, my name's Charlie. You're asking me like, is it possible that you can appreciate that there is mechanically things that feel better during sex?
Yes.
And I obviously have to answer yes, but that's like second priority to me. That's completely subsumed and overturned by like emotional attachment and things like that.
That's fine, and that might be the case. All I'm saying is that the difference between those two things. You might have an emotional attachment to something that makes that sex the best sex ever, and maybe mechanically they're kind of not that great at it. That's fine. I'm just saying there's a difference between those two things. What words do I need to use to not trigger the animal defense brain?
Conversation in that way at all. That girl was just telling you like, oh, it's really important to me that I meet somebody that, I'm emotionally attached with. That's what's important. You were telling me like, huh? Tell me exactly how, the mechanical, that's exactly, you were completely shutting that girl down.
What do you hold on, wait. You think if somebody were to come up to me and say, I have a strong emotional attachment with my partner, so I really enjoy sex with them, you think I would say, well, you're a retard?
No, you were saying mechanics of sex are the most important to that girl. Can't remember her name.
No, I was saying that's the most important to me.
She was telling you the most important thing to me is like emotional connection, and you were just pressing her until she had nothing, like had no answers for you.
I was just trying to. I wasn't pressing her on it. I was.
You absolutely were.
Hold on. I'm sorry.
Were.
I was pressing her on it.
You were making her look stupid.
I wasn't. I was. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm missing. I was pressing her on it. I wasn't pressing her on it in a way to get her to change her point of view or to change her mind or to tell her she was wrong. I was just trying to get her to delineate between like sex acts and the whole act of sex itself. That's what I was trying to get her to differentiate on. That's what I was pushing on. I wasn't pushing on her to make her change her opinion. I was pushing her to be more clear about what she was talking about, so she stopped coming up so judgmentally on me.
Okay. It just didn't feel like that, I guess.
Yeah, I know, because this subject triggers the fuck out of everybody.
It doesn't. It really doesn't. It really doesn't trigger a ball.
Okay, then why is it so hard for it to understand the difference between like, oh, some people can be really good like mechanically at sex. Some people can have like a really good like actual physical sexual experience. And there's also like an emotional component. And a lot of people value that as being better than the physical component. They don't really care about like the physical stuff that much. They care more about the emotional stuff.
I guess when you're talking from different perspectives, she's talking to you about how important emotions and things like that are to her. And you're talking to her about how important mechanics is to her.
No,
and you're both clashing.
No, that's just you're just
exactly
not.
What
okay,
happened.
Maybe someday I'll go back and watch it. Okay, the problem was her trying to accuse me of like just having some hedonistic attachment to sex and like that was it, and then it was me trying to tease out what she meant by like good sex. That's why I kept trying to draw a distinction. Like when you say good sex, what do you mean by that? Because it sounds like she's not. Okay, go on.
I could be wrong, Stephen. Destiny, sorry.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but the way it came across. Watching that, and I don't agree with you on almost anything else, like politically or anything else, but the way it came across you watching that was that she was just trying to tell you how important emotions are, and it came across like you were this complete sociopath who was completely devoid of sexual emotion. And you were just going, what the fuck does that even mean? I don't even know.
Even though later in the conversation, I literally said explicitly that, like, no, I think you can have emotionally connected experiences.
It's really easy to say that, though, like, flippantly, just, like, grant somebody something, right?
Well, I'm granting it because that's not how I personally view it. I personally really value, like, the actual, like, sexual chemistry and the mechanics of it. That's really important to me. Am I not allowed to have that point of view? That makes me a sociopath?
I didn't say I made you a sociopath.
Wait, what part makes me a sociopath then? Where I have a different view on what I value in sex versus other people?
No, what makes you... I'm not calling you a sociopath, but, well, you might be actually, but what makes it sociopathic is that sort of the most important axiom of what's the most important about sex to you was just the physical mechanical stuff. Whereas to the other... And you would
it makes me a sociopath.
You were questioning her on the other part, which to most people is the most important.
I was just trying to no, I wasn't saying she's hold on. Do you think that I was saying it's wrong if you value emotional parts of sex more than mechanical parts?
You literally said that. You were literally saying, can you tell me one thing? I've written the stuff down because I was pissed off. But sorry. But you were like, can you tell me one thing that's good about sex without mentioning emotion or connection?
Yeah, because I was curious if she valued any of those things, not because she needed to change her opinion on it. What you just quoted there was not me literally saying it's wrong to only value sex or to predominantly value like the emotional connection of sex.
You said, why is it not possible for you to say one thing about sex that doesn't include emotions or relationships?
Yeah, because I was quizzing her on the mechanical side. Because she kept wanting to say like, oh, well, I value really good sex. I value really good sex. But really good sex to her just meant the emotional connection. So I was just trying to like cause a distinction between those two things.
Okay.
Just like the massage thing. Like I would never say that like, oh, I got a really, 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 really good massage for my partner last night. What do? They just like rubbed my ear for like 2 hours, but I had a strong emotion about them. Like that doesn't make sense to me. Like you can be good at giving massages, but you could also have like a fun massage experience with somebody you love because you love them. But that doesn't necessarily mean they're giving you a good massage or that it's a really, that they're a good masseuse or whatever.
I don't know what you mean by that, but like that doesn't mean they're giving you a really good massage, because to the person it might be really good. It might be exactly the same levels of like endorphins being released. It might be exactly the same level of how fun it is.
Okay, let's say that I have like a really sore back. Okay, and let's say that my partner walks up and all they do is they just like kind of like poke my back for like an hour with their finger. But I really love them and I appreciate that they're like trying. And I mean, like I appreciate it. Do you think that that's like
I can flip that the other way and you'll lose on that argument as well. What if you got some like fucking disgusting, stinky homeless guy to come over and give you the perfect back rub?
Ooh, careful. Hold on, careful. Yeah, it would be, but why? Because they're disgusting and stinky. You just named physical traits, right? Let's say that you went to a massage parlor and it was some guy you didn't even fucking know and he gave you the best massage ever. That is possible, right?
Well, my point was that other traits can influence how you
careful. No, your point is that it's only about the emotion. You can't bring up things like smell. That's a physical part. That's my argument.
It was only about the emotion. I said that they're both like really important, and they can equate to the same level of rating. I feel like your experience, like you can have a 3 on, like to me, you can have a 3 physical experience if it was rated 3, and like a 10 on emotion, and that can be like an 8 overall, and you can have a 10 on physical and a 3 on emotional, like an overall.
I agree. I agree with that. That's what I'm saying. There can be like the overall experience, but that physical part is a component of it. For me, it's an important component. For other people, it's not as much. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so don't prescribe it to other people.
When did I prescribe anything?
Well, because you were questioning her on exactly what she thought.
Because I was just trying to get her to say what you just said.
Let her enjoy what she... Okay, I feel like... By the way, it sounds completely right now like I'm white-knighting this girl, and I don't give a fuck about it. Or this person.
She was the one that came to my stream to ask me questions, to grill me. That's why we were having the conversation. She can enjoy sex every once.
Hey, you know what? I'm going to be honest. I wasn't there for that. If she joined you to... But yeah. That's all I had to say about that.
All right, Charlie.
Thank you, buddy. Anyway, you want to hang out?
Yeah, next time I'm in London, I'll give you a call, okay?
Absolutely.
All right.
I'll be on Discord.
Okay.
Anything else?
Nope, think I'm good. Anything else for you?
Gotcha.
Gotcha, buddy. Have fun.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Bye. Have you heard the DuPont ultimatum?
All right, I'll sell it to you for 10 grand. No deal. No deal? All right, guys, no deal on the final offer, which means our back's against the wall, and we have to use a DuPont ultimatum. I haven't had a drink in 14 years, but you made me feel pretty powerless right there, so I think I'm just gonna relapse in front of you. What? Last time I had a tequila soda, I was found in the net under the Golden Gate Bridge. Time before that, I tried to kill a room full of people. So, bottoms up. See you now, asshole.
I'll take your deal.
Take for 10 grand?
Yeah.
Done. You know what?
Whoa, 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 whoa!
All right, I'll...
Okay. I think people can't fathom that both can be true. I think that when people talk about things that are really personal to them, I think that people have a really hard time thinking that other people might have different priorities without it feeling prescriptive, which is just really annoying. And even when I qualify things a million times, like I don't like poppy chord progressions. I don't think there's anything wrong with poppy chord progressions. I don't like poppy chord progressions. But then people are like, oh, you listen to this music and you don't even think these guys are good. Like, no, bro. Like, how many times do I have to say? Like, I need to soy up. We got to soy up, guys. Also, am I crazy? I don't know if I can watch this on stream because of the violence, but is this a video that came out like months ago? Or did we watch this like months ago? Oh God, what's up?
I might have fucked up.
What'd you fuck up on? No, is it years old? Oh, this like trend of like reposting the same fucking clips of like black people fighting or getting shot. I feel like there's like 10 that get posted every there's like a rotating schedule of like racists that just repost the same clips over and over again. And every time people like, oh my God, black people. Ah! It's like, it's so fucking weird. Yeah, not today, Tyrone. Jesus Christ. There should be like, I feel like if you're posting clips, especially of events like this, you should require like an original date or some shit. It's just really fucking weird. My God.
Hey man, it's the 8-year anniversary of Ab and Preach.
Oh shit! Nice job.
I know. And just celebrate. I'm wondering if you could watch the full Hassan clip.
Oh, the interview? No, fuck
yeah.
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing that to myself.
But you've critiqued him for doing it. Why wouldn't you watch it in its entirety to break it down?
Because it's gonna trigger the fuck out of me, and I actually there's too many of these issues where I feel like incredibly Like, I think I'm getting too personally bought into some of these topics. The J6 stuff, like, actually, like, usually I can separate politics from individuals. The J6 stuff is making me hate people in this country, actually hate people. And the Hassan terrorist support on a lot of leftists is also making me hate people. Like, it's like equivalent to like Nazi worship. I'm sorry, it's not. It's worse than Nazi worship because at least the Nazis aren't real anymore. It would be the equivalent to Nazi worship during World War II. The fact that people will sit here and cheer on, like, Islamic fundamentalist terrorist groups that are engaged in modern day active terrorist acts like in the West, that's wild to me. Somebody like Hassan would have 100% been cheering on Nazi Germany back in the past. 100%. He's the exact mindset for it. That's just wild to me.
I understand the takeaway that you have, and I'm understanding maybe the negative implications. But considering that you've already critiqued him heavily for it, one, and generally I think you're the kind of person who doesn't like to levy huge criticisms against somebody without watching something in its entirety. I think it's slightly unfair. Not probably if you watch it in its entirety, it'd probably still be true. But I think you should watch it for that reason. The second reason I would say you should watch it is I think it's a good opportunity for you to break down all the different points in which he's maybe infantilizing the situation or propping up this terrorist group. And I think it'd be good for your views. It's good for the political sphere. But I also understand like the implication for you mentally. But I'm just saying,
How long is the interview? 44 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, this is
maybe I will. Okay, maybe I will.
Just break it down in parts. Maybe do a part 1, and then if you can stomach that, who knows? You might actually learn something about the Houthis, or maybe it's just complete propaganda. And as a result, you're like, okay, well, I can break down this propaganda. There might be something really meaningful there.
Okay, I'll think about it. I might. I'll throw it up here. Okay.
All right, appreciate you, boss.
Okay, love you.
Love you.
Oh God. What the fuck is this? Hold on. Scrolling through Reddit and seeing dozens of comments calling the popular YouTuber who sexually harassed you for several months last year a wholesome being with only green flags. Wait, did we read this the other day? Was this part of what we... Is this the guy who was talking about I want to see you peeing or whatever? Fuck it. Just to get it off my chest. Last year, Chugga Conroy kept trying to get me to initiate erotic foot fetish roleplay with him while he also had a girlfriend. This included sending shoes to my house under the guise of a gift, only to constantly ask for feet pics afterwards. Eventually, I started ignoring him because I wasn't trying to navigate around him, clearly trying to rope me into fetish shit, and in return, his messages to me got more frequent and aggressive. What is the... Why is the person even outing anything? Or what happened? Honest to God, this is the worst cancellation I've ever seen. Or who cares? Is this like, are they a minor? Or is it just like some dude being weird on cheating? Okay, I guess people care about that. But they lacked it in your size, so I went with what I thought was mostly to get any clothes. Ooh, honestly, great call because I love black high tops, but I haven't had any in years. Wait. Was she willingly accepting the free fucking shit? Bro. No shot. It's a great shoe. Goes to think, do I get to see you in them? 6/11/2023. Wait, why didn't she include a response? What was the next? I want to know what the next message was. Ha ha ha, thank you. Trying to get a lot done. I want to finish the series or at least get close so I can travel to Scotland to see my significant other soon. Oh, cool. Didn't realize she was in Scotland. Yeah, pretty far. Blah, blah. Would you like to pick up where we left off last night? Haha, it dropped off suddenly. You tend to disappear. Oh, I'm going to ping you once more. Why 11? I tried to ping you. I just wanted to know. Damn, you're no fun. Just kidding. Oh, yikes. She's ghosting. So I understand you got your Instagram. I just wanted to wish you well. Blah, blah, blah. I missed you. You're doing better. Blah, blah again. Hey, hoping. Oh my God, guy. Why are you... oh my God, bro. Every day. Let it go. As far as I know, I'm not the only one. Nor the first person. Wait, but I want to know what the rest of this convo looked like. Why didn't she include it? Did she like jack the shoes and just like ghosted him afterwards? Why would you accept a gift like that? Hold on, I'm sorry. Am I out of touch? Am I weird? If you were buying a girl clothes, any kind of clothing, long distance, I feel like that would be basically cheating? Am I crazy? If you had a husband or boyfriend and you found out that he was buying a girl clothing online, aren't you like basically, what the fuck are you doing? Why the fuck are you buying this random fucking girl shoes or purses or a blouse? Like, that's so weird. As far as I know, I'm not the only one. That's what I thought too. Ella was like, I could fix this, but it's funny if it's flawed. At times, I do miss the versatility of the old avatar. It was fun to mess with. Is that the face you'd make if I ran off with your shoes at a con? Lemeo, something like that. Wait, is this the same person? Oh, wait. Lemeo, something like that. Haha, what would you even do? Oh, God. Great Cheshire. 9-9. Okay, so she was still talking to him up to before this? Because these are 9/16, 9/9. The earliest one here is September. March, April. Oh, no, 9/18. And then on 9/9, she was talking to him. Yeah, being forward with you because I'd rather not keep anything from you and let you make the best decision for you. I am into that, but only with my significant other. I also like talking about shoes with people because it's also an interest. I talked to my SO about this when we started dating, and she told me I could talk about shoes with other friends because it isn't sexual with my friends. Bro, what the fuck? It's just something I enjoy talking about with my friends too. I know that might be a lot to share, and I'm sorry if it is, but I feel it's best to just be open with people and consider what I'd like to know if I was in their position. Good. Glad we understand each other. Walks around you and trips you with some fancy footwork. You thud to the ground, and I yank your sneakers off in an instant. Ha, loser. Chucks them at you. What did she say right before this message? I want more logs. What do you mean we understand each other? What did she say? Was there a message before this where she's like, oh, well, I'm glad you gave me that information, but this is clearly a boundary for me and I don't appreciate it and I don't want to talk about this. What did he say right before that? It had started with him attending my Pokemon Black streams last December and chatting. Do you think there's an issue with how we socialize women in dating, where they are very naive, or are used to some kind of light manipulation? I've noticed this a lot in my life, where girls will act like they don't know what guys like this want while naively keeping them around. It makes me question if it's really naivety or if they're taking advantage of them. Without getting... Okay, we gotta be very careful because you can wander into victim blaming stuff very quickly, okay? But women are pretty intimately aware, I think, of when men are like kind of being creepy and like hitting on them. If you start dancing across a line here where you're taking advantage of a guy who's trying to take advantage of you, it's very fucking weird. It's very fucking retarded, I think. I don't know. This just seems stupid. Like, it had started with him attending my Pokemon Black streams last summer and chatting. We started talking in DMs because he seemed chill. Then on June 4th, I uploaded a selfie and he zoomed into my shoes in the background and messaged me about them. Last selfie plus on repeat. There's one song I'm ashamed to have in here, and it's probably not the one you're thinking of. Oh, hello. Snake Eater. Nice sneakers. Oh, well, thank you. I need new ones. Seems sadly typical due to thin fabric. Oh my god. Hey, thank you. I just finished editing a video that was nuts to make. Bro. It covers this mall you can develop in Pokemon. So, like, you have a P.O. box? Not at the moment. No. Oh, well, it's going to see if I could partake in birthday niceness. Ooh, January blog, ever take a little, but it's usually what works most often. Nice, yeah. This guy's hyper autistic a little bit. Combos like this would often derail suddenly. One moment would be talking about Nintendo games, then it would shift immediately to feet talk. He was very persistent in commenting on how big my feet are. I try to respond with blunt jokes to make the vibes less creepy and out of nerves? Like she's nervous? Bro, they're Discord DMs. What do you mean out of nerves? Why not just not talk to him? She censored her shoe size? What? What does that mean? Is that like important? 27. I don't even know shoe numbers. other than guys and girls are apparently different. Okay, well, I'll figure something out. Not sure if you have any dislikes for me to be aware of. I'm sure whatever you get me. Wait, what does shoe size actually measure? When if you say you have like a size 10, does that never actually mean anything? Or is it like all like some arbitrary roller coaster of shit? I'm pretty sure it's arbitrary. Well, but it's different in the UK and in the United States. What does shoe size measure in the US? Measure the heel to toe mark and use the inch to size table. Inch to size. Okay, never mind. This sounds like autistic roller coaster shit. Okay, we're back in June. I'm sure whatever you get me, I'll like. Haha, how nice of you. Haha, of course. So, like, what are you feeling about Zelda? I'm personally really loving it. I think it better. I like it better than Zone of the Wild. Or, oh, fuck, not Zone of the Wilderness. Breath of the Wild? Yeah. Sent you some stuff today. I had a plan A I couldn't do because your feet were too darn big, so I went with a different idea. Ooh, LOL. I'm excited to see what it is. Thank you so much. Wow, you took what I said surprisingly well. Oh no. LeMayo, I know my feet are big. It's a thing. I'm curious what plan A was. Haha, really? It's a thing you joke about? Haha, I mean, it's not something I advertise, but it's just kind of a fact of life. Haha, that's a fair sense in the issue. I'm lucky I'm a 12, one size bigger, and no shoe stores would carry my size. Aha, yeah, that's lucky. I'm lucky that HRT made my size shrink, which is very, very rare. Is that possible? Does HRT shrink your bones so much that, like... or the fat tissue? I guess, maybe. Oh, wow, I guess there's something in the chemicals that positions the tendons and men get them spaced further apart. Well, I guess. I also lost 50 pounds, so maybe that had something to do with that. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I didn't like it as much as 1 personally, but it's still really good. Oh, so now we're forward into 9 is September, right? 7 plus 2 is 9, I think, right? Okay. But yeah, I guess on your end of the bargain, you'd barely have to play the game further to see how it ends, and you can always ask me a question if you're having trouble. Oh, I mean, I looked up the ending to YouTube, it just goes, oh, guess not it could be your bonus XP. The process of moving when I played 101. Blah, blah, blah. Speedrun shit. Don't care. That's some dedication spending 0 time menuing, but if you're not into it, I'd rather not waste your time. You have questions? I'm always here. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna miss your shoes. It was kind of nice being their caretaker again. Looks at them in my hands. As hard as it was at times, they stunk horribly. Oh yeah, sorry about that. It is what it is. Man, big and stinky, you've got it all. Okay. But this was 3 months after he's already making these comments, and she's still talking to him. Why? And for those asking how I know it was his actual Discord and not in a person I was talking to, beyond the fact that I read it by mutuals, we always make sure it was valid. Here's our first connection over Twitter, leading up to things going to Discord. Why doesn't she ever post her replies to these comments? Why didn't she post her reply to this? Why does she always cut it off right after the last weird thing he says? You ever notice that? You ever notice that she always cuts it off at that point? I'm so curious, like... Okay. And for those asking, take care, Emily. This behavior is unacceptable, and Chugga Conroy needs to be held accountable. What the fuck? I'm sorry. Wait, okay. Aside from the guy being like autistic as fuck, so what is happening here that's bad? Or what? I'm curious. Why? Like, what happened? Is she a minor? Or like, was he her boss? Or like, and more importantly, what was her shoe size? I think it's the only real bad thing is that he cheated on his GF. He's cheating on his wife and being a creep. Okay, but like, Why not just like block him? I'm so confused about all of this. Who is this person? 67,000 followers. She calls it sexual harassment? I mean, like, I feel like we would need to see her replies when he's being kind of creepy, because she always cuts it off when he says something creepy. Like, what was her response to this? I'm also so... I want to know how many shoes he sent her. And I want to know the total cost. I need to know these two things. I really want to know. The 10 unanswered messages are crazy, though. Yeah, I agree with that. That's like super cringe, 100%. Reply, you can bully her. It's time to get active on Twitter. You know what? Based and true. Did she at least send the shoes back? His response. Oh boy. Hey, I want to say I'm sorry to Emily and to you, our community. I apologize for my mistake of overstepping the boundaries of our friendship and causing her to hurt in the process. This will not happen again. I'd rather have time to collect my thoughts. What is even... Okay, this is fucking stupid. Okay, I'm done. I'm good. Okay. Her final response. Ari, the apology. While I'm not sure if I fully accept, I do wish you the best in growing from this. I find the framing of this as a simple mistake concerning. So far, I've talked to half a dozen women who have shared similar stories. I hope your future apology acknowledges that. This isn't just an isolated incident with me, but a pattern of behavior with several women over the course of the past decade. I hope you're willing to own up to the fact and re-examine the ways you interact with your fans, with your peers, and women in general. This person is an abuser. This person, this lady Emily person, is 1,000,000% an abusive, manipulative, gaslighting piece of shit. I can already tell, 1,000,000%. This was the story of a poor autistic man who just loved big stinky feet, and she abused his trust to get free shoes, and then blew him up on the internet when he stopped selling her Reeboks. I bet she asked for Yeezys, and he said, it's outside of my budget, and she decided to blow him up on Twitter. 100%. The problem I have is if it is a manipulative keeping people on the hook thing, then I think it is making the problem worse by mind-fucking losers when they are desperate for validation. I view it like guys pretending to be a girl's friend just for clout or an option, but they don't care about the friendship. It feels gross. In these cases, I think there is a responsibility to tell someone that it isn't okay to maintain about. Yeah, of course. You can't sit there and collect on a good thing from somebody when you know that they're pushing for a thing you don't want to give, but you keep taking, like, that's like you're taking advantage of someone. You're manipulating someone, which it sounds like is what she was doing. But I also don't have more information, so, maybe he was no, I mean, well, I was gonna say maybe he was engaged in more bad behavior, but I don't know why she wouldn't leak that. But cringe. Read the comments to this thread. Wait, hold on. What do we got? I'm not going to get into this too much because I'm just going to get annoyed. It's cool, man. Rather than directly tell you she was uncomfortable, she refused to step and set boundaries. You should learn to take a hint, but you never violated consent. This is true. Yeah, the guy definitely should have taken a hint. The absence of a yes is a no. Consent by its very nature has to be informed and enthusiastic. If they don't explicitly, unambiguously say yes, they're saying no. I like kind of agree with this for sexual interactions, especially with like meek people. But it's Discord DMs, bro. It's Discord DMs. How are you so meek and so unconfident and so unable to like say no, but you had no problem giving a PO box or an address to ship shoes to? It can't be both. It can't be both. Couldn't she block him on Discord? Yeah, I don't know. Or just stop responding at all. I don't know. Okay. Guts Original. How's my favorite simp for MamaMax? This is your daily reminder YouTube chat. And make sure you have a Greta weekend. Good one. Jesus. Okay. Did we want to read this? We were supposed to finish this soda stream. Let's finish this real quick.
This justification has been used to dox Camden's mother and swing his audience of rabid enough to abuse same correct? Oh yes, that was real. Oh man, allegations are evidence. Our professional P-word hunter has gone to the same law school as Flamenco.
No, Hassan. We'll get there, okay?
Yes, your ears do not deceive you. A man who himself has been accused of abuse by 5 of his former friends and exes. Max believes that spoken word testimony is more than enough to make the claims he's made here. This justification has been used to dox Camden's mother and swing his audience of rabid abuse survivors in her direction. According to Spencer, Camden's mother had absolutely no knowledge of Spencer living in her home for the entirety of the 4 months she was there. According to Spencer, Camden does not even live with his mother currently. There is no acceptable excuse why Camden's family was doxed and swing his audience of rabid abuse survivors in her direction. According to Spencer,
wait, why did this just rewind? The fuck?
Camden's mother had absolutely no knowledge of Spencer living in her home for the entirety of the 4 months she was there. According to Spencer, Camden does not even live with his mother currently. There is no acceptable excuse why Camden's family was doxxed and maliciously targeted by MamaMax. While discussing this case, there have also been real concerns at who Max refers to each time he talks about lawyers.
Okay, so look at what I just sent you.
Yeah, you sent me a ChatGPT prompt, not a fucking legal definition.
Can testimonies, if they're enough from multiple people, count as evidence in court? Yes, testimonies when multiple people can count as evidence in court. Wait, why do you guys do this? Don't type ChatGPT because it auto-mutes you in my chat. I hate people that bring up ChatGPT. I hate it. It's a scourge.
Definition.
I mean, we can argue legal semantics all we want.
No,
We're not lawyers.
Semantics. We have to look at exact definition, Max. You're going in with evidence that can't be 100% corroborated. You're going in with allegations as an evidence.
Why are we talking to your lawyer, ChatGPT, right now? Like, what the fuck is going on?
You know, if I make a video on this, this is what I have to work with. How do you honestly think I can take your side? Logically, if tomorrow I was like, oh, where's Max getting his legal definitions? Oh, ChatGPT. Well,
ChatGPT understands the legal system.
While I fully believe that MamaMax is speaking to legitimate lawyers in some capacity, sending us something like this to explain his position is absolutely absurd, and I find.
Here is the thing to bury MamaMax, okay? Ready? I know he doesn't have this. If MamaMax is legitimately talking to lawyers, one, the easy thing would be, can you send a receipt for a consultation fee? And two, if you're really talking to lawyers, show us a receipt for a retainer. That you've actually like hired one and you're retaining their services and you're actively working through something. I bet he can't provide either of those.
find it funny that he wants us to take him seriously. Quite possibly the biggest bombshell in regard to the Camden case, and no, shockingly it wasn't the allegations or evidence thing, is that MamaMax hasn't even seen all of his own evidence yet.
You are putting words in my mouth.
I'm not putting words in your mouth. That's what you said. You said you only verified Spencer's evidence. You didn't even properly analyze or timeline the evidence of the other victims. That's not putting words into your mouth. That's literally...
Okay, can you allow me to clarify them?
Sure, clarify this, please.
I am in the server where they are posting evidence. Not all of them have walked me through what the evidence is as to what the context is.
Okay, so you can't verify the evidence then?
What does that mean I can't verify it?
You can't verify if what they're posting is legitimate.
It means that there's a much larger issue here. Not only do we have no idea what's going on, it seems like you don't know what's going on.
I do know what's going on. I don't know the complete story.
You're the complete story. That's your job, just to get the complete story out there. You understand how crazy this sounds?
That is what we are working on.
Why did they come to you? I don't understand.
It's been 2.5 years. What are you working on?
You clearly have never done anything like this before.
And that is why I've been asking for help, Nick.
Why the hell did you make a statement of fact calling somebody a pedophile when you couldn't even properly walk?
Are we going to keep arguing this?
Yes!
Yeah, we are. We have to keep arguing it because you clearly don't understand the ramifications of what you're doing to this.
Because you're setting it up for the guy who potentially molested and abused tons of women to take the money you've given these victims in court in a civil case.
I'm going to tell you right now, I actually believe the victims. I think that there is some malfeasance involved, but how you've handled this case and how you've been doing this call so far, you know who has grounds to sue you? You know who has some credibility to win now? It's Camden.
Not only is this guy not going to go in jail, you're going to end up paying him, bro. You get money.
Do you want to read what you read to me earlier?
Yeah, this case is a shit show. It feels like every single answer creates 10 more questions. But what I refer to as an unacceptable negligent failure on the part of MamaMax, some others might try to dismiss as mistakes or being in over his head. So we're gonna have to go deeper, which is fine for me because these things are usually 4 to 6 feet deep anyways.
Corpse. I know you have nothing to do with this, but with all of your power, influence, and the favor you owe me, I just couldn't help myself. Remember when you reached out after years of not speaking to me while I was at the hospital tending to my sick girlfriend, and you kept trying to rush me home to do you a huge favor? So how about you do me the fucking favor this time and talk about something besides yourself for once? It will give you a good look.
I legitimately have no idea why people are surprised. This guy literally does this every single year. He does weird shit like this every single year. This was another video about predators. Max clout begging is not something new for this case. In reality, Max has been doing this for years in his stupid fake voice. In fact, a lot of the creators he had on board jumped ship after the hashtag pick-a-side YouTube fiasco just last year.
Susan.
Oh, I remember that video too. We watched that. I think that was that our first introduction to him, or was it the weird accusation video beforehand? That pick-a-side shit? Oh god, that was so cringe.
Jisky, stop fucking lying to us every time you have to give a statement. Either do something good for this site once in your fruitless life, or step the fuck down.
Dude, I think that's why she quit. You got him.
You gonna talk about the YouTube controversy? Is it the whole pick-a-side thing? I said this about the last thing he did. I think that's the absolute worst way of going about anything ever.
Look, Max being a cringy clout demon is already common knowledge for most, and not really worth investigating further for this video. I just wanted to point this out for newcomers. The real tea on Max's history is related to his previous investigations. Since Max is representing at least 8 survivors currently, how many predators has Max put away in the past?
Is there any proof or evidence that MamaMax has not just got anyone charged or prosecuted? Is there any proof that he's even got anyone arrested that we can see?
Well, 2 years ago we spoke, and he claimed a man by the name of Pablo Sonny was arrested.
I don't give a shit if my video comes back up. It did what it needed to do. The rapist that was in the video is currently in police custody.
Was that as a result of your video, or was that prior to the video?
Yes, it was because of the video.
Oh, it's Tom, the kid. He was like a baby, 18 or 19 back then.
Asked him to come back, or he went on his own volition, or they forced him to come back. I don't know any of those details. I just know he went back to Canada and was in police custody for a certain amount of time.
That's all well and good, but Max has been doing this for 5 years, and one single arrest is not really substantial. We also don't really know what happened to that guy. Hardly a success story, wouldn't you say? The main takeaway that I want people to understand is that we don't know how many predators Max has even caught. Look, people can test this, but unfortunately, we just don't know. We don't have proof of how many predators Max has.
To be clear, the answer is probably 0. If there's a charge or a conviction on any child shit like this, I imagine something would have to be public. We should be able to look up some court documents or something, or some story about it, no?
Caught. Do you think that MamaMax has any arrests? Like, do you think he's ever actually gotten a predator arrested?
I have no idea. Obviously, you're gonna say no, right?
You were in one of his videos, right? Like, he had you in a video.
Yeah.
Had you ever, watched his content before you agreed to that?
A little bit, but it was pretty hard for me to get through, honestly.
In one of Max's predator expose videos, the Discord Max infiltrates, quote unquote, isn't real. He created it with footage to retell his story.
Which basically forced my hand into joining these closed-off communities where they could easily get to me.
So basically, he says it's in this roly-poly's Nanakarobi Yoki. But this is his server that he set up. He's the admin or mod for the server because you can see he's got the cog icon. Go to your Discord. If you go to a Discord, you see you won't have that if you're not an admin or moderator. But that means that that's your server. You're the admin. You set that up. And the thing is, what people would argue is like, oh, well, but he's doing that because he's doing it for the sake of the video. And it's like, okay, well, where's the evidence that he did this thing that he's claiming that he did, joining this server and putting, he's out here claiming that he's putting himself in danger.
So now it's just up in the air at how much of Max's predator allegations are actually real. Sure, this detail is largely inconsequential to the story and may appear to just be me reaching. I like to call it laying the groundwork, but nevertheless, Nevertheless, we don't know how much of Max's content he's willing to fake. We just don't know. But the last one is the real damning thing here. A long Reddit post went up that piqued my interest recently. Calm down, H-Bomber guy. I'm gonna credit the dude. Maximum Platypus 69 raised a lot of interesting questions about multiple MamaMax previous videos. Remember, if you think we're reaching, this guy hunts predators. There should not be this many questions about things he might have faked in the video. But the one that stood out to me was Max's video on IMVU.
Fuck, sorry, hold on, I just read another thing. I need a way to like queue up messages I want to respond to so they don't have to interrupt what we're watching when I see something out of the corner of my eye. Cake, Jader, get on it. Oftentimes, women in these situations are afraid to say no because they don't know what the man they're talking to is capable of. Yeah, Emily hasn't been outwardly hostile towards anyone who's rejected him, or Emil, that we're aware of, but many women are still afraid to say no to a man. Listen up, dipshit. This applies to real life situations or situations where you engage with or interact with the man in real life. This doesn't apply to Discord DMs. Get the fuck out of here with this retarded fucking shit. It's scary to say no to a man in person because he might force himself on you anyway. It's scary to say no to a man who works with you or who sees you every day because he might find your house. A person in Discord DMs does not have any of these things. If you're scared in these situations, get a caretaker. You like figure your shit out because this is fucking retarded. Here are the emails between my attorney and the MamaMax legal team. Mr. Stryker, I request an opportunity to speak with you on behalf of my client, Mr. Field. I would like to see if we can reach an informal resolution of issues. However, if you are represented by an attorney, please ask them to respond on your behalf. Who is emailing who here? Between my attorney and the MamaMax legal team. Oh, so Magnetar, who is this guy? Is he suing, trying to, or cease and desist him or some shit, or... Stryker is Max. Mr. Stryker is Max. Okay. Anthony, this just came in. I will take some time to analyze it, so I'm sending it to you now so you can look right away. I also got your emails indicating you had news / memos appears related, as it could not have been pure coincidence that we hear something literally in reply to a 5-month-old email. Unfortunately, no matter how you want to proceed, the next step will be for you to make another retainer deposit. From MamaMax. Dear blank. Hold up here. From MamaMax's email address, we represent Max Stryker, a well-known public figure on YouTube. Why are they emailing from his email address? That sounds really weird. Am I missing something? Why would you ever do that? But we represent Mr. Stryker, a well-known public figure on YouTube. It has come to our attention that your client, Anthony Field, is engaged in a series of defamatory, harassing, and stalking behaviors targeting our client over the past decade. These actions have caused significant harm to our client's reputation and invaded his privacy. Your client's recent activities include, but are not limited to, forwarded, allegedly. Oh, is it forwarded? Creating and publishing a defamatory video on the YouTube channel Magnetar, in which he spread false and harmful information about our client, publicly doxing our blah, blah, blah. Our client has made multiple attempts to resolve this matter privately and through legal channels prior to the creation of the videos in question. However, your client refused to engage in any resolution efforts. Furthermore, our client has disproven Mr. Field's allegations in a response video. In the interest of resolving this matter without legal action, our client is willing to offer the following terms. Your client, Anthony Field, must immediately remove his video and all public posts about our client. Mr. Field must cease all contact with our client. Mr. Field must issue a sincere private apology to our client. Mr. Field must issue a public statement on his channel. In return, upon your client's completion of terms, our client agrees to remove his response video exposing your client's actions, abandon all future projects and documentation related to your client, and drop all contact with your client. These terms have been modified in good faith to facilitate a resolution that is both fair and respectful of both parties' interests. It's a well-written email, I guess. Good job. Client has until June 1st to comply with the above terms. Failure to do so will result in immediate legal action. We look forward to your prompt response. Sincerely, MamaMax legal team? What? What does that mean? Does MamaMax run a multi-million-dollar corporation that has like an in-house private like legal department that are representing him? And what the fuck? Who should I have been telling my lawyer sending CDs? Hey, listen, when you reply to this person, okay, fuck your letterhead, okay, fuck your law firm. Can you just sign this as Destiny's legal team, please? Okay, what the fuck? You don't even have a name of a lawyer attached? Okay, never mind. When I said this was written well, this was probably all just ChatGPT written, huh? Actually, just put Team Destiny. True. I recently received a reply to the email below sent some time ago. In the absence of a named legal representative, I will continue to correspond directly to this address. Please contact me to arrange for a phone call. Dear Mr. Blank, from MamaMax. Thank you for your response to our previous communication. We appreciate willingness to engage in this matter. We wish to clarify a few points to ensure there's no misunderstanding going forward. As previously stated, the terms we presented are non-negotiable. Our client is willing to come to an agreement only if these terms are met in full. Furthermore, all correspondence regarding this matter will continue to be conducted via email. This not only ensures a clear written record of our discussions, but also respects our client's preference for limiting personal exposure in light of the conduct exhibited by your client. Wait, what? Why would you not just have a phone call? Emails are nice for some things, but we understand your request for direct contact with a named legal representative. However, due to the public exposure and behavior exhibited by your client, we are limiting the sharing of personal information beyond what's necessary for legal communication. Dog, what do you think is going to happen if court filings start? You don't think you understand that there's like a petitioner, there's like a respondent, like names are going to be named. If you want to represent something in court, you have to actually, you can't like go in with your internet name. This is retarded. Okay, so this is all fake. He didn't hire a single person. So, I'm sorry. I already said this. Like I said an hour ago, there are no lawyers. He didn't hire anybody. This is all bullshit. 99% of the time on YouTube, when somebody says I talked to a lawyer, what they really mean is they either Googled a question or they've got a friend who has a friend who's a lawyer. Like, hey, do you think I should do this? And like, oh, by the way, I communicated with a lawyer about this. This is retarded. Okay. But we already knew this. I didn't need to see this. I'm unable to correspond with an anonymous party claiming to be a legal representative. Oh, that's the actual lawyer. An attorney must identify themselves per ethical guidelines of the profession in all jurisdictions. While individuals have the legal right to represent themselves, to hold oneself out as an attorney on behalf of another without admission to the bar is unauthorized practice of law. In the absence of an identified attorney, I will operate under the presumption that Mr. Stryker is not represented by counsel in this matter. Dear Mr. Blank, thank you for your latest correspondence. Your client's proposal for a mutual release and non-disparagement agreement was received and reviewed with due diligence. However, we cannot accept it in our current form. Magnetar is watching? Oh. Do you think, I wonder if like the actual, like the real life lawyers have ever had experience with this before, with people like, you get like requests and it's like some guy's like, listen, I'm a YouTuber. And then, and the guy's like, oh God, not YouTubers again. Well, my rate is $750 an hour. Because I already know I'm about to deal with the most autistic shit in the world. Your retainer's going to be 25 grand, okay? Because fuck this. Agreement to terms and conditions. I, Anthony Field, hereby acknowledge and agree to the following terms and conditions as outlined by the MamaMax legal team on behalf of their client, Mr. Stryker. The MamaMax, his in-house, the lawyers that he hired that work for him personally, okay? The in-house legal team here, the MamaMax legal team. I will immediately remove my video and all public posts about Max Stryker and his channel MamaMax from all platforms. Couldn't even send a DocuSign. Had to do a PDF. Cringe. Mr. Stryker, please do not continue to send correspondence under the pseudonym MamaMax Legal Team, as this is a misrepresentation, and the unauthorized practice of law has potential criminal implications. Dear Mr. Blank, thank you for researching. We acknowledge your concern regarding our chosen mode of representation, but we believe it's important to clarify our stance on certain crucial points. Our team is committed to safeguarding the interests, privacy, and safety of our client, Mr. Stryker, given the circumstances surrounding this case. The troubling behavior... Tell me, what is the legal exposure if you give the name of yourself, the attorney who is representing somebody against you? What is the legal exposure? Like, what is even the argument that you could even pretend to be making here? Since your client has not met the stated terms of the given deadline, we've decided to discontinue further negotiations. We insist that Mr. Field and any individual acting on his behalf cease all attempts to communicate with our client's family or acquaintances. We do not perceive any advantage in establishing confidential communications with you or your client at this time. The secret lawyer. Your client's decision to seek legal counsel after our exposure of his questionable actions further substantiates our resolve. What, bro? I thought you were lawyers. If you get lawyers, it must mean you're super guilty. Written by the lawyers. The fuck? Based. There's no way this is even legal. Whether it's legal or illegal, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure if you misrepresent yourself as a licensed attorney to an individual and they hire you for services, pretty sure that's mega illegal. If you were to go to... I wonder if you were to like, do lawyers normally get, Pisco, do lawyers get service on behalf of their clients? Like if somebody was representing me, would they be able to accept service for court docs from me? Is that ordinary or normal? I don't know. I feel like if there's actual like engagement with courts or other clients, I think you could probably get in trouble really quickly. You could get in trouble really quickly by misrepresenting yourself as legal counsel. But if you just say like, oh, I'm a lawyer and I'm representing my friend, and you're communicating with another lawyer and you're not a lawyer, I don't know if that's actually illegal or just dumb. I don't know. I'm not sure. This is the NDA that Max is sending YouTubers to view the evidence. The non-disclosure agreement is entered into as November 18th. Blah, blah, blah. Definition of confidential information. Purposes of this agreement. Confidential information include all information related to the experiences and personal accounts of individuals involved or in relation to the blah, blah, blah. Obligations of recipient. The recipient agrees to maintain the confidentiality, not disclose confidential to any third party without prior written consent. By the way, if you're a YouTuber or whatever, if you break this NDA, like nothing is going to happen to you. This guy doesn't have any money for any legal bullshit or anything. This is fucking retarded. But... my attorney and I had a good laugh at these emails. Sucks I was spending so much money on mine while Max was fucking around. Yeah, rip. I don't remember Mudahar doing anything in his video that broke this NDA, so I don't really think Max has grounds to sue. Bro, there's nothing will happen. It's fucking retarded.
One person's going home.
Chud talking shit.
With the free car. All right,
I mean, probably Max's investigation into Destiny because I made so much money covering it, to be honest.
Dude, that was like your zenith point as an orbiter. You know, he's watched my coverage. Apparently he's gonna finish it today, but he said he thinks that the Magnetar video was a nothing burger.
Wait, is this is the Nick guy? Oh, that we're watching it.
Well, that's probably because he watched it whilst playing a video game and wasn't paying attention.
Based.
I would challenge any person who thinks that video was nothing to watch it with no distractions in full. Not Max's coverage of either, the original video, and come to the conclusion that it's a nothing burger. I mean, there's fucking, stuff that's normally unheard of. You've got police reports fucking shown. You've got MamaMax's messages, which he's confirmed.
Wait, the Destiny thinks what is a nothing burger?
Apologizing for the behavior he's engaged in.
What did he?
Any person who thinks that video.
The Magnetar video was a nothing burger.
The Magnetar video was a nothing burger. Wait, what was the Magnetar video?
Well, that's probably because he watched it whilst playing a video game and wasn't paying attention.
The Go Off Sis video? The girls that accused MamaMax, the original MamaMax allegations. Oh yeah, I did. I feel like that. What were the big accusations that needed to go public? What were they? What did I miss? They just all sounded retarded. That's what I thought I remember hearing. Was it?
I would challenge any person who thinks that video was nothing to watch it with no distractions in full. Not MamaMax's coverage of either, the original video, and come to the conclusion that it's a nothing burger. I mean, there's fucking, stuff that's normally unheard of. You've got police reports fucking show.
Who fucking cares about I could call the police right now and make a police report. Who the fuck cares? Was anybody arrested? I mean, like, what is that?
You've got MamaMax's messages, which he's confirmed, apologizing for the behavior he's engaged in. I mean,
well, look, Chad, if you want
you didn't watch the original video? Oh, maybe I didn't. I don't think I watched the original video. I think I just watched MamaMax's response, I think.
To host the rape review main event, we can do a pay-per-view, and we can have you debate Destiny on the terms of the abuse of women.
I mean, yeah, listen, I feel good about it, but the problem is, Destiny is, he normally would just sit there and play a video game. So it's, tricky to get his full attention, isn't it?
Destiny would not play it.
Okay, damn. He is ultra ass mad about coming into Discord and asking me a question. I mean, like, not really giving a fuck, I think. I'm sorry. Okay, where were we? Sorry. 30 minutes to go. Jesus.
And the agonizing screams of hundreds of my children pleading for justice after their abuse on IMVU. I hear you, and you will go.
I was a victim myself through my teenage years being groomed by females in their mid to late 20s to expose them. Wait, what? Hold on. Wait, what is this game? I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. That's not a joke. My bad.
Go through this alone. No more. We will help you.
If you don't know, IMVU is a 3D avatar social networking application. In this video, Max claimed a user named Casey was exploited by Pablo Sonny. Yes, if you've been paying attention, Pablo Sonny is also coincidentally the only predator that Max was able to get arrested. He claimed it was because of this video. The Reddit poster takes issue with a story of a victim named Casey, whose only friend on IMVU was Pablo. Max claims to have reverse image searched Casey's Naruto profile pic to a YouTube channel. On this YouTube channel, Max claims he miraculously got access to Casey's unlisted videos she posted. I don't think I have to tell you this, but that's really convenient. And I'm going to tell you anyway. We are currently approaching Dream's Minecraft world record Ender Pearl luck on this Predator investigation. But don't worry, there's more. On her account, there was a video titled, "This is where you raped and killed me," that showcased a bloody white sheet in the woods. Maximum Platypus 69 correctly pointed out that the vast majority of Max's abuse survivor audience interpreted this as Casey either being deceased or taking her own life following the unlisted video's release. Max would respond later in a Q&A, and it was really awkward.
Is there an update on Casey? Can you talk about how you got into the account or how you found it? Yeah, that's a bit much.
I can't talk too much about Casey. I don't know what I can and can't say. I will tell you that, yes, she's okay. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, thank God. I didn't even know that. Holy shit. That's something I wanted to actually jump into.
I don't want to, okay, listen. I don't want to overgeneralize, but I'm about to overgeneralize. I feel like 99% of the time people are like vague in all this shit. Is they want to seem like shit is like so much deeper or more, I don't know, more serious than it actually is. I feel like that's almost always the case.
Casey with you about at some point.
Yes, but
thank God.
I'm gonna stop talking about it. There's a lot I want to say about it, but I can't talk about it.
Yeah, we'll respect her privacy too. We'll respect the secrets for now. Thank you, Max, for that very relieving update.
So apparently, Casey is alive, but many have pointed out that aside from Max's spoken word testimony, if you will, there is no concrete proof that Casey ever existed, like at all. Like at the time of Max's upload, Casey's accounts were deleted. Look, it's one thing to recreate a piece of media to tell a full story of what really happened, and it's another to create an entire human being and plop them down in an active predator investigation because you're a filmmaker.
But
wait, so the Casey person just never is that like the current thought? It just never existed? Kind of like fuck, I had a good insult. I forgot his name. The guy that kicked himself in the balls. Like that guy's girlfriend. Peter, was it Peter? I'm so tired. You've made me tired. Fuck, what was his name? Peter Coffin, yeah. Like that guy's girlfriend. We went through that on stream. Do you guys remember that? When he invented that girlfriend? Oh, God.
But what was the cost?
Everything. A teenage girl, known only as the moniker KC157434, takes her own life after being groomed and raped by a man she met on the platform.
Is this okay? Does he have any proof of this at all? Wait, what the fuck?
Is this girl Casey even a real person? He claims in his video that he found her no subscriber YouTube channel through a reverse image search using her profile picture on the game IMVU, where he then hacked this girl's YouTube channel and found an unlisted video called "This is where you raped and killed me," which is a video that shows assumingly Casey filming the site of her rape and has bloody sheets and a pillow in the middle of the woods. So if the narratives are fake, you not only lied about her death, but also that she was raped too, and made up this whole Batman ARG fake story that you had hackers behind the scenes get into her YouTube channel and find this secret encrypted unlisted video that she uploaded days before, like, herself. This is nuts.
Take a look at the post. I'll link it down below. While I will say the OP's evidence is fairly...
So he like, what, he made the YouTube channel up and everything else and made the video and everything else and...
compelling. Much like the other three allegations I have just levied, there is unfortunately no concrete proof that Max is lying or faking anything. But what if there was? What if this entire segment was just backstory for the biggest nuke that I've ever dropped in my 5 years on YouTube? Oh wait, I forgot. Leaked call.
Oh no. Are you dipping too, Max? I'm down to keep talking to you if you have more questions.
Don't be fooled now, you haven't seen anything yet. In fact, any of the 3 upcoming reveals in isolation would be career-ending for really any YouTuber in Max's field. I also think what you're about to see will be fairly shocking to his audience of sexual abuse survivors that he's farmed for cash month after month on Patreon. For that reason, alongside transparency, I will allow the next 8 excruciating minutes to play unimpeded, and I will only rejoin you after Max Striker's reputation has been thoroughly eviscerated. At the 1 minute mark, your mind will be blown. At the 5 minute mark, you'll be thinking it can't possibly get any worse, and around 2.5 minutes later, you'll realize it can, and it is. Enjoy.
Okay, where is Nicholas Day dipshit? Okay, why would you not make that announcement and then end the video here and then make a second 30-minute video and release it the next day on like YouTube Premiere? You could have milked that so much harder. We got big content strategy problems here, Nick. Okay, send me an email. I'll help you maximize your money. All right, that should have been a cliffhanger moment right there.
Recently, people have been saying that your investigations kind of skew the line between fact and fiction because they're finding things that you've created as context for the video. I think people are pointing to the Discord server that you were an admin of when you were showing it. The lawsuit that you changed the name or whatever. How much of what you do is kayfabe and how much of it is legitimately like live? This is the investigation. Here it is.
So the investigations themselves are real, but obviously the films have fictional elements. There's multiple reasons. Like for example, the admin thing on the Discord server, I had to recreate.
Can I just also give one thing here too that are we treating any of this seriously? Am I treating any of this seriously? If we're treating this seriously, okay, fuck, god damn it. Okay, because there's like rape and shit involved. We'll be serious, okay? I have a lot of people come to me every time we do like a big rape review. There's a lot of girls that will DM me and they're like, hey, I think this guy did bad shit. Can you also do my shit? And then there's like a whole process where it's like, okay, well, if you really want me to, you need to tell me what happened. You need to tell me like a couple friends that said what happened. I need to like blah, blah, blah. 99% of people like drop off. I think there have been one or two that I've like kind of pursued further and encouraged them like, hey, you should report this, you should blah, blah, blah. But for the most part, people just don't have anything, okay? If you want to do this type of investigative work and you want to turn it into a game and like turn it into content and make it fun or whatever, like that's
Eve.
What?
What's up?
Oh, hey, hold on. Sorry, fuck. I've still got like 30 minutes on this, so I kind of fucked you. I'm sorry. But I was just saying, I was in the middle of saying like, if you want to do like investigations like this with child predators and you want to have fun and turn it into content and all of that, that's fine. You know, get your paper, boo boo. And if you want, you can even share it with some of the victims and they want to make money on this. But you run the risk in a lot of different ways of potentially completely torpedoing like legitimate criminal complaints that might be made against some of these people if you turn this into a show and then you've got the victims all roped into it. I cannot imagine the fucking horror of a prosecutor and the fucking joy of a criminal defense attorney getting to have this claim be brought in front of him and in negotiations like, okay, so you're telling me that your clients are accusing or have made these claims about my client about this. They're also involved in an alternate reality like role-playing game with another guy who's made false claims in the past, and a lot of the evidence that he's showing publicly is actually completely and totally fabricated, and these accusers are close friends with your client who has a vested interest in blah. Like, if you actually think there's rapists and everything involved here and you're doing all of this shit in public for fun, my guess would be, now I'm not a criminal law guy, I'm not a defense attorney or a prosecutor, so, you know, take what I say the law. My guess would be, though, that you run the risk of severely undermining your case, if not in front of a jury, if not in front of a judge, potentially even in front of a cop who would look at this and go, listen, we understand what you want to do here, but like, I'm sorry, this shit is hella retarded. You've done way too much wacky, weird, retarded shit on YouTube. I don't know if we want to fucking touch this with a 1,000-foot pole because it looks like a fucking, like a retard spree of ARPG shit. That's what it looks like. So I'm just saying, if you really want to do this, remember those girls that made those accusations against the Tates in the UK literally got their shit nuked by the police because they were talking in text beforehand of whether or not they should mention if they were drunk or not. Like, you have to be, you're working against your own interests here. If you're trying to do this. If you really want to help and you really want to do a quote-unquote investigation, basically the most that I would say you could probably do responsibly is tell victims to write down statements, get as many corroborating statements as they can maybe, and then go to police and turn the statements in. Or if you want, you might be able to contact a lawyer first, and they might be able to give you some advice. Although, again, these are criminal matters, not civil. But, like, yeah, don't do this. This whole show and dance in public runs the risk of potentially severely undermining any legitimate criminal complaints you could bring forward. Okay, sorry, what's up?
No, you're good. So you got half an hour left. Have you gotten to the part yet where Max says that Spencer is his old family friend?
Yeah, Jesus.
He's known since he was like a child.
Yeah.
Don't you see that as like kind of a crazy conflict of interest?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and it seems to me like there's another case that they'll get into later in the video where Max accused someone of being a pedophile, who was like his sister's ex-boyfriend or something. Like they had some tie to that, and he didn't actually have any evidence that this guy was a P-word. His only proof was that I say proof very lightly. His sister's friend, I think, had told him over Instagram DMs that it happened, that like he had sexted her when I think this guy Anthony was 18 and the girl was 15. And there was no proof of anything, by the way, like even beyond like the 18-15 thing, really not not that huge of a deal. But there was no proof of it, and Max called this guy a fucking pedophile. And the follow-up to this video, which is hilarious, is that I believe one of the victims, I think it's Spencer, she's threatening Mudahar with a class action lawsuit, saying that she's going to wrangle everybody together to sue him for like ruining her case or something. And if anyone, I think she should be suing Max. for fucking this up so royally. And a good point that Chud Logic brought up is the fact that nobody's like noticed this over this long period of time. There's a part in this video that you probably haven't gotten to yet.
Oh, but you're gonna spoil it for us, aren't you? Yeah.
I'm gonna spoil it. Who gives a shit? Years ago, we had Max. Me and Nick Diorio had Max on our podcast, and we talked to Max about his cases. And we were like, "So, have you actually gotten anyone arrested?" And he was like, "Yes, I've got this guy named Pablo Sunny arrested for real, 1,000%. He's in jail because of my video." We're like, "Okay, that's cool." Today, through this leaked call that Nick reveals, he asked Max if he's ever gotten anyone in jail, and Max is like, "Not to my knowledge." And then Nick is like, "Well, what about this fucking thing you told us about?" And he's
Wait,
like, "Well,
he promised big nukes in 1 minute, 5 minutes. Don't spoil. Fuck you. No more. Anything else you want to talk about? What?
there's a lot of nukes, but that's a good one. But like the whole video is like fucking." Okay, props to Nick Diorio for putting it together. Okay,
Yeah.
the goat.
Wait. I want to see if you agree or disagree with me. Okay. At 43
Okay.
minutes, Nick here says that there's a huge thing in 1 minute. At 5 minutes, it's gonna blow your fucking mind. I think he should have cut the video off here and done a part 2 and premiered it the next day. I think he fucked up. What do you think?
No, I think people's attention span over like multiple video series or like series of videos is kind of low.
Do you think it would be better
I
to
think
have
it's
one
best to
video
put
with
one
like
video.
250,000 views, or do you think it's better to have 2 videos with like 180K views each?
I don't think they would each get 180K. I think it's better to have one video, because then it's all packaged together instead of people having to go find like different videos. Especially in the future, for people who aren't following the story right away, it's going to be more convenient for them to be like, "Oh, there's one video. Just click the one video. You don't have to do your own fucking research on it." You know,
Nick,
you know I'm right.
do it next time. Nick, I'll pay the difference if it doesn't get enough views. Okay, fuck you.
Yeah.
Oh, also,
Well,
Magnetar,
he's obviously-
this guy
he's
is
being
donating my
paid
chat.
by,
He's mad. He says, "Bro, the allegation was I sent a dick pic not having sex with someone. What the fuck?" There you go.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Get shit
Magnetar is the Anthony dude that Max accused or whatever.
Yeah.
So that's the guy. But yeah, that guy got in such deep shit from Max. I think he said if these victims try to sue Mudahar, he would try to sue Max. I'm kind of surprised he hasn't sued Max yet, but that would probably be good.
For what? None of these people,
yeah.
just to be clear, none of these people are suing anybody for anything. There's no cases here for fucking anything. All of this is retarded YouTube drama. All of these people are public figures.
Against Max, there is a case because he apparently got this guy to lose his job because of the shit he said that may or may not have been true. It seems like it wasn't true.
For who lost what job?
This Anthony Magnetar guy, I believe he lost his job because of Max's fans spamming his boss with the allegation of him sending a dick pic to a 15-year-old.
Is that even like actionable? Like, can they prove 100% that like Max wanted this to happen, and then is he like legally culpable for people spamming? I feel like, is there any case ever in the history of the world where somebody's gotten in trouble for that?
Well, here's the thing that Max does do. Max, he always puts a call to action. He'll always say like, find him, find this guy. Who? I mean, it turns out now that apparently.
Sure,
Max
but like,
had
well, I
very
mean, like,
limited
this is
evidence
pretty
of
vague
anybody.
speech. First Amendment, United States. Like, I don't know, maybe. What you know? What he could do though is if he actually gets a real lawyer entertainer, he could just send a cease and desist to Max and like demand some bullshit, and if he doesn't, he'll take him to court. Actually, wait, I don't know if that counts as blackmail or not. If you demand a payment to avoid going to court, or maybe you just file a civil suit anyway and see what happens. I don't know. Good luck.
Yeah. I think no lawsuit will really happen, but yeah, it seems like Max kind of fucked up his credibility. It was weird for me behind the scenes because Max was asking me advice on some of this stuff prior. Like a while ago, he had made me sign some NDA to see like the first schizo video he did, which was like the Joe Rogan, your platform, whatever. And I was like, yeah, it seems kind of schizo. I feel like you need to have more information in there, and he didn't put it in. And later on, I gave him more advice where I was like, you should just stop getting in drama with YouTubers and just, if there is an investigation here, just like make the video about it. But for some reason, he never did that. And he went against the advice of like me, Nick, Mudahar, probably a few other people that I don't know the names of behind the scenes.
Magnetar says that he didn't lose his job. Wow.
He didn't? Wait, what the fuck did Nick talk about?
He's
then?
spamming, just watch the video in all caps. Wow.
Okay, there you go.
There you go. You
There you go.
fucked
Watch
it
the
all up.
video.
Hey, can you do me a favor? Give me a talk with MamaMax, please, okay?
I messaged him asking to have a conversation, and he was like, I will be responding soon. And then yesterday, Nick called into my stream and told me that Max's response was that he announced on his Patreon a new video series. And in that video, he put a meme of Derek Chauvin kneeling on Lorge Lloyd, and Derek Chauvin was Nick, and Lorge Lloyd was Max. And that was like in the video. I don't even know what's going on there, but yeah, I don't know. Max seems like he fucking lost his mind. Base though, but he lost his mind a little
Well, I
bit.
mean, it kind of seems like he's lost his mind for a while. As soon as he started pretending he was Jigsaw on the internet, going after child predators, it seems like you're all in a weird world. But yeah,
Yeah. Wait, did you see the part when he was like, He said he was messaging like this pedophile, and he was like, "I sent the pedophile a picture of my ass. Yes, that is my ass." And he like wore leggings and like tried to make his butt look big
Jesus
in the
Christ.
fucking picture.
That was on the screen. I missed it. So
It's so fucking funny. That's what we should start doing. Wait, never mind. That's not based.
I'll DM you after.
Yeah. Okay. Enjoy the video though.
Okay. Bye.
Created. Yeah, that was a recreation because I didn't have the originals. The IMVU thing, I wasn't. I don't know why people are saying I like it's a film. Like I am presenting it as if it were to be real, but I didn't think people would take it as that. Like,
but wait, you hunt files. You don't think that people are going to think your videos are real?
So that's the thing. So I want everyone, when you watch my video, to assume everything is fake, except like when I show a people's face and what they're doing. Like, because obviously that's all.
Oh shit! Oh sorry. I know I said unimpeded. My bad.
Wait, hold on. And what they're doing. Like, you watch my video to assume everything is fake, except like when I show a people's face and what they're doing. Like, because obviously that's all.
Oh sorry. Sorry, I know I said unimpeded. My bad. Won't happen again.
So I want everyone, when you watch my video, to assume everything is fake, except like when I show a pedo's face and what they're doing. Like, because obviously that's all real. And that's why we include like Mega Drive links to show like this is the full evidence. This is all real. Everything else should be considered fake, whether it's real or not. Like, if I'm sending viruses to a pedo, whether that's fake or real, that's on purpose, because I don't want people to know if I'm actually sending viruses to pedos, because that's implicating myself.
Okay.
What?
So, I guess the next logical question from there is just asking, because now it's come up saying like, well, you've never been to court. What have you done? What is the most substantial outcome of a predator hunt that you've done? What is the final nail in the coffin? You're like, if you had to go tell somebody, oh, what do you do? What does Max Stryker do? What's your proudest moment?
Honestly, the hunting pedos isn't my proudest aspect. The thing I'm proud of is inspiring those who are CSA survivors to fight back.
With knives? What do you mean?
That is my goal.
Have you ever gotten someone arrested?
If I have, then I don't know it.
You went on my podcast to tell me that you got someone arrested and it was because of your video, just to be clear. Would you like to re-answer that question?
I've been emailed stuff like, hey, you got this guy arrested, congratulations.
You went on and you said, this guy was arrested, it was because of me, it was because of my video. And you told me that 2 years ago.
It's kind of egotistical of me to say. That was my video that did it. I don't know that for sure.
But then you said recently that he fled to the Philippines. So was Sonny ever arrested? Pablo Sonny? Did that ever even happen?
Yes, he did. All we know is that his last location we picked him up from was Mexico. Whether he fled to the Philippines or not, we don't know. We just know he has family there, and that's the most likely destination they would go to, just because.
But he was so he was arrested. That was.
Pablo Sonny? I don't think so. I think he got away.
Dude, what the fuck?
Yeah, if he was arrested, I have no idea.
Why did you tell me he was arrested? You said Pablo Sonny was arrested and my video did it. Why did you lie to me on my show?
Do you have a clip of that?
Yes. It's in something I've been currently editing.
Yeah, send it to me.
Okay, give me 2 seconds. I think there's even a video on YouTube. Actually, can you just jump in the screen share? I'll just pull it over. Because somebody archived it.
I guess I can hear stuff, but I can't see anything.
That's all you need because the visual is a drawing. This is the 2 clips, contrasting clips of Pablo Sonny. What is your primary goal? Is that them? There's no. What's your other?
Well, I guess the question is like the next getting at is like, okay, so you want to enact this change. What do you hope is the eventual result of your video?
Okay.
Of all this.
So I know there's people out there saying I'm doing it to self-serve. I just want my video back up. I don't give a shit if my video comes back up. It did what it needed to do. The rapist that was in the video is currently in police custody. And
was that as a result of your video, or was that prior to the video?
Yes, it was because of the video. The video was about IMVU and this one predator. I made it about him and him alone.
IMVU is a game, right? You played the game and you exposed this guy.
Yes.
Do you mind walking me through the chain of events that led from your video to him being imprisoned?
Yeah, so I dropped the video. The end of the video is a call to action. Usually all my videos are a call to action, like find him, and we did.
So in this case, find him meant like you didn't know who he was. You wanted his doc so he could go to jail.
All we had was his face and his voice.
Right.
And out of that, I said find him, and then within 24 hours, we found him. And then I started social engineering all of his friends to give me his information, and they did. And then we pegged him. He fled to Mexico.
Social engineering his friends to give me his information, as in like DM'd him and said, hey, where does this guy live? What?
Mexico. We found where he was in Mexico. I don't know if the police, he was from Canada, so I don't know if the police asked him to come back.
As all terrible people are.
I don't know if the police asked him to come back or he went on his own volition or they forced him to come back. I don't know any of those details. I just know he went back to Canada and was in police custody for a certain amount of time.
So you lied?
So that was what I was told through Instagram posts when I was in contact with his friends.
You didn't remember that until I showed you the clip? You didn't remember that like this is your biggest crown achievement that you got a pedophile arrested?
I didn't remember the details, no. I just remember he fled to Mexico, all the police custody shit. That was only shit I was told. I couldn't verify any of that.
So you just got on stream and told everybody it was me. I did it. MamaMax, #1.
Yeah, that's not cool. You can let people know I think that.
Thank you. So that was one of the major points of contention. Last question. This is an ethical question, one of my favorite types of questions. In your previous investigations, what have you done to ensure that the evidence you're passing over to police is sufficient to get, prosecution? And what precautions do you take to make sure it's usable in a court of law?
So with Wayne's probably the best one. I mean, we literally had him in a voice call. Like, it's like the Mega Drive. Like, it's literally us saying we're 14 years old. He's saying, yeah, I want to see your pussy. I want to see, like, I want you to ride me and shit like that, to what he thinks is a 14-year-old. And we verified that by telling him, like, I don't know, I'm young, I don't know, I'm only 14. I think that should be sufficient to put him in prison. But
really? Don't you? I feel like you have to, I'm trying to think of, I think there is actually, hold on, I'm trying to think. Is there a criminal charge for talking sexually to minors on the internet? I know that if you proposition them for sexual activity, I think that is illegal. Obviously, child pornography is illegal. If you're like talking dirty or sexting like a minor, is that actually like an illegal criminal thing? Wow, damn Gina, thanks for the 10 gifted subs. I don't know if that counts as solicitation or not. I wonder if you can get like, if you can actually criminally charge somebody with solicitation for like an online conversation like this. Like, I wonder if anybody's ever been charged with solicitation. Solicitation of minor, criminal charge. Remember that Ritter guy? I don't. Oh wait, he was on the Fresh and Fit, right? If an individual solicits and then travels to meet with a minor, he or she can be charged with a second-degree felony which carries the potential. That's penalties for solicitation of a child in Florida. In my state, it's only if they make plans to meet up. Yeah. I don't know if this would be like sufficient information to actually like charge somebody with a crime. Maybe it is. I'm not sure.
Only 14. I think that should be sufficient to put him in prison. But the law says otherwise, I suppose, because as far as I know, he hasn't been imprisoned, and people have been I received an email that someone was going to talk to the deputy about why he hasn't been arrested. And I'm also actually going to start interviewing police local to me as to why pedophiles don't get arrested, because I know they all want to arrest them.
Wait, so he has no idea? He doesn't even fucking know like what's legal or illegal? Why is he trying to get to like what is he even trying to get evidence for? He doesn't even know what the law is. This guy's like a pedo hunter. Shouldn't he have like all these things memorized like a libertarian? What the fuck?
It's just the law binds them.
So you've never actually...
The law binds them? The law... I want cops to act differently, but they're bound by the law. Yeah, I mean, they're cops. What do you mean?
I'm also actually...
What do you think they're asking to do? Kill minorities? Come on, bro. They got a rule book to follow.
I'm going to start interviewing police local to me as to why pedophiles don't get arrested, because I know they all want to arrest them. It's just the law binds them.
So you've never actually gotten a pedophile arrested?
Not to my knowledge.
So your content is just making fun of pedophiles online?
I suppose, like I said, my biggest goal is to inspire survivors to fight back. And if I can do that, then I feel like I've done an adequate job.
So as it turns out, it was never a question of conviction. No wonder Max has never been to court before. In his 5 years of playing dress-up predator hunter, Max was never even able to secure so much as an arrest. As it turns out, all you need to be a distinguished predator hunter on YouTube is to farm inadmissible evidence by pretending you're a minor and sexting those predators. In fact, let the record show, we can count at least one time Max has sent pictures of his own ass to perverts online so they can record themselves beating off to it. But we can't count at least one time Max has investigated a predator that has led to an arrest.
I could not get his name, his personal social media, and above all else, I could not get his face, at least until I sent him a picture of my ass.
Oh shit!
Yes, that is my actual ass. So why don't you go to Patreon and support me sending my ass to pedophiles, ruining their pitiful little lives after my ass makes them horny enough to send me a picture of their face that I then publish to all of you.
Somebody get this guy's Patreon. We need to fund this operation more. So just to clarify, the vast majority of Max's content is fake. He's flabbergasted that you stupid viewers thought it was real. He's also lied about getting arrested to try to bolster his credibility in the past, and he can't even keep his story straight now. Finally, when asked what he does to make sure his investigations are ethical and could lead to prosecution, Max more or less confirms that he's a content vigilante with no ethical framework for serious stories. I hope now it's become evident why he responds so dramatically to the slightest criticism. Max is a liar. Max is a con artist, and now everyone knows it.
Is there a single person that MamaMax can point to that he can claim conclusively was arrested as a result of one of his investigations or reports?
Have you ever gotten someone arrested?
If I have, then I don't know.
If you actually watched his other videos, like the one on IMVU,
I'm so rad. I told you guys. You guys doubted me. All these like pedo hunter people are just fucking weird. I bet he was getting off to it the whole time. Guaranteed. Please don't contact me. MamaMax's legal team.
he tried to do the exact same thing.
Because it's a scam. Because it's a scam.
Tommy, did you know that he claims he got one person in jail, but he won't reveal their identity?
Yes, because it's a scam.
The IMVU thing, I wasn't. I don't know why people are saying like it's a film. Like I am presenting it as if it were to be real, but I didn't think people would take it as that. Like, so I want everyone when you watch my video to assume everything is fake, except like when I show a pedo's face and what they're doing.
What bothers me is your answer right there. You've been doing this for 5 years and you don't know how the process goes. How
I've
many
never
people
been
have you
caught.
actually caught?
I've never been caught.
Oh, well then shit, that makes sense then. There you go, folks.
I'm glad
you're a vigilante for views only. You're a vigilante for views only.
So you've never actually gotten a pedophile arrested?
Not to my knowledge.
So your content is just making fun of pedophiles online?
I suppose, like I said, my biggest goal is to inspire survivors.
It did what it needed to do. The rapist that was in the video is currently in police custody. And it
Was that as a result of your video, or was that prior to the video?
Yes, it was
Okay.
You went on and you said, this guy was arrested, it was because of me, it was because of my video.
It's kind of egotistical of me to say that it was my video that did it. I don't know that for sure.
But then you said recently that he fled to the Philippines. So was Sonny ever arrested? Pablo Sonny? That ever even happened?
Pablo Sonny? I have no idea. I don't think so. I think he got away.
I'm using you to deflect criticism. I am still getting criticism. Bro, how are they shielding me? Not shielding me from anything. I am still getting criticism.
People have been playing that card for so long. I use survivors to shield from criticism. I've never shielded myself from. I almost always just get criticism. Well, I'm asking why you did not directly contact me, but contact us only in public streams.
Actually, I've seen you got caught up with this whole situation. I have texted you.
What it felt like seeing him on streams.
You went on with...
Hold on, can you put Max on for a second?
I'm right here.
That was snaky as dude. Oh, I'm coming after you, Woodhart. Stand back. Spencer, can you tell him what you felt? You are literally just a little snake hiding behind her, dude. That's disgusting.
Listen to me?
The majority of MamaMax's die-hard audience are sexual abuse survivors, and he's currently taking advantage of them. It's the perfect grift, really. Why would you criticize a guy who's going after predators? Why would you put in work to do it right?
These people aren't even good at lying. They lie like little children. Yeah, I know. Like, why not? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm arrogant. I feel like you could invent this way better, right? Like, if you decided that you wanted to do this, why not create some fucking accounts, get them to actually do fucked up shit on Discord with each other, and then, like, at least have your first 1 to 3 stings just be completely fabricated. But, like, be in control of all the accounts yourself. You can, like, point to shit. Like, why not do this?
That doesn't pay well. Just blame the police. I mean, people already hate the police, right?
I don't want to wait for the bureaucracy of law.
Like, you should be able to point to at least, like, 1 or 2 fake cases that you've busted before you, like, try to fake everything else, you know? I don't know.
Enforcement to take their time when it's already been 7 years with multiple reports. Like, that's ridiculous, and that's also why we're taking them to court as well, because this is absurd.
Keemstar, remember when you were making out with your first girlfriend and you came right as she touched your leg? It was me. I jerked you off at super speed so it seemed like you nutted at just a woman's touch.
There's one more topic on the docket that we need to discuss. I mentioned
I don't even know what anymore.
earlier that Max's exes and former friends have come together to accuse him of abuse. This is not something I feel equipped to discuss at this moment in time, and that would be for a separate video by a separate creator. What I can talk about is the allegation that Max levied against the video's creator, Magnetar, before his real name became known as Anthony Field.
Anthony Field, Haley's boyfriend, Magnetar on YouTube, the one who published this video on me.
Anthony has essentially had his life ruined by MamaMax. The call out led to his job getting bombarded, and the emails received. Anthony has essentially had his
$480 an hour. God damn. That's an expensive lawyer.
His life ruined by MamaMax.
Is he? Oh, wait, is he Canadian?
The call out led to his job getting bombarded, and the emails received.
Message is concern for you. He sent naked pictures to a freshman when he was a sophomore at age of 18. He sent naked pictures to a freshman when he was a sophomore at age of 18. What does this mean? A sophomore in college? And he sent it to a freshman in high school? How old was she? What is even happening here? He's currently leaving all the information on the internet because of this. I found the name of this organization through his deleted LinkedIn profile. I'm going to do a report on this and press on the press that there is a pedophile working for your organization. It's 24 hours have passed and there's been no update from this organization.
Were disgusting. It's one thing to be falsely accused by
Found out from your girlfriend live in the same area. I became my I just applied to Jesus.
Some loser online. Like
Sophomore at high school? Wait, so it was a sophomore and a freshman at high school and he was... Wait, what the fuck?
I'm Alex, and it's another thing for a respected predator hunter to make claims he is completely unable to prove against you. The allegations levied by Max are completely...
Sorry, I think he was held back 2 years. Jesus.
He is completely unable to prove against you. The allegations levied by Max are completely unsubstantiated by his own admission. The only people who claim to have seen the unobtainable proof of this interaction occurring is an undisclosed girl and Max's own sister. Max has every reason to slander this person, as they are the vessel of the allegations being made against him. Ignoring Max's previously unknown history of lies, I'm still going to need to see more proof than my sister's friend told me this occurred. The reality is, Max's credibility alone carried this allegation.
Now, it turns out that the guy who orchestrated the video
might be right?
Might be we sent out
Where does it end? Where does the cycle end?
Like, and apparently, was this a White House interning with Obama or something? Like, that was this whole weird arc in there.
Yeah. Because me and my girlfriend were like, we know Max, so it's like, we just want to know this whole thing. And you got to imagine, like, if you're the guy running these things and you have a possible history.
I mean, to be honest, looking at it from his perspective, Max is this guy who obviously has a chip on his shoulder and hates this dude, right? And he's making videos about catching He's just scared that one of the videos will be about him. So he's trying to discredit Max first.
Imagine that. The projection. It's almost...
Oh, no. These guys are hardcore jump to conclusions. Oh, no. Mutahar, no.
Well, at best, it made people like myself second guess looking into these allegations those 5 girls made and Anthony published. At worst, people like Mutahar and his co-host took Max's words, insinuated they could be valid off of no substantial evidence, and echoed them, effectively shutting down the story and further harming Anthony's reputation. I would like to personally apologize to Anthony for not looking further into Max back then. Maybe we could have salvaged this situation, and maybe we could have saved the current 8 girls a lot of trouble. I am, however, proud that we could get Magnetar and Mutahar together, just to hash out their differences. It is worth noting that Camden Gerard Davis's alleged abuse victim Spencer, who's also Max's roommate and friend, who's also friends with Max's sister, who's also friends with Anthony's alleged victim, claims that Anthony dressed up like a student after graduating to eat lunch at school with freshman girls. Oh, and because this is MamaMax, of course there's no evidence of that either. The dude apparently dressed up in a school uniform, snuck in multiple times, and not a single person snapped a picture of him. Nice. So this one
allegedly happened when I was 18 at White House and she was 15, 16 in high school. What do you mean 18 at White? Were you working in the White House, or is there a college called White House, or... There's proof of Cade on Facebook still. Max had proof and didn't use it for no reason. This let Cade private everything and hide. I have what's left from battery acid. Okay.
I'm saying there's multiple things against Anthony Field. For me, I feel comfortable saying he is a...
At Destiny. I was an intern. Okay.
I don't feel he could do anything to me legally for saying that, because if he were to, the girl who made the testimony would come forward and testify.
So she has his dick pic and has timestamps of when it was sent. That's real. That exists.
He does not have his dick pic.
So what does she have that she could come forward with?
Just her memory. But
wait, so you don't think that you could?
Oh my god.
Legally be held liable for the statements you're making if he were to sue you because you have someone who can come forward and tell you it happened?
Well, I am just documenting what she said.
No, you are calling him a pedophile.
Correct. And to be able to successfully sue me for defamation, he would have to prove that I am lying, which I am not, because the girl is real and she sent me those DMs.
Now the serious stuff is out of the way.
Oh, so funnily enough, the only part of the legal system that MamaMax is actually correct about is MamaMax is actually right there. That's, well, assuming that this Magnetar guy is like a public figure, you do have wide range to make a bunch of crazy fucking claims about people who are public figures. This is why I said nobody's getting sued here for defamation or any dumb shit like this, because all these people are like semi-public figures, and it's all going to be actual malice standard, and like actually suing for defamation is going to be fucking impossible. Like, it's just retarded to even, nobody's doing that here yet.
Does anyone remember the time that MamaMax tried to shield his beat?
The best you can do is like shoot a cease and desist and try to scare him into shutting the fuck up and hope that it works. But at the end of the day, these are really, 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 really hard cases to prove.
And she sent me those DMs.
Now the serious stuff is out of the way. Does anyone remember the time that MamaMax tried to shill his beats to Anthony Fantano? Well, as it turns out, MamaMax made an entire song about how he wants pedophiles to perform oral sex on him. Initially, this segment was just going to be cut from my video, but then I got an idea.
Hey buddy, did you hear the news? It's track reviews.
Hey, hi, and hello, everyone. Anthony Fantano here, internet's busiest music nerd. Hope you're
Max claimed that he had Magnetar's dick pic before on a stream also. Oh, well, if he's knowingly, openly lying about stuff like that, then maybe, actually.
doing well. The man, the myth, the rage legend, as everyone knows, he has a brand new LP coming out just around the corner. He is being a bit mysterious about its drop per usual, but we know it's close because he's putting out new indie ace.
Even now, I don't know how such evil sins can be allowed.
Poll is out. How do you feel about the track? Do you love it? Do you hate it? Let it be known in the poll. It's a little washed out, so it's difficult to say what exactly it is or how many pieces it's made of. All I know is with the beat, it makes for a pretty hypnotic combination.
Sorry, one more interjection.
Wait, was Fantano like a big supporter of this guy?
I had to look this up because I remembered it and I couldn't believe this was true, but Max actually reached out to me to ask if I wanted to be put in a group chat because he was dropping something that was going to make waves in the community, and it was fucking this. It was literally this song. Like, this diss track on Pios was going to blow the airwaves wide open. I'm done.
It's at this point one of the more weird and eyebrow-raising lines pop out on the entire track.
Oh no.
Anthony Fantano, MamaMax, forever.
In conclusion, this video proves that
Anthony Fan.
Look.
Tano, MamaMax, forever.
In conclusion, this video proves that Max Stryker is a complete and total fraud. His persona MamaMax is a freak who does not help children prosecute their abusers. He hunts predators online as a soldier of fortune. He lies about his accomplishments to bolster his credibility. He manipulates his audience of abuse survivors by not disclosing large portions of his content are completely fake, and he uses credibility he never deserved in the first place to silence and ruin other people's lives. Just look at how he treated Tommy C. The man was Max's first real persistent critic, and during the videos he was supposedly hunting predators. Max took time out of his day to... The man was Max's first real persistent critic, and during the video...
That's how you know you're fucked. When Bo Blacks is on your side, you know you're fucked. Unless you're criticizing Pokemon, because he's obsessed with hitting Pokemon. You know you're fucked when Bo Blacks is siding with you.
He was supposedly hunting predators. Max took time out of his day to create a QR code campaign about Tommy and talk about sexually dominating him. The stuff on screen right now is completely psychotic, and even more so with the information we now know about how fraudulent Max's activities have been. I mean, look at the comments. Look at what people said to Tommy, just because he spoke up and questioned the current narrative. MamaMax does not deserve anyone's support. MamaMax does not deserve a second chance. This is not a community that can offer one. This is a malicious person who preys on his supporters. He is the predator to them. To the girls Max is helping fight against Camden Gerard Davis, you claim to have escaped one cult. Don't be foolish now and fall into another. And MamaMax, this part is me, speaking directly to you. I know you, Max. I know how you operate. My friends and I know what you're about to say, so we have to spell it out for you. Yo, John Swan, drop the bass.
Though we are different, we are all the same. Because above all else, there's one thing that holds us together. We don't like P-words!
Camden Gerard Davis is a child predator that has molested hundreds of children under the pretense of a vampire werewolf cult. It's absolutely crucial that we spread awareness of it.
Camden Gerard Davis.
Wait, oh no! Wait, did Chad and everybody else get roped into this dumb shit too, or?
Time is up. He's about to be exposed.
Camden Gerard Davis.
Or no, wait, Camden is the name of the dude. No, wait, never mind. Fuck me. I'm not even following names of this. This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life. Who are these people?
Actually crucial that we spread awareness of it.
Camden Gerard Davis' time is up. He's about to be exposed.
Camden Gerard Davis, you're going.
Cut that out of the video, August.
To jail.
There is a pedophile pretending to be a vampire. So if you come across Cameron Gerard Davis, be sure to contact MamaMax immediately in order to get this guy arrested for charity fraud.
What's that, Camden? What? Who are you? Someone in my chat was just talking about you. Thank you for the prime.
We are real.
Hey Camden, Jared Davis. Should I see you? Don't feel depressed just because you're a vampire werewolf and people are saying mean to you. A Leviathan will come for your enemies. Getting paid.
Camden Gerard Davis.
Okay, wait, hold on. So the original black vampire guy, what is the verdict on him then? That he was probably kind of creepy, but we don't actually know? Or what was the original vampire dude? What do we have, like, what happened with that? He's just a loser? Yes, who knows? He's weird. No evidence. We don't know if he exists. We have no proof. We don't even know shit about him and where he is at now. I asked the same thing. He whacked off to MamaMax's booty pics. Mama claims they found him.
This is a stupid name, and he gets no fucking bitches, you vampire piece of shit!
We are real, Camden Gerard Davis. Whatever you may or may not have done, I'm not really sure.
Camden Gerard Davis. Those teeth are fake. They make you look stupid. And there's no such thing as black vampire.
Camden Gerard the completionist. Where's the charity money? The Leviathans are coming for you.
How's it going, everyone? Here in my garage. I want to give a quick shout out to Cameron Pro Jared the completionist. Shout out to you, my dude.
The time for action is now. MamaMax needs our help. Camden Gerard Davis. MamaMax needs our help.
Well, hello, Camden Gerard Davis. So I've been told to roast you
Is
because
this that Hassan Orbiter? Am I crazy?
you wear werewolf teeth, and I guess you think that's cool. And I've been told to tell you to stop making friends in Texas. I'm sure you would like to be on this beach with your werewolf teeth.
Cameron Gerard Davis, or like Cameron Gerard Davis, am I right? Is that dude is crazy? Yeah.
Cameron Gerard Davis.
Damn, sick burn.
The Leviathan is coming for you, whatever that is. I wasn't giving much context.
As a member of the Chinese Communist Party, Camden Gerard Davis, we are coming for you.
Honestly, I have no fucking clue who Camden Gerard is, but I'm just happy to be included.
Camden Gerard Davis. I am standing on your plot of land purchased from established titles, and I will be notifying MamaMax when you arrive.
Beware, ladies and gentlemen, hiding in your local inner cities could be Camden Gerard Davis, who's not only a vampire pedophile, but a vampire werewolf hybrid pedophile. Not many people know that fact about him.
See you. We'll see you, probably never again.
Hey, what's going on, guys? While I was editing my video, I found out that Max tried to beat us out and post a really poorly edited video where he claims to be taking accountability. Shockingly, not much accountability was taken. The video was panned. He tried to launch a GoFundMe. That was canceled by the time I woke up this morning. I think the only people who donated were a $5 donation that was anonymous and then Max himself. It's pretty clear he just tried to get out ahead of what was inevitably coming because there's not really much he can do to salvage the situation. And, I mean, in the future, if I make a part 2, I'll definitely go over it. But for now...
If he was trying to cover his tracks, why didn't he just accuse all of these people of being pedophiles and running a massive pedo ring? I'm sure between all these commentary guys, some of them have Ben Kitty Diddlers. Guaranteed. What are the chances that all of them are clean?
I'm just going to leave you with the hemorrhaging subscribers he's losing on his main channel after posting it, and this absolutely hilarious ending that had to be scripted. I simply don't believe this happened naturally. Oh, and just a reminder, for people who think that you're not important, you've caught just as many predators as Max Striker. Alright, dude, that's it. The video's over.
I need to end my streams that way.
We're a pinball channel. We make pinball videos. We're a pinball channel. Hey guys, I missed everybody. Hello to all the new people too. I don't know if this video will get 1,000 views or 100,000 views, but either way, Muda will get the word out too. It was cool to work on something like this with you, buddy, and I'd like to now direct everyone to his coverage. That should launch simultaneously with my video. Also, while I'd like to make this all about me, guys like Tommy C kept this discussion brewing for 2 years, and despite being bombed by Max's fanatics, he just did not stand down. Chud Logic has been a great friend to me in the last year or so, and he's pushed me to make the content that I'm making now. I probably wouldn't be back without him keeping me entertained all this time. Check out his channel because he's been cranking out content on Max for weeks, and it's really good. Tweeman, now recording, Lyrics, FPS Diesel, Turkey Tom, Xylee, everybody else who's either covered this already or dropping soon will be down below in the description. Also, I plagiarized Carl Jobs' music, and I'm not sorry. Okay, I got one call out. Augie RFC, I'm back on YouTube.
What's stopping you from doing something like this, you lazy motherfucker?
Yeah, let's go!
Hey guys, remember like...
Wait, is that the,
What's stopping you from doing something like
Is that Ralph?
this, you lazy motherfucker?
Oh my god, where did he go? Ethan Ralph? Or is it somebody different? Oh, never mind. Wait, is he? He Jim carried himself. No, not Jim Carrey. Fuck. No, yes. Wait. No, no. No, fuck! What's the guy who did The Price is Right? He hosted it for a long time. Drew Carey. Oh, the other Carey. He Drew carried himself. He lost a lot of weight. Good job, Ethan Ralph.
Hey guys.
If that is him, but I don't actually know. I don't trust any of you guys. Was sent what appears to be a leaked message from Max to his private evidence server, so can't claim that this is valid. Insane fucking behavior to start wasting resources on an international lawsuit. Add everyone. Spencer and I are considering a class action lawsuit against Mudahar for breaching our non-disclosure agreement, inciting harassment on live streams, defamation, and causing emotional distress. He's extremely rich, so the lawsuit seeks $1 million in damages to be distributed between all of you. All you would have to do is testify against him, particularly regarding his actions, not speaking to any of you about the evidence and the impact his behavior has had on you. Spencer has agreed to be the lead plaintiff, and I'll do all the hard work. Please let us know if you're interested. This could have a huge impact on the case against Camden. Holy shit, we might get the vampire after all. Okay, but like, imagine if that vampire guy actually was working with all these like commentary YouTubers to try to silence MamaMax. Wouldn't that be sick? It's possible, right? Jesus. Like, isn't it weird that all these guys are coming out and fighting against MamaMax when all he wants to do is catch pedophiles? Isn't that kind of weird? Doesn't it make you wonder? The Twitch thought epidemic and its consequences. Do I care about this? I don't think I do, actually. Never mind. Oh god, the Hassan video.
So, I just completed a 30-minute video called Silencing All Survivors.
Oh wait. More leaks. His group chat is turning on him with lawsuit threats. Dude, no. Can this stop? I need a moment to talk more. Wait, am I allowed to read this? Oh, I'm assuming I'm allowed to read this. Nick is sending me this. Not Nicholas Diario, but Nick Fuentes, because we're best friends on Discord. I think this is important personally. Muda has breached terms of the NDA, and his actions have caused cyberstalking and harassment. This is dangerous. If he doesn't learn, what stops him from doing similar in the future in relation to other cases? I'd be willing to, after we find out how this is going to be handled legally, but until then, I think I'm just going to step back unless I can do anything to help the legal standpoint, just for the time being until we figure this out. Max says, the case against Muda would provide resources to help the criminal case against Camden. It would also shift public perception and get the attention of the general public like national news, not just YouTube commentary channels. What the fuck?
addresses pretty much everything. It addresses criticisms. It addresses my approach. It includes apologies. It includes a call to action on Camden, a little bit of information about everything. Like, but I showed it to some trusted friends and the survivors. Some people loved it. Some people had a few criticisms, and then some people hated it and told me not to upload it. I've got people telling me just talk about the case and nothing else. I've got people telling me just address the criticisms. I've got people telling me just apologize. I feel like I'm being pulled in every which way, and no matter how hard I try, I cannot make everyone happy. I'm trying to prioritize the survivors over myself, but then where do I put like the general public in that priority list? It's very difficult. I feel like I'm in an impossible position where I just can't seem to do the right thing. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry I can't make all of you happy. I'm sorry to Charlie for dragging him into a case that is not necessarily his fight. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to my audience who don't even know what the heck is going on. Like, I'm uploading shorts, I'm doing live streams, I'm doing weird ass videos, just trying to find the remaining survivors of Camden Gerard Davis. That has always been the goal for this awareness campaign. And while it's worked in
I thought he had hundreds or thousands of victims. Why can't you just talk to any of the other victims and say, hey, do you ever get anybody's like contact information?
I'm respected. It's also caused a lot of issues. I don't want to cause issues. I want to resolve these issues. I don't want any I don't want beef with anyone. Like, I want to communicate openly. I'm trying to communicate with my peers. And I'm trying to listen to dissenting voices. I'm trying. And I'm trying to listen to voices I trust, too. And every single person is telling me something different. And I don't know what to do. And that's why I've been asking for help. People say, just wait for law enforcement to do something. But we've waited 7 years and they haven't done anything. So we decided to just go public with it and put eyes on him. And people wanted evidence, so we've been inviting people to our little server where we have the evidence. But then people don't want to listen to the survivors when they're in there and just look at the evidence and conclude it's nothing. And people are...
Can you TLDR this drama, please? I'm going to be honest. I'm not paying attention to all this. This all seems fucking retarded. I don't know. It sounds like what happened was this MamaMax guy was... So he's a pedo hunter. And he was trying to break the case on some big... I'm not exaggerating. On a black guy that claims to be an evil vampire sorcerer or something, and having a cult of minors that he abused or something. And when he brought on like one of the victims, I think it later gets revealed that this victim is one, living with him full time, and then two, I guess was also friends with him for a long time. Oh, werewolf vampire, sorry. Was also friends with him for a long time, which also makes it really weird. And I guess in the course of this investigation, okay, wait. So why did he go after that, the Matar guy? I don't even remember the guy's name. Why did he call him a pedo? Was it because the Matar guy was like questioning whether MamaMax was doing real investigations? Magnetard. Was that the guy's name? Yeah, something weird like that. I think Magnetar was like questioning, like, is any of MamaMax's investigations real? And then Max, obviously. Oh, and Magnetar made the one video initially where a bunch of girls came to him accusing MamaMax of creepy behavior or something, I guess. Yeah, it was a different guy who also questioned whether he does real investigations. But basically, when you're a pedo hunter, you see pedos everywhere. So as soon as Magnetar made that video, he also accused Magnetar of being a pedo. And got his fans to go after him, I guess, because that's what you do when you find pedophile. And it's just like, all of it is retarded, I guess. This guy, The reality is, I'm sorry, okay, ignore everything I just said, okay? Fuck all of this convoluted shit. The reality is this guy thinks he's really, 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 really important, or rather he wants to be really important. And what's the best way to be really important is to attach yourself to the most, like, earth-shatteringly important thing you can ever do, which is, like, helping children. So he, you know, fancies himself and presents himself as like a pedophile hunter. And then he starts all these quote unquote investigations with these like creative art projects where he's like doing Jigsaw tier, you know, Saw 15 pedophile hunting videos. But the reality is probably every single part of it has been fake. Probably like somebody messages him and like, hey, this one guy was creeping to me before. And the guy's like, who's his name? He's like, I don't remember. And it's like, okay, well, let's make videos about it and see if anything comes out. And then like literally nothing. So like all of it is performance art. None of it has been true. He probably hoped that eventually people would come to him with real allegations, but he's either too incompetent, too clout driven, or too stupid to actually pursue any of these in a reasonable manner, or more likely, nobody actually trusts him to find anything real or true because everything he does like reeks of attention whoring. And now it's kind of all caught up with him. That basically seems what's happening. The Nick video is basically all of this is kind of like caught up with him to where it's like, okay, well, you haven't actually caught anybody. You don't actually do any pedophile hunting. The current investigation you're involved in seems incredibly tainted because you're like very close friends, childhood friends with some of the people involved. Like all of this seems hyper retarded. And you're like scamming your fans for GoFundMe money. And you're like trying to like do, yeah, it's just like all of this basically, yeah. Basically, that's it, yeah. Fake vigilante. Yeah. Basically, he's like, where's the quote? Is it before this? No, fuck, was it? Where is the quote?
On my diagnosis.
Oh, it was this one.
What's the difference
He's
on my diagnosis. What gives you the
he's this guy right here. This is MamaMax, okay?
on my diagnosis? What gives you the right? What's the difference between you and me? I'm not wearing hockey pads.
MamaMax is wearing metaphorical hockey pads.
Making all these public attacks, not platforming any of us, not wanting to talk to the survivors themselves.
Is it fake if he truly thinks he's helping the victims? He has claimed to be autistic, so I'm not sure if he's just unaware of his mistakes. I need to get a psychologist on stream. Listen, if anybody has like a clinical psych background or even a fucking research psych background and can talk to me about autistic people, I would love, because there's a current heuristic that I'm using, but it might not be fair and it might not be accurate. I think I've met in my life, I think 2 people that are truly autistic, that truly have autism. And one of the heuristics that I run is I feel like I don't believe that autistic people can be hyper manipulative or like socially aware enough to actually navigate conversations in manipulative ways to present a certain story. I feel like if you're too autistic to understand how people think and feel about things, you'd be too autistic for that level of manipulation. So I don't believe that any of this is autism. So when people tell me they're autistic, but I've seen them like operate in very socially aware settings, I just don't believe it. But maybe that's not fair. If somebody wants to shoot me a if there's like a psych like researcher or somebody that knows any more information about that, not somebody with autism, because I don't even believe you fuckers. I'd be super curious, like what if there's an actual answer on that. Yeah. And when you say truly, do you mean like extreme, or do you not believe in light autistic stuff? I'm sure you can be like mildly autistic, but then if you're mildly autistic, then you don't have the excuse for this behavior. What I'm saying is that I feel like these 2 things are mutually exclusive. On this hand, you truly don't understand how anybody perceives you, and you really don't understand like what's going on in social settings. But on this hand, you seem to navigate these settings in a highly manipulative way where you understand that the exact words that you need to say to manipulate people in the way, like, I don't think that these 2 things can be same at the same time. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I think you can be like, I think that light autistic people could be like light manipulative. So like, or maybe autistic people can like a little, like for instance, like you cry when you want attention, like something like that. But like this type of shit, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. But hey, I could be wrong.
When people do talk to the survivors, they're getting attacked. Just because they're transgender.
What? Does autism only function on social awareness? Can it not also be applied to deeper moral memes? No, on the high end of like ASD, I think a lot of it is related to social awareness and stuff, but I think autism is also correlated with a whole bunch of other developmental things. Like for instance, like language processing, I think can be delayed. Like how long until you speak your first words, or even like you don't speak a first word, you speak like a first sentence. Like there's a lot of things that go into being Like, depending on where you're at on the spectrum. Autism, it's called ASD, autism spectrum disease or disorder. Disorder. So like there's a lot of different things that can be involved in. It's not just like the social stuff, but the problem is it's like autism is like, it's autism like the old trans, where like now trans is the new aesthetic, but autism was an aesthetic for a long time, where it's like, oh, like, haha, sometimes I'm an asshole, or sometimes I say things that are like kind of dumb. I'm autistic, LOL.
This has been very difficult. And I know if I could have just started with making everything clear from the beginning, maybe this could have all been avoided. And I take accountability for that. I just thought that if people wanted to know what was going on, they would just go to the podcast. And we put the podcast on Spencer's channel to help her build her own platform, because survivors need more than just a voice. They need...
That is really weird. Why would you even say that? Like, survivors need a YouTube career, my dude? What?
Financial help. They need psychological help. They need medical care.
Also, holy shit, can you talk about weird conflict of interest where you've got an accuser that's now like profiting and making money off of being the accuser? Like, what an unbelievably this would be like 2 seconds of thought. Like, hey, this guy that's making a really serious accusation, this guy, should we like find a way to like fund them and get them a fuck ton of money to continue the allegations? By the way, not biased at all, by the way. Like, why would you do this? It's like on so many different levels. It's such a bad idea.
Just a voice. They need financial help. They need psychological help. They need medical care. They need a loving family. They need a roof over their head. Survivors need a lot. And I've been trying to provide that. And it's not enough. And it feels like when we reach out for help, people just want to use that opportunity to attack us, to hate on me.
Like, what do you need help for, bro? You've got a YouTube channel with 720,000 subs. Like, you've got all the resources you need for, like, this is nothing you're doing is that complicated. It's pretty simple. Like, most of your money is probably being spent on the production value for your videos. Like, what is an investigation? Like, you just need a few Discord logs thrown together, a couple of, like, people that feel like they've been victimized, and then you go and you file a police report. Like, it's not that hard. Correction, autism is the new trans. The Anthony guy also took Mac's girl that he was in love with and tried to delete himself over while in the military. That's why he helped her, Haley, and girls make first video. Okay.
It's hard. This is really hard. So... let's just start from the beginning.
Okay.
I met Spencer. She told me what happened to her.
Met Spencer when? We're starting from the beginning, right?
I told her I was busy with other projects, but if you need me to hand this to someone else, I will. She said, no, I want you. And so, a few years later, I finally came back, and I was like, okay, are you ready?
Wait, what the fuck? Hello. I'm being raped by a vampire werewolf man. I need you to help me. Okay, but also, I've kind of got other videos I'm floating right now. Give me a minute and I'll help you. Thank you. 2 years later.
And we did the podcast. And while I was there listening to her, that's when I realized this is going to evolve into something much more. Like, originally, I just wanted to do a podcast where we platform survivors and they tell their story. But you can't just tell your story anymore. Now you need concrete evidence.
What, bro? That's how it's always been. What are you saying?
Now you need to go to law enforcement multiple times. Now you need to consult with lawyers.
No, you don't. You don't need to consult with lawyers for criminal matters like this. You don't need to necessarily go to the police multiple times. I mean, like if somebody decides they want to actually prosecute something, maybe you will. But like, I mean.
Like, we can't just listen to survivors when they're screaming for help. And that's why
we can't just listen to survivors when they're screaming for help. By the way, 2 years later, I returned her DMs.
Taking all these creative, experimental approaches to try to bolster their voice. So that not only can they be heard, but they can be seen and they can be addressed. And I'm sorry to Charlie.
Which one is Charlie again? Camden or Moist Critical? Or I don't even remember. Who's the Charlie guy? Or was that Magnetar? Moist Critical? Okay, Moist Critical. Okay.
I'm sorry. I did not mean to make you upset. We just need help.
Okay.
So,
thanks, the Dark Device, for the 5 good subs.
Addressing all the random rumors that people make up and responding to criticism and
how the fuck would this logically even come to a conclusion where he comes out on top? I don't understand. I don't know. In terms of the long-term thought processes of people like this, I truly don't know. What is the end goal here? Like, if he's exceptionally stupid, maybe he thinks there actually were some people that were abused by the werewolf vampire guy, and hopefully when they go like really famous or really popular, one of them will come forward. Maybe? I don't know. I have no idea.
talking about the wrongdoings of other influencers. I'm just going to take accountability for my actions and correct them starting now.
Do you think this guy is redeemable? Personally, no. I think he should delete his channel and get the fuck off the internet forever. We meme a lot and everything, but the issue is that, like, being victimized is really shitty in and of itself before adding on all, like, the YouTube world and everything and all of that. Being victimized as a woman by, like, famous content creators is a really, really challenging thing to deal with. If I had to guess, I would say the majority of women, even given all the information, would never come forward about, like, sexual assault or harassment or abuse by content creators because it's just not worth it. It truly is not worth it if you are a female content creator, because you don't ever want to be the one making rape allegations. Even if they're true, even if there's video footage of you getting raped, you don't want to be the one making that allegation because nobody's going to want to work with you anymore. It's just way too much fucking drama. It's way too much shit to deal with. It's fucking horrible. And if you're a child sexual assault victim in these circles, it's like horrible for a million different reasons, okay? You're dealing with adults. When you're a child, these are your formative years. You trust implicitly older people or explicitly you trust older people. It's like all these things, right? To put yourself like at the center of all of that and to just farm it for attention while trivializing and making a mockery of all of it and pretending that you're Jigsaw, I think it's an exceptionally gross thing to do, I would say. I would never view somebody like this as being redeemable. Like you're literally sitting at the center of that. And yeah, I think it's probably one of the grosser things you could do online.
Let's just start fresh. First, we need to keep finding the remaining survivors. We know they are out there and we need help finding them. If you don't want to help, you don't have to. But if you do, please reach out to me. We will invite you to our server where all of the survivors and all of the evidence is growing.
Hold on, I'm sorry, because I have paid attention to this shit. It's fucking retarded. Did I hear him say, I'm not going to talk about other content creators, I'm just going to talk about me, and then not apologize or address anything, but instead go right back into victimizing himself and pretending like he was on a real mission? Did he just do that, or did I miss something?
Next, we have to wait for law enforcement and multiple law teams who specialize in cold cases. Take this to them, as we have already done, and address it through the proper channels. When that is complete, or if that goes unresolved, then we will drop the full documentary, or at least part 1 of the documentary. Or I guess at this point it would be like part 2 or 3, but we will show you everything.
Do you have a problem with pedo hunters? I feel like it's just fucking weird. When people like obsess over pedophile
I hope you can all understand my
I always feel like those people are fucking weird. I've never seen or met like a well-adjusted person that like obsessively hunts and sees pedophiles. I just think it's strange.
Position. We are living in a world where survivors scream for help and no one wants to listen. There are children living in literal hell, and we can't hear them.
That was the night where he had induced my last miscarriage. Like, he had convinced me.
If you're a survivor of... There's Camden! He's back! It's Camden again!
To have someone... That was the night where he had induced my last miscarriage. Like, he had convinced me to have someone bring me to his house. He beat me and then raped me.
But you know, the transformation process is really dangerous on your body, especially because you're young. So
Okay, wait. Where is like? Why not just post any evidence of that? If that what she just said is true, certainly she must have talked to somebody about it. Do you have old Discord logs of you communicating this to friends? Did you ever go to the hospital for any of these injuries and maybe not even call it a rape? Is there any pictures of any bruising anywhere? Is there literally anything anywhere that he's posted for any of this?
from there, she had me like put stuff in my body and told me to pretend it was like his penis. I was 14.
During the midst of it, I tried to scream. I was screaming no and screaming for help. And he put his hand on my throat and choked me and told me that if I kept screaming, he would kill not just me, but my family too. When it was done, he got off of me and he went across the room. And he looked at me, saw me crying, and he said, "What just happened?" And I looked.
She said she had 4 miscarriages in like a month. Is that even possible? Did she really say that? Aren't you like limited to like 1 per month? Isn't it only like every ovulation? I don't know. I'm not actually sure. I wonder if you could have a miscarriage like 12 times in a year. Could, like, after you miscarriage, does your cycle repeat like right on schedule next time, or does it take a while? I don't actually know. Wait, we can just look it up. How long after miscarriage for next ovulation? In fact, you can ovulate as soon as 2 weeks after a miscarriage. Oh, okay, damn. For most women, it takes 4 to 8 weeks to ovulate after an early pregnancy loss. That means that you may be able to get pregnant as early as 2 weeks. Okay, so anywhere from 4 to 8 weeks on average. Gotcha. About 1 to 2 months after.
At him and I told him, "You just raped me."
Camden Gerard Davis is a sexual predator and cult leader who victimized hundreds of minors on platforms like Kick and Whisper. He went under a few aliases such as Cade, Quinn, Sincade, Giomara, and Godric, among other possible names. His cult went by the Guild of Divinity, the Daemons, and Eon Syndicate, among other possible titles. Despite being reported to multiple different law enforcement agencies over the past 7 years, they are still active, brainwashing emotionally vulnerable children.
Why not get? Hold on. Can somebody come here? Can you always request? Hold on. I just need to talk. Are you allowed to request a copy of a police report if you file one or make one? Copies of police reports can be obtained, but the police aren't looking. I feel like you can probably always get a copy, right? If people have already filed police reports and stuff on this guy, why not show us the police reports? You said he's been reported to tons of people. Well, that's like real evidence. There must be some you can show us, right?
Prominently preteen girls into believing they are supernatural creatures like werewolves and vampires in order to seduce them into illegal activities for monetary profit. We have a growing server of survivors filled with a piling number of evidence that we are saving for law enforcement and legal teams who specialize in complex cult cases. We have been advised to protect this evidence until our work with them is either complete or goes unresolved. However, we are still looking for the remaining survivors who were victimized by this cult, and we are kindly asking for your help to share this message. Notable influencers are invited to join our server if you are interested in helping us. We will continue making videos that promote this message, adapting our approach in response to the evolving environment. Once this phase is complete, we will drop part 1 of the documentary. If you are a survivor of Camden Gerard Davis, please reach out to me. Thank you.
Oh my god. He's doing the Hassan cry. Did you see that?
Please reach out to me. Thank you.
Do the hug thing. Does it happen in this video? Well. Oh, God.
Okay.
Why do you have Better Call Saul clips if you haven't even watched that? Well, because they started getting suggested to me, so I started watching some of them. It seems like a pretty cool show, but I'm never going to watch it. What the fuck is this? Atlanta self-defense shooting. Good on inside man for being ready to draw as soon as outside man reaches for his. Outside man walks away. All right, all right. Inside man should not have followed him, and even worse, Mama exacerbates the whole incident walking out. Deny victimhood.
Beat your ass. Do it. Don't knock on my fucking door no more. Dumbass nigga. What the fuck is wrong with you, nigga? I really blow your shit, nigga. What the fuck is you talking? Stop. All right. Go. All right. Go. Stop. All right. All right. All right. Put your shit up, nigga. All right. Stop. Bitch. Stop. All right.
Jesus Christ. Was that one shot, or did the other guy shoot back? The woman got shot. Looks like the mom got shot. Oh, was that, so was it 2 shots? It's always hard because there's every time there's videos like this, there's like echoes and shit that makes it sound like 20 shots. That might be like 7. But I'm curious if but it sounds like the guy shot the mom. Why did she leave the house? What a dipshit. Okay. Christ.
My girl Shay was able to get $150,000 in funding just to close on her first Airbnb, and she didn't have no job, no proof of income, and she had no revenue in her business. Okay, the first thing she did was have an LLC, and then she built her relationships with multiple banks like Navy Federal, PNC, Bank of America for at least 30 days. She didn't have to buy no trade lines, have no net 30s, or list herself, or even have a business address. The way she was able to do that was she applied for every product that each of these banks had on their website, and then she liquidated the credit cards to put down on her first Airbnb. If you want to do the same, DM me business. My
Wait,
girl
what does
Shay
that
was able
mean?
to get $150,000 in federal P.
She liquidated all of her cards by applying for services that, what were they like?
Business address.
The banks listed offer multiple businesses credit cards on their website. She applied for all of them with 2 LLCs. Oh, so she just like applied for like 100 different cards and got like 5 or 10 people to accept, I guess.
The way she was able to do that was she applied for every product that each of these banks
Liquidated the credit cards using QuickBooks or plastic. Oh, what does this allow you to like convert a credit card transaction into cash probably?
banks had on their website, and then she liquidated the credit cards to put down on her first Airbnb. If you want to do the same, DM me.
Damn. All right. Split the VOD? Why? What the fuck does August even have to post from earlier? Oh, he's ending stream? What am I ending stream for? No. We're going over a Hassanabi thing. I'll be right back. And then we'll watch this AIDS shit. You'd just make the VOD smaller? August, get a real internet connection. How much money are you making down there, okay? There is no excuse. You should have your own fucking line ran, okay? Literally from Florida to wherever the fuck you live, okay? Run the line, pay for it. You got the money. Stop being lazy. Loser. Okay, be back 1 sec. Okay, real quick, if you guys want to do quick reading and research based on the Whitmer stuff, it would be nice if I had answers to these questions, okay? Resolutely, okay? Somebody make a dog and just give me the info. I want to know, in that Whitmer plot, who was the first person to go to the FBI when they were concerned about things? Who was the first person to propose kidnapping Whitmer, sorry. Who was responsible for the majority of the escalations? Like, we should do this, we should do that. What was the reason they gave for hating Whitmer? And was it true that people got high on drugs or had sexual relationships in order to further the plot, I guess? These are, like, questions that'd be nice to just know offhand, if you can. Somebody figure these out, and I'll ask you in an hour. Wait, how many of these, like, scam credit card things are there? Fuck, we're wasting time.
Credit card limits, let's go. So the first thing you want to do is you want to sign.
Or wait, is this the same one we watched before? Oh no, this was the same one, I think.
I would then pay off the credit card when it increase because my limits are too low. A bonus is that QuickBooks will also get...
Yeah, it is the same shit. Never mind, okay. Damn. All right, let's scroll down. Yeah, apparently people are trying to report him to, yeah.
You can preface it with that. Does he know what one
Why is his volume so low in his fucking videos? Triggers the fuck out of me.
piece is?
Yeah, he said he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way! I'm saying it. Okay, let's see if
Wait. High quality reactions. Is there a longer video that I need, or this is 44 minutes long? This is not from the official channel. This is okay. Hold on.
I'm trying to interview.
Wait, 32 minutes long. The official video is shorter than the edit? Okay, I guess they add shit. Dumb shit. Hassan's videos often cut out a lot of stuff, even for debates. Gotcha. Okay. Let me... I have a dinner at 9:45. Let me just make sure I'm not... missing anything. God, 36 minutes away. Why the fuck do we pick these places? Alright, that's fine. Don't worry. Okay. Watch the fan video. It has less cuts. Oh, so you think it's actually a better video to watch? Hassan's editor cut out parts of Jenk's debate where Hassan looked bad. They literally cut an entire segment of the debate. Oh, okay. Well, damn.
Okay, this is a stupid question. Okay, you can preface it with that. Does he know what One Piece is?
Yeah, he said he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way! Okay, let's see if I can call him now. Oh, he just replied. Okay, hold up. Let's see if this works. I'm calling now.
Before we do this, let's like let's get some actual background on this guy. Yemeni pirate banned from TikTok after video goes viral. A viral video of a hot Houthi pirate is just the latest example of the conflict spilling into social media platforms. Jesus. As conflicts in the Middle East rage on social media has become, as conflicts in the Middle East rage on, social media has become the new battleground for misinformation and propaganda. And one Yemeni social media user who went viral on TikTok has now had his videos removed after attracting millions of views by promoting Houthi rebels. In a video that could be an attempt to echo the dramatic flair of Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean films, the attractive, well-groomed Yemeni influencer can be seen posing to the camera as music plays in the background while he holds the national flag and looks out to sea. While it's been removed from TikTok for breaching their community guidelines, his videos continue to appear on Instagram and X, formerly known as Twitter. Introducing himself as the Pirate King, Rashid al-Haddad's hashtags include hashtag Palestine is our cause and hashtag Abu Abida, who just joined and left. Wait. Who did it? Where are the logs on joining and leaving channels? What was it? Fuck, I don't remember. Oh, you're going to make me look at this and I'm going to ban you. Whoever it is, you're about to lose roles if you don't come back in here. Go to the COG and then check audit logs. I don't think audit logs tell you who joins and leaves. I think that just tells you who got admined, right? Okay, server settings, audit logs. Yeah, I don't think this tells you anything. It was Zintani? Why the fuck is she joining and leaving? Unroll her, RTBA. Okay. A reference to the military spokesperson for Hamas's Al-Qassam brigades. Despite the group wreaking havoc on the global market by attacking commercial cargo ships crossing the Red Sea in support of Gaza, comments underneath his videos are largely positive or trivial. Trending under the hot Houthi pirate, the video has racked up 11 million views on X alone, with users writing, "This man looks like a movie star," and one asking, "Where can I find those pirates?" asking for a friend. Others have compared him to American actor Timothy Chalamet. I don't know these guys' names. While others have expressed support for is that the guy from Dune? I don't know. While others have expressed support for their cause, with videos of demonstrators singing in protest in the capital Sana'a, while also attracting millions of views and being widely shared across Instagram. Let me find out how to pronounce this bullshit. Shalome? Shalome? No, what the fuck?
Television had not seen.
Is this what we're looking for?
I feel like Marvel Television had not seen this. Things like Sine Lathan bit Beyonce's face.
Arabic Morocco. Okay, fuck it, whatever. The influencer, who has previously posted pictures with an AK-47 over his shoulder, is now called for his tens of thousands of followers to turn their attention to Gaza. While his account has been banned from TikTok, Al-Haddad also runs numerous social media accounts on Facebook, Instagram, and Threads, with 26,000 subscribers to his YouTube channel. Dr. Christine Chang, a senior lecturer in war studies at King's College London, said they, the Houthis, have really seized an advantage here and an opportunity to get their message out. They're using the media in quite a strategic way. We've seen this in Russia, not so much with the recent attacks in Ukraine, but earlier when we were looking at 2014. They really pulled off something spectacular in the region around Crimea. They really harnessed the social media landscape to change the narrative. Videos came just days after the US and UK led airstrikes against Houthi bases. On Monday, regional announced the government not hesitate to protect... Is there any information about this guy? Oh my god. Viral hot Houthi pirate from TikTok interviewed by Hassan Piker. I almost said Hamas Piker. Rising reacts. Oh, gross. Who is Houthi pirate? Good job. Good one, India. Nice audio.
This is Rashid Al-Haddad.
Oh my God. Aggressively panning both channels? Okay, I'm here for it. All right.
A young Yemeni influencer who has been dubbed as the hot Houthi pirate by social media users. Al-Haddad became a viral sensation following his posts during the Red Sea crisis. He has been sharing footage of himself on board the attack of captured ships by Houthis in the last couple of days.
Jihadi death?
In particular, a video footage of the influencer on a cargo ship, which was captured in November, has led to him being dubbed as Tim Houthi Chalamet.
Oh, it was! I was right! I'm not face blind. It was the guy. Stop.
In November, has led to him being dubbed as Tim Houthi Chalamet, which is a reference to the Hollywood actor Timothy Chalamet. Some internet users even call him Jihadi.
That's what the article said? Yeah, but I knew it was the guy from Dune. That's what I'm saying, okay? I'm a pop culture master. I knew it was that guy.
Users even call him Jihadi Depp, which is in reference to the actor Johnny Depp. Recently, his account on TikTok has been banned for violating the platform's community guidelines. But his Instagram account still remains active, where the Yemeni influencer openly supports Houthi rebels and their actions. After showing his support for the Palestinians, Al-Haddad's accounts across multiple social media platforms, including Instagram, TikTok, and Snapchat, amassed thousands of followers. While there is no evidence that he participated in seizing the cargo ship, the Houthi supporter has been called a pirate online. A clip posted to Instagram on Monday showed Al-Haddad on the Galaxy Leader. Arabic caption read, "The ship is ours now. Do not look for it anymore." Since his TikTok account was deleted, he has launched a new one, which so far has a relatively modest following of 78. He has more than 30,000 followers on Instagram and
Relatively, did she say a modest following of 78? Like 78 followers?
has a relatively modest following of 78. He has more than 30,000 followers on Instagram and 13,000 on X.
Okay.
On Tuesday, Al-Haddad expressed reluctance about being seen as a heartthrob when he shared screenshots of Newsweek's coverage of his social media popularity on X. The US Maritime Administration, which is under the Transportation Department, said there continues to be a high degree of risk to the commercial vessels traveling near Yemen. A Times Online report.
Is it lagging? Yeah, it is a little bit because August made me fucking upload that VOD. It's at 78% right now. Stay mad.
مع اخواننا في فلسطين، فلسطين ستكون حرة قريبا ام آجلا، وهذا كله تضامن من اجل فلسطين ونخرج بين الامطار من اجل فلسطين. غزة تنتصر، غزة قريبا ستكون حرة.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Don't forget to like our videos and hit the bell icon to stay updated with the latest.
Okay, thank you. All right. Well, okay, I guess we don't know much about this guy going into this, but all right. I'm sure Hassan will get us a lot of good information about him.
See if he sees it. Calling. Oh my God, it's working. Oh fuck, it said no answer. Wait, it almost worked. Oh my God, I think it's gonna work. Wait, how the fuck do I find my Instagram? Oh, it says join. Oh, he did it. He did a call. Wait, hold up. Where the fuck are my DMs? Oh, I think it's working. Please allow camera and microphone access. Allow. Oh, it worked.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go. Wait, hold up. 1 second. I gotta fix my camera real quick, obviously.
بده يظبط الكاميرا تبعته.
طيب تمام.
Our virtual camera. Oh, that's it.
أرحب يا حسان أرحب.
مرحبا. Salam alaikum.
عليكم السلام.
All right. So what do you want me to call you? Foda? Is that how I say your name?
No, it's Fuad.
Fuad? Oh, Fuad.
Yeah.
Okay, Fuad. What's our friend's name here? I don't know. Can you ask him?
Rashid. اسمك راشد صح؟
أيوة راشد.
Yeah, Rashid.
Rashid. Okay, Rashid. How old are you? Where are you from originally in Yemen?
قد ايه عمرك ومن وين انت في اليمن؟
عمري 19 من محافظة إب.
He's 19 and he's from Ib Governorate.
Okay, nice. Okay, so What happened? You were how was he taking everything? How is he taking in everything so far? Because he's seen the news articles.
كيف عم انه كيف الاوضاع معك كيف عم يعني شو احساسك هلا انه هل شفت التغطية على الاخبار هل قرأت المقالات عنك
والله يعني شيء طبيعي يعني ما في اي تاثير يعني اهم شيء ان احنا نوقف مع القضيه الفلسطينيه هذا اهم شيء.
He says he's fine and everything is normal and the most important thing is that they stand with Palestine.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. How does what is the mood in Yemen overall since America started bombing positions in Sana'a and other places?
كيف معنوياتكم في اليمن وكيف الإحساس يعني بالشعب هلا باليمن بعد ما بلشت أمريكا بالقصف؟
والله شيء طبيعي يعني ما في اي خوف ولا اي تاثير يعني اصلا متعودين على هذا من قبل 11 سنه يعني شيء طبيعي ما في اي شيء.
He's saying that it's pretty usual. They've been used to this for 11 years now, and they're not scared.
Okay, that's crazy. Does he? Okay, this is a stupid question. Okay, you can preface it with that. Does he know what One Piece is?
One Piece, like, is that an organization?
No, One Piece is an anime.
Oh, okay. أول شيء بقول لك إنه ممكن هذا السؤال يكون شوي أهبل بس بسألك تعرف شو هو One Piece؟ عمرك سمعت ب One Piece؟
اكيد يعني منذ الطفوله وانا اشاهد ون بيس لوفي.
Is it Luffy?
Yeah, he said he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes, that's fire. That's so fire. Oh my god. Dude, we think the Houthis Ansar Allah is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
بقول لك حسن انه اللي الحوثيين عم بيسووه زي اللي لوفي اللي بيسويه لوفي.
يعني والله الصدق يعني احنا يعني اهم شيء ان احنا واقفين يعني مع فلسطين يعني ما يهمنا يعني ون بيس او اي شيء يعني احنا يعني السفن احتجزوها عشان القضيه عشان فلسطين بس عشان ايقاف الحرب في فلسطين يعني ليس على اي شيء او غنائم او اي شيء.
He's saying that the only motivation that they have is to their solidarity with Palestine and to stop the attack on Palestine and it's not for any kind of
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm saying it's a good thing.
Why would you cut off the translator because you're so happy that he's like willing to, I guess, jerk off on the biscuit you're about to eat. You're so excited to throw it. Why would you cut off the translator? Oh, no, yeah, I got it. He's just playing right into my narrative. Yeah. Like, why would you cut off the why not let him finish? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. No, I'm saying it's a good thing. I understand. So that's what he's saying that the reasons as to why there have been any sort of interceptions on vessels.
Who is Luffy? What does his comparison mean? Basically, I don't know. I don't know anything about One Piece. He's supposed to be the good guy in the anime or some shit. I don't fucking know. I have no idea. Before we get too into this, the problematic aspects of this are that like it's pretty obvious that this guy's presence on TikTok, Instagram, or whatever, the goal is to basically make the Houthis look base. Oh, I'm sorry. Luffy is a bad guy. Wait, Destiny, the good guys. He's the main character. He's a pirate. He's a monarchist. He's the superhero main protagonist. He's an anti-hero. Okay, I don't know. I don't know anything about fucking one shit, okay? But basically the problem is that like people post shit like this because it's obviously propaganda, okay? Now, propaganda in and of itself isn't necessarily bad. Like we all kind of do a little bit of propaganda every now and then. The problem is when propagandists are like lying explicitly about what they're doing. And depending on where your interests lie, amplifying those lies is especially egregious. So the goal coming into this is that the Houthis are just freedom-fighting, loving people who are just trying to get the conflict in Gaza to stop. They just want to save the Palestinians. And the reality is I don't have as much of a historical background for the Houthis, but probably something along the lines of like Iran wants the Houthis to stir shit up in the Red Sea and start attacking everybody because it destabilizes the region. It threatens like basically U.S. claims that everything is going okay. It causes countries to look elsewhere for protection and help. And blah. It's just like it fucks everything up. That's the goal. The goal for the Houthis is basically just cause chaos and to fuck everything up. The idea that they are like actually caring about the Palestinians, or they're just like doing this noble freedom fighting is bullshit. It's stupid. There's about as much truth and honesty to that as like the United States just wants to free people afar. The only annoying thing, I guess, about especially Hassan is some people will be hypercritical of U.S. statements on foreign policy, which is fair. And I think that we should be critical of U.S. foreign policy, especially when we're not honest, right? United States foreign policy is oriented around defending U.S. interests, okay? And worldwide interests for people that align with the U.S., which is true, which is fine. I think it's okay for countries to vie for their own interests. That's okay. But to be critical of like State Department propaganda from the United States, and then to talk to an actual propagandist from like an Islamist regime that's being supported by Iran, and then to take him uncritically and at face value for everything he's saying, makes you fucking retarded. Or an actual just propaganda mouthpiece for a quasi-terrorist, or I think as of today, a terrorist organization, or yesterday, which is that's the issue with what I think this entire interview is probably gonna be for. But yeah,
is due to the ongoing genocide in Gaza. It's not for loot. No, tell him it's not for loot. I know it's not for loot.
Somebody said, bro, he's 19. He probably is not a real Houthi, just a random Yemeni. So firstly, people like this have no problem using soldiers that are incredibly young. So that's fucking retarded, number one. Number two, it might not be that he is it might not be that he's like an actual official soldier or some bullshit, but they're allowing him on ships. They're allowing him to film videos. They're allowing him to do all of this shit. Obviously it's some kind of deliberate goal to, spread the message and shit. So Nicole M in YouTube chat says, Destiny is confusing this guy with the IDF TikToks. Hello, welcome to my speech from 5 minutes ago where I just said that everybody does propaganda. The only worry is when people are lying or when you're amplifying bad propaganda. So yes, everybody does propaganda. But when you're selectively critical of it, from allowing he has a phone, okay, you're permabanned. Bye. I don't know if you thought the female name would save you, but it wouldn't be. Allowed as in he's on the fucking skiff that's going to the fucking boat, you fucking retard. See ya.
Is due to the ongoing genocide in Gaza. It's not for loot. No, tell him it's not for loot. I know it's not for loot.
بيقول لك هو بيعرف انه ما عم بتوقف السفن عشان تاخذوا منهم شيء، بيعرف انه سبب انه حجز السفن عشانكم ضد الاباده الجماعيه اللي عم بتصير بفلسطين.
ايوه صح. اكيد.
Yeah, he acknowledges that.
Okay. Dude, I'm at a loss. Basically, this guy doesn't know.
We're 4 minutes in, and he has no opinions whatsoever, no questions to ask. Like an actual fucking like terrorist influencer guy. Like, I feel like if this was an IDF soldier, Hassan would have 50 million fucking questions to ask. Hey, why did you guys, shoot at people of the Great March of Return? Are you involved in the West Bank? What do you think about like settler violence? What do you think about the fact that IDF soldiers attack people that goes unpunished so often? What do you think about all the political prisoners in Israel? Do you think that some of the Palestinian people that are locked up in, I feel like you'd have 50 billion, but it's a Houthi guy that's taking videos of him going onto captured ships. You don't have a single fucking question to ask this guy besides, what One Piece character would you want to masturbate to Lolicon of? You don't have a single fucking thing to say? How long did he have to set this interview up? What the fuck?
Your politics, we forgot. I know, exactly.
He acknowledges that.
Okay.
This is what people think I did with Fuentes and Lauren. What the unironically, Jesus.
Dude, I'm at a loss, basically. This guy doesn't know your politics, we forgot. I know, exactly.
مش عارف ايش يحكي لك هو.
So does he? I mean, I don't know if he can answer this or not, but so as far as the Ansar Allah militancy goes, like as far as the standing military goes, like I don't know.
I think Ansar Allah, whatever the fuck is the fancy, it's like the Arabic name or some bullshit for Yemen or for the Houthis or whatever, right? Is that what he's saying here? I think. Ansar Allah or whatever is it? Yeah. So when he says that, he means the Houthis.
he is allowed to speak on this. I don't know if he's like actually a part of the groups at all, or just like simply a TikToker. You know what I mean? I don't know how to ask that in the best way possible, though.
Yeah, I feel like we can ask it pretty directly.
Okay.
راشد, حسن بدي يسألك أنت يعني منضم لأي من المجموعات، يعني أنت بتعتبر حالك من أنصار الله، ولا بتعتبر حالك بس يعني شخصية على التيك توك، ولا يعني بده يعرف شو الرابط بينك وبين أنصار الله؟
طيب يعني بقول لك يعني أنا يمني، يعني كيمني يعني أنا واقف إلى جانب فلسطين.
His answer is he's a Yemeni who stands with Palestine.
Okay. What led him to go to one of the ships personally? Like what were some
Oh, he's looking at chat for questions. Nice. Okay.
Experiences that he had.
Look at his chat too. Based.
That,
Hell yeah.
caused
Hell yeah. Based.
him to want to go and film it.
Oh my God, you're talking this guy is crazy. Ask him if he's encountered Western military. This kid is awesome. Proud of him.
حسن بده يعرف شو هو اللي دفعك على زيارة السفن هاي، وشو التجارب اللي مريت فيها اللي خلتك تهتم بهذا الاشي، وانه يكون جعبالك انه تزور هاي السفن.
والله أنا أحب المغامرات، وطبعا هذا كل لأجل فلسطين يعني، وإن شاء الله في أشياء بتكون جديدة وأشياء مثيرة أكبر.
He says he likes adventures, and he is a big supporter of Palestine, and he's looking forward to bigger and more exciting things.
Okay. Well, one, tell him that this.
Wait, you're not gonna? That's it? He's excited. He just likes to support What? He's inspired. How do you get on a skiff? How do you get on a little boat or whatever the fuck that is ran by, I don't think it's a skiff, it's probably a boat or something. How do you get on a little boat that's ran by fucking Houthi, soldiers, military people that are hijacking ships? You were just inspired?
This community of mostly Americans raised more than $1 million for Palestinian charities. So he knows that I'm not, some Fed or some shit.
حسن بدي اقول لك انه هو كمان من داعم الفلسطينيين، وهاي الجاليه اللي احنا
trying to clout, bro, just so you know, my community raised a lot of money.
ننتمي لها في امريكا، كمان داعم لفلسطين، وجمعنا اكثر من $1 مليون يعني تأييد للشعب الفلسطيني. فبده يتاكد انك ما بتفكر انه هو يعني انه امريكي او يعني انه ضدك او اي شيء.
والله أقول لها يعني شكر الله يعني، ويعني كلنا لازم نحن إن شاء الله يعني تنتصر فلسطين إن شاء الله، يعني النصر قريب لها، وإحنا يعني واقفين معهم لآخر لحظة.
وإحنا واقفين معك، هذا اللي بده يحكي لك إياه حسن. He's saying that he just wants a victory for Palestine, and he acknowledges our solidarity as well.
Here's an interesting question. What does victory for Palestine mean? How far are you willing to go? How are you guys trying to help Palestine?
Yeah. What does he think about the fact that American media in general?
Oh no, we're just gonna shit on America, the country that made your ass a fucking millionaire, that lets you live in West Hollywood while you work for one of the largest fucking corporate owner Jeff Bezos people in the history of the fucking planet. We're just gonna go to shitting on America now. Okay, my bad. I thought we were gonna ask a follow-up question or actually be engaged with the things that, this guy who's gotten huge fame and is in fucking Yemen is actually saying. But no, that's okay. We can just go through all the meme questions. All right.
What does he think about the fact that American media in general keeps claiming that the reasons as to why the Yemeni militias are intercepting vessels is for completely oblivious reasons, like belligerent reasons, and not for Palestine? They don't talk about that at all here. What does he? How does he feel about that?
شو رأيك بتغطية الوسائل الإعلام الأمريكية للمواضيع يعني المعلقة بحجز السفن بالبحر الأحمر؟ يعني حسن بقول لك إنه الوسائل الإعلام الأمريكية يعني بتحكي إنه أو بتدعي إنه أسباب الميليشيات اليمنية لاحتجاز هاي السفن.
Okay, people are donating and saying retarded shit like the ship is open for random people in Yemen. Sure, that might be the case. It might be the case that this guy went on one of these he went on one of these tours. That might be the case, but why not ask him that? Why not find out? That's the whole point of the interview. Find out. Why? I don't know why you guys are making an assumption that he was on one of these. He might have been. He might not have been. Ask him the question. That's the point of doing the fucking interview, you fucking retards.
ما إلها داعي أو ما إلها أي رابط بفلسطين. شو اليمنية هي إنه ما إلها داعي أو ما إلها أي رابط بفلسطين. شو رد فعلك لهذا الشيء؟
والله يعني هذا كله بسبب عشان يعني يوقفوا الحرب في غزة، يعني خليهم يعانوا عشان يحسوا في غزة.
بس يعني اللي قصدي اياه انه الوسائل الاعلام في امريكا بتدعي انه يعني الحوثيين عم بتدخلوا بمرور السفن في البحر الاحمر او عم بيحجز السفن لاسباب غير معلقه بفلسطين. فشو رد فعلك لهذا الشيء؟
You need to talk to him. Listen, if anyone wants me to, or if anybody wants to connect me to this guy, yeah, feel free. I'd gladly talk to him. Don't think that's going to happen, but.
والله يعني صراحة يعني هذا هو الصح، يعني انهم وقفوا السفن عشان هذا مؤثر عليهم. يعني لو ما كان مؤثر عليهم ما كانوا نزلوا بالتواصل الاجتماعي وقاموا بضرب اليمن.
He's just saying basically that like he's just reiterating that the cause is to cause disruption to the like the shipments that Americans have interest in until they stop bombing Gaza, and that if they weren't affected by it, then they wouldn't retaliate on Yemen. But like I asked twice about the media, and he's just not like.
Okay. What has the
It just doesn't. So they're attacking ships that America has interest in until what? Israel stops bombing Gaza? Is that so? Every ship in the world, I guess, America has interest in, or.
What has the response from Yemen been since the bombing?
And do you mean like the government or the? Okay.
Maximum Hassan.
هلا بسألك سؤال بس يرجع.
Holy giga chat.
I'm still here. I'm still here.
What did you say? Do you mean
sorry, hold on. I thought Grimes was here. One sec.
Like, what's the response like from the people or from the government or?
What's the response from the people, the government, like
all
both?
of it?
I mean, is the people separate from the government?
Yeah.
Wait, what does that mean? What?
راشد عم بيسألك حسن إنه شو هي ردة الفعل تاعت الشعب والحكومة في اليمن بعد ما بلشت أمريكا بالقصف؟
والله يعني قلت لك يعني انها شيء طبيعي، يعني حتى يعني بعض الشعب اليمني فرح لانها امريكا قصفت اليمن، يعني فرحوا لانهم بنواجه امريكا يعني مواجهه يعني ضدها.
He's saying that again, like it's nothing new for Yemenis, and actually some Yemenis are like proud to be like I this is a weird way to put it, but he was basically saying like they were almost like honored to be like targeted by the US because they're confronting the US head on, like directly.
No, I understand that. I mean, it's better. What does he think about like I want to ask him questions about Saudi Arabia and UAE. Like, do the people of Yemen recognize like Saudi involvement or UAE involvement in Yemen as it's an extension of American involvement or American proxies, or do they separate that?
A lot of people in my chat are typing that apparently he had said that this is not the best translation, that he said that Yemenis were happy to fight with America. Also, I'm curious, okay, because I don't have as much background for Yemen. So somebody can tell me if this is like a light propaganda. But when he keeps saying like the people of Yemen, the Yemenis people, the people of Yemen, or the Yemeni people, what he really means are the Houthis, but I think the Houthis want to be seen or designated as the actual government and representatives of Yemen. Not everybody in Yemen, though, are part of the Houthis, and not everybody in Yemen agrees with the Houthis. So continuing to refer to them as like, oh, how do the Yemen people feel? How do Yemeni people feel? I think that's like some soft propaganda that's happening. He should be asking specifically, like, how do the Houthis feel, or how do the people that live, I don't know if there's a name for the people that live under the Houthis or whatever, but the goal is to, don't they control most of the populated centers? I know that I think the official government of Yemen has control of most of the land. I don't know if the Houthis control most of the population centers, but they want to be seen as the, I know they want to be seen as the government, but. Let me look it up real quick. Arabic is a bit weird, so it could be hard to translate. That doesn't mean the translator is biased. Yeah, sure. I don't know if the translator was like fucking. I doubt the translator would fuck up intentionally, knowing that many people are watching. So, but I could be wrong. I'm not sure. The Houthis right now control about 75% of the population, apparently, and 1/3 of the country's territory. Don't know if all the population necessarily supports the Houthis, but I don't know if they necessarily like the Saudi government either. That whole Yemen is a clusterfuck, but...
At all.
اوكي حسن بدي اعرف انه هل انت يعني بتعتبر انه التدخل السعودي او الاماراتي في اليمن هل انتم انه باعتباركم هل تدخل السعوديه والامارات يعتبر امتداد للتدخل الامريكي ولا هل تعتبروهم اشياء مختلفين؟
والله يعني ما فهمت السؤال، لكن يعني السعودية يعني احنا معاها والسعوديين اخواننا كلهم يعني، وحتى اللي ينتشر عبر التواصل الاجتماعي يعني ما في منه، ولا السعوديين والاماراتيين يعني اخوتنا، يعني ما شفنا منهم اي شيء. يعني صح انه كان حرب يعني ضدهم، لكن احنا الان اخوان يعني، وما في اي حرب بيننا وبينهم، يعني كل شيء تمام. يعني حتى اني دخلت السعودية عمرة يعني احترموني السعوديين يعني ضيفوني وكل شيء، والله تمام يعني.
اوكي شكرا. هلا بترجم. حسن oh sorry sorry I keep saying Hassan. He's saying that right now there's no like animosity between, like to him there's no animosity between Saudis and Yemenis and Emiratis. Like he's saying like he acknowledges that there was a war, but right now like he's saying that there's nothing but brotherhood, and he even says that he went to Umrah recently in Saudi Arabia and that he was treated normally. So he himself doesn't, I mean he doesn't, I guess, I don't know, he's not like tying the American and Saudi involvement together.
I don't know enough to call this out. I don't know if it's true or not. Fuck, I wouldn't trust anything being said offhand. I know that obviously the Houthis are on the opposite side of the, I think, Saudi-backed government in the civil war, but I think it is true that Saudi Arabia and the rest of the countries were like trying to reach like a peace agreement with the Houthi people or the Houthi government. I think that was the case, but I don't know enough to say if this is like completely right or completely wrong.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah,
that's probably why. Okay, that's good. That's probably why it's like more. Oh, whoa! What has happened to? Does he know what has happened to any of the crews? Like I heard they tried cat.
They tried what?
Wasn't it called cat? The chewing the lead. Caught.
بدي اسالك انه شو صار للطواقم اللي بيشتغلوا على السفن؟ بيقول لك انه سمع
Are they
انه
having a good time? Are they okay?
بقول لك انه الطواقم اللي بيشتغلوا على السفن انه كيف حالهم وايش عم تعملوا معهم، وانه هل انه عم بيستمتعوا بوقتهم؟
والله الصدق يعني مستمتعين يعني كلهم يعني، وعايشين الوضع الحمد لله يعني، جو خرافي، واتمنى انتم تزوروا الجو هذا كلكم.
يعني انت شفت الناس اللي بيشتغلوا على السفن؟
ايوه.
وبسألك إنه جربوا القات هم؟
Yeah, when he says crew, he means the hostages, I think, that Yemen, that the Houthis have right now. What is the current status of these people? Are the Houthis currently holding hostages for the crew that they've captured? Let's check. The story was November 20th. Hold on, this is months ago. 25 crew members hostage. Whatever happened to these people? They're not hostages, they're guests. I have no idea what the status is on these people right now. The Houthis gave them khat, which is a psychoactive plant similar to weed, so they were probably chilling because of it, not because they're happy. Oh, interesting. December 5th, the crew of the seized Galaxy Leader allowed modest contact with families. Ship owner. The crew of the Galaxy Leader commercial ship seized by Yemen's Iran-backed Houthis last month have been allowed modest contact with their families while various countries push for their release, the vessel's owner said this week. The Bahamas-flagged car carrier was taken to the port of Hodeidah in the Houthi-controlled north of Yemen after being boarded at sea on November 19th by commandos within the group. The vessel's crew is made up of nationals from Bulgaria, Ukraine, the Philippines, Mexico, and Romania. Safety and welfare of the crew remains the crew members remains the priority of both owners and managers of the modest contact that has been allowed with crew members and their families suggests that the seafarers are being treated as well as can be expected in the circumstances. Isle of Man registered owner Galaxy Maritime said in a statement on Monday, the 25 crew members being held have no connection whatsoever with the current situation in the region. The owner said nothing can be achieved by their further detention. The United States has blamed the Houthis for a series of attacks. Okay. How exactly is this ship related to Israel? Everything is. The whole world is, because Jews run the world.
ليش؟
جربوا قات.
أيوة كلهم جربوا القات حتى قبطان السفينة خزن.
He's saying they've all tried qat, including the captain of the ship that he went on. He's saying that the vibes are immaculate.
No fucking way.
he's saying he wants us to visit.
Oh, dude, I would love to. One day.
Please, I'll pay for it 100%. I'll fly in first class to Yemen.
I am afraid of America bombs, though. That's what I'm afraid.
بقول لك انه بده انه يزور السفن بس بيخاف من القصف الامريكي.
لا عادي يجي والله بنخليه يزور السفن كلهن ويعيش حياته يعني كون بيس يتخيل نفسه انه في ون بيس.
He says if you go visit there you'll feel like you're in One Piece and you can visit all the boats.
That's good. Okay, so what does he think about American?
I mean, like, if Hassan's audience thought that this was my conversation with Nick Fuentes and Lawrence Southern, I could understand why they would hate me. I would hate me if I had conversations like this with like white supremacists / Nazis. If this was like the vibe.
Because there's a lot of people in America that also are showing solidarity to the Palestinian people. How does he feel about that? Is that shocking to him?
شو رأيك بالشعب الأمريكي وهل تعرف إنه في يعني فئة كبيرة من الشعب الأمريكي اللي هي إنه بتدعم الشعب الفلسطيني وبتتضامن معه؟
صح والله يعني في أجانب كثير يعني شفت من الأجانب في أجانب كثير يعني تفاعلوا معي بالمنشورات حقي يعني وكلهم مع فلسطين يعني والله شفت يعني جمهور كبير يعني وأقول لهم I love you يعني لهم كلهم.
Yeah, he says he knows that a lot of the people that are supporting him online are foreigners and he reciprocates.
Best interview of the year for real.
And sends back the love to them.
Okay. That's cool. Yeah, we love you too, man. Big time. Yeah.
I
love you.
Do they okay, so does he feel like the war leading up to this last thing that occurred, the last bombing campaign that occurred, does he feel like, you know, he lost out on years of his childhood? Like,
what is he talking about, the civil war in Yemen, or is he talking about Israel-Palestine, or what is he?
There are things that he does he know of a time? Can he remember a time when he wasn't in some kind of war? I guess because this is like relatively new for him.
The Yemen war.
As experiences goes.
Yeah. So راشد عم بسألك حسن إنه هل بتحس إنه هل بتحس
Oh my god, dude, if I want to do like some hardcore troll shit, could you imagine if we invited like a settler from the West Bank on and started like joking about like killing Palestinians and shit? Holy fuck.
إنك خسرت سنين من طفولتك لأنك عايش تحت الحرب، وهل تتذكر وقت قبل الحرب؟ هل تتذكر إنه يعني عندك ذكريات من طفولة وحياة قبل الحرب.
People keep saying do an IDF soldier, interview an IDF soldier. I don't like the comparison. You need something more extreme. An IDF soldier is not comparable to this. It would have to be like an actual fucking like a settler terrorist or some shit would be like more comparable than an IDF soldier.
هل شكلت الحرب كثير من ذكرياتها؟
والله احنا الصدق يعني حياتنا كلها مغامرات. هذا يعني باختصار.
From what I understand, the Houthis haven't successfully boarded many ships. I could be wrong, but I think isn't it just like 2 or 3? I think usually their bombs and everything miss, or they just suck at whatever they're doing or whatever, and then they get escorted by U.S. ships or whatever. But I don't think they've boarded too many. But also, I haven't been following the news as much on this.
صدق يعني حياتنا كلها مغامرات. هذا يعني باختصار.
He just says their life is full of adventures.
Okay, that's a positive way to look at it. Tell him there's 25,000 people watching him live right now, by the way. I don't know if he knows that.
بيقول لك في 25,000 واحد عم بيتابع هذا المباشر هلا.
الله يقول لهم كلهم I love you so much وإن شاء الله كلهم يجربوا الجات ونخزن لهم كلهم على حسابي.
He says he loves all of them and he wishes they could all try Qat soon and he's treating them to it.
Okay, yeah, I can't wait. We're going.
My God, dude, this is so unhinged. Can you imagine Amazon is like paying server costs to do like Houthi propaganda to a bunch of young children in the United States on a video game streaming site? Like, the story is ridiculous. I guess they get away with it because they're far left or whatever. But, bro, like, weren't people... Am I making this up? Weren't people trying to cancel, like, fucking Patreon and shit? Back when, you know, like, Lauren Southern and all these other far-right people were being hosted on these platforms. People were like, why did Patreon process payments? Why are these guys doing the blah, blah, blah? And now you've got, like, this. Like, Jesus Christ.
Going to Yemen and we're getting caught. So yeah. So the thing is, like, I don't know. Is there any way for him to access Twitch so he can see it? I know you wrote that in the earlier DMs to him, but I don't know if he knows like, who are his favorite. What does he watch other than One Piece? Because he watches One Piece. What else? Because he's like a normal 19-year-old, right?
Mm-hmm.
So ask him what other stuff that he watches. Like, does he play video games? Does he like FIFA?
Sure. بده يعرف ايش كمان انه شو كمان في برامج بتتابعها غير ون بيس وايش بتلعب العاب يعني انه بتلعب فيفا او اي شيء انه شو بتحب تحضر او تلعب.
والله الصدق يعني كنت يعني زمان قبل 5 سنين كنت أشاهد مسلسلات تركية أفلام أمريكية لكن يعني الآن ما أشاهد ولا أي شيء لا ألعاب ولا يعني حتى ون بيس كملتها. يعني أنا أحب الأنمي يعني بشكل عام أنا كنت أشاهد مسلسل أطفال كثير يعني.
Do you think Twitch will actually do anything about this? Apparently they're making a new show with him. Any chance it gets canned? This seems to be over the line. I don't know. That's crazy if they're actually making a show with him though. That's fucking wild for this shit. It depends on if it gets any mainstream media coverage. Hassan better be praying that this guy's not involved in any wacky shit. Because if there's like some video footage of this dude like killing a hostage or like boarding a ship violently or some shit, Hassan is gonna get fucking destroyed.
بس الآن بطلتها.
هلا ما يعني ما بتتابع شيء هلا؟
لا هلا يعني ما يعني خلاص يعني انشغلت ما فضى يعني إني أشاهد.
انشغلت هلا؟
Yes.
He says that he used to like watching Turkish and American TV shows and he also used to love anime a lot, but he says that he's been very busy recently, so he hasn't been watching or doing anything.
Turkish TV shows? What are Turkish TV shows? Fuck, I just sped this up, I think, for no reason.
Does he watch Turkish? Muhteşem Yüzyıl. What does he watch in Turkish?
بسألك إذا كنت تحضر محمد ونور.
محمد ونور أول مرة أسمع فيهم.
برنامج تركي كان مشهور من زمان مش من زمان يعني قبل 10 سنين.
Turkish TV shows are super popular in the Middle East. Turkish soap operas are huge in Arab countries. Gotcha.
لا ما شفته الصدق.
No, he hasn't watched that one, but I watched that one.
No, you watched that one? Yeah, Ertuğrul. I don't know. There's a lot.
لا محتسم. Wait, that one is Harim Sultan. Sorry, not Noor Muhammad.
Oh, Harim Sultan. Okay.
Yeah, that's what we remember. Yeah.
Kurtlar Vadisi. No, he's not watching Kurtlar Vadisi. Okay. So he doesn't have time to watch stuff now, but what did he watch when he was younger? What is he like?
بيقول لك لما كنت صغير لما
Why do we care about this? Like
لسه كنت تتابع برامج ايش كنت تحب تحضر؟
توم وجيري سبونج بوب السنافر.
SpongeBob.
Yeah. Tom and Jerry, SpongeBob, Smurfs.
Nice. Okay. Hell yeah. That's good.
Yeah, this is Hassan, by the way, doing journalism better than most mainstream media outlets, like he said on Piers Morgan, remember? Okay.
Okay. So you watch SpongeBob and whatnot. Does he go to school? How does that work? I don't know.
Yeah. هل انت هلا يعني مسجل بالمدرسة انه بتروح على المدرسة ولا لا؟
والله يعني انا خلصت الثانوية.
He says he's done with school.
He's done with school?
Yeah, he's 19.
So what does he want to do? What are his aspirations other than go on adventures?
شو عندك طموح او احلام انه بدك تحققها؟
والله الصدق يعني ما فيش.
ولا إشي؟ ما بدك تعمل إشي؟
لا والله ما في اي حاجة افكر فيها الصدق يعني صراحة انا اعيش حياتي كل يوم اعيشها بيومه ما افكر باللي بعده.
He's saying that he just lives every day as it comes. He doesn't really have any long-term goals.
This guy's a himbo, bro. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Wait. Is this appropriate? I don't know if this is appropriate or not. Is he Shia or he's Shia? I assume, right?
بسألك إذا أنت شيعي أو سني. آسف على السؤال.
Is that no?
يمن. صدق يعني انا لا شيعي ولا سني يمني مسلم يعني نفس دينكم انا نفسكم.
حبيت جوابك صراحة السؤال ما له داعي. He says that he's not Shi'i or Sunni. He's just a Yemeni Muslim.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. I mean, I don't know. I feel like he's very media trained.
Is that like a standard answer that a Sunni would give, or is that an answer that a Shia would give? I forget. One of them thinks that they're like the real there are no. I feel like Q explains to me at one point that technically all Muslims are supposed to be Sunni. But Shia broke off and did some autistic shit. I think I don't know enough about Islam. Sunni, I think Sunni Muslims I don't think consider themselves Sunni. I think if you ask, by the way, I don't know shit about this. If you ask a Sunni Muslim, oh, are you Sunni or Shia? They would be I'm a Muslim, bro. And Shia are weird people. I don't know if they consider themselves Sunni Muslims. But I could also be totally fucking wrong about that. I don't remember. I think Q tried to explain this to me a while ago.
Surprisingly, but okay. That's cool. What else? I mean, I have so many. I don't know what. I'll ask him stuff from the chat if there's any questions in the chat.
That's a lie, bro. Houthis literally kill Sunnis for fun. There's no way he's not a shit. So okay, so real quick again. Okay, and again, my history for Yemen is really bad. So I don't know much. Okay, being honest. Okay, but my uneducated understanding is there was a big civil war that was fought for a long time. Okay, and the Iranian-backed Houthis. I think it more or less won 5 years ago or something. This is pretty much won the conflict. Saudi Arabia is ass mad. The other Gulf people are ass mad, but they don't really want to fight infinitely. I think we read that article yesterday where China kind of tried to bring Iran and Saudi Arabia together. Hey, can you guys fucking chill? And eventually I think Saudi Arabia was okay, fuck it. And now I think that Saudi Arabia and the Houthi government in Yemen are trying to kind of be normalized. So him saying something, I'm doing a lot of extrapolating here on information, could be wrong, but if what I'm saying is true, him saying things oh yeah, we love Saudi Arabia and we like Sunnis and blah 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 wouldn't be that surprising because the government doesn't want to be constantly fighting Saudi Arabia. They're looking for a off ramp so that they can kind of have a peaceful resolution to the issue so they can be done with, basically, right? They're trying to signal support for the current Houthi government and the Saudi Arabian and the other Gulf governments, essentially. I think. Okay.
Sure.
But there's Palestinians in the chat saying the Palestinians love him and thank him for everything that they're doing.
بقول لك حسن انه في فلسطينيين انه عم بيكتبوا لك تعليقات انه كلهم بحبوك وبيدعموك.
وانا احبهم كلهم I love you لهم.
What does he know about Turkey?
بقول لك شو بتعرف عن تركيا؟
عن تركيا كل شيء. اسطنبول ان شاء الله نجي اسطنبول قريب ان شاء الله اقول له.
He wants to visit Istanbul.
Nice, one day. Inshallah. Okay, so ask him what made him record the video. Yeah, I mean, he already said it though. He already responded to it. Ask him if he knows Western women are
why not why not dig more into that? Oof. Okay, I won't be critical of everybody's interviewing skills because it's a whole other thing, and I'm not gonna say you should be an expert interviewer, blah blah blah. But this isn't even expert interview. This is basic people skills. It's really shit to play like 20 questions with somebody, especially when they say interesting stuff that you, or they say something when there could be more interesting stuff they need to follow up on. I don't know why Hassan is like asking random questions instead of actually engaging with anything this guy's saying and asking follow-ups. Like, get some more information out of this guy. It sounded like he was about to ask a fucking body count question. Well, what do you think about Western women and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I mean, he already said it, though. He already responded to it. Ask him if he knows Western women are comparing him to a very famous actor. Oh, yeah. Does he know who Timothy Chalamet is?
بسألوك إذا بتعرف مين تيموثي شالامي ممثل أمريكاني.
Very famous actor.
عمرك سمعت عنه؟ مشهور كتير في أمريكا.
No.
لا ما
Say people in the West are comparing him to a very famous actor.
بقول لك إنه في ناس كتير في الغرب عم بيقارنوك بتيموثي شالامي واحد ممثل مشهور كتير.
الله الصدق يعني هذاك أمريكي وأنا يمني يعني في اختلاف.
he says that he's American and I'm Yemeni. That's it.
Okay. All right. Fair.
He doesn't know who he is.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Okay. So as far as like as far as American involvement, like I don't know. I mean, I asked him about like his American media consumption and whatnot. Overall, what does he think about America? Not just Americans, but what does he think about America? When you think about America, what is the first thing that comes to his mind?
Let's see. What would I expect Houthis to say? It's got to be somewhat aggressive towards America, right? Like, America's probably pretty fucked and they don't like America. They're not looking to, in this region, for the conflict with the Houthis, they're not looking for American resolutions to the problem. They want to provoke America because it makes, it undermines American presence in the Middle East, and they don't like Israel, obviously, and America's probably the biggest supporter of Israel. So it's got to be something negative about America. That'd be my guess, right?
Okay. بده يعرف إنه لما بتفكر.
Or I wonder, the real media-friendly answer would be, whatever for America, we just want them to stop supporting the genocide in Gaza. Let's see.
بأمريكا إيش أول إشي بيخطر ببالك يعني مش بس الشعب الأمريكي بس لما بتفكر عن أمريكا كبلد إنه شو أول إشي بيخطر ببالك؟
والله الصدق يعني أنا ما أفكرش في أمريكا أصلاً.
He's saying he doesn't think about America.
Okay.
I like that. Okay. Fair.
But then earlier in the interview, he literally said, we want a fight with America, but also we don't think about them, or okay.
Does he have any questions for me or for Americans in general? If there's anything that he wants to know as well, like we can,
Not gonna lie, this kid doesn't give any good answers. He just sounds like someone who doesn't know what to do in life and is just following the popular resistance movement he was born into. Possibly, but he's also just like, the goal of giving answers just sound like a cool, hip, like relatable kid that's just like, memeing out in Yemen, memeing out with the Houthis. Like, that's kind of the goal. It's not to give any answer that's like too deep or divisive. It's just kind of like sound like a cool, relatable dude who's just like hanging out with like, the hostages and like chilling and blah, blah, blah. Like, so technically these are really the only answers he needs to give. Because the only job of this is just make him kind of look cool and relatable to a Western audience, right? Oh, the Houthis? I remember that one guy who was kind of like they said he was a Houthi pirate, but he seemed like a cool, normal guy. And he was like attractive and he laughed and he told jokes. And he said that he doesn't hate, Americans or anything and blah, blah, blah. Like that. And Hassan is just like an actual, for as much as Katie was calling me a Zionist tool earlier, Hassan is like a perfect propaganda piece, mouthpiece, because you don't even have to make shit up for Hassan. Like, he'll take whatever you give him. He likes it. You don't have to play Hassan. He already wants to do propaganda against the United States. So he's like the best propaganda mouthpiece you could possibly have. He's like a slightly dumber, slightly more attractive version of Jackson Hinkle, basically.
حسن بسألك إذا أنت عندك أي أسئلة له أو إذا عندك أي أسئلة للشعب الأمريكي.
والله الصدق يعني في أمريكيين يعني كثير يعني.
He's not seem to be getting as triggered as he thought he would. Well, I'm not getting as triggered because Hassan's just stupid. He's not even doing like good propaganda. He just sucks. He's just lazy and retarded. Hassan. It's hard to, I can't figure out Hassan sometimes. I don't know. Sometimes he's like very far left and like very radical. And I'm surprised that he's actually like sacrificing his clout to be as radical as he is. That's surprising me, like the leftovers fiasco. But then other times Hassan is like, I think Hassan is just interviewing this guy because he's just clout hungry. This guy's super popular. He's the thing that everybody's talking about right now. He doesn't actually give a fuck about the interview, what the guy has to say. He doesn't know anything. He's asking retarded questions like, are you Sunni or Shia? It's a fucking retardedly random question to ask a Muslim in the Middle East. Like, it's just like a stupid interview. I thought that it would have been more, I thought Hassan would be trying to do more like actual propaganda work here, but he's just like disinterested and like looking to farm clout off of the, the figure of the week. That's what.
فاجئوني انهم مسلمين والله الصدق يعني I love you لهم يعني والله اني حبيتهم يعني عكس ما كنت اسمع عنهم يعني في ناس كثير يعني طلعت محترمة واي لاف يو للشعب الفلسطيني واي لاف يو للي بالبث كلهم يعني، وان شاء الله غزة يعني وفلسطين ان شاء الله تنتصر قريب.
وعندك اي اسئله؟ يعني بتحب تسال اشي؟
والله الصدق يعني شرفنا، والاسئله يعني خارج نطاق التغطيه، ما في اي سؤال بعقلي لا. يعني اقول لها شرفنا وعلى راسي كلهم، واي لاف يو سو ماتش، وان شاء الله لنا لقاء اخر.
He's saying that he doesn't have any further questions, but he was surprised to see how many Muslims there are in America, and in general how many supporters there are for Palestine, and he sends all his love to his supporters and the people in the chat.
Oh, that's a good question. There are asking what he thinks about the fact that in America, some of the like leading groups that are pro-Palestine are led by Jewish people who are anti-Israel. How does he feel about that?
بده يعرف حسن شو رأيك أو هل سمعت إنه في عديد من المجموعات بأمريكا.
Also, not to sound mean or rude, for a few things, this guy might not even be like a Houthi soldier or pirate. Also, he could actually literally be just a random kid that they give toys to and let on like boats, and now he's like doing nice propaganda, and the government doesn't have any attachment to him whatsoever. That is possible as well. Or he could just be like a random soldier that works like in media or some shit. Because especially in the Middle East, a lot of these guys are very media savvy. ISIS did a lot of media savvy shit. Saudi Arabia and Qatar, like they all have their own like propaganda channels and they all do their own media and everything. So that's possible too. But like, if you're going to ask a kid here questions, like I feel like the more interesting questions are going to be like on the ground stuff. Now, I don't know how much he's going to answer these things, but you know, things like how do you guys decide which ships to go after, or you know, how would you feel if you hit a civilian ship and you sunk it, or like do they worry about dying while fighting? You know, you blah blah. Like I don't know, like questions like this. But asking a kid like, what do you think about the fact that in the West there are pro-Palestinian organizations that are headed by Jewish people that identify as left and progressives that aren't like this kid's not gonna have a good answer to that. It's no offense, he's 19 years old, he's no idea. I imagine about like the particulars of pro-Palestinian support groups in the United States that are headed by anti-Zionist Jews. Like that's such a hyper-specific question. There's no shot that he's gonna have like an in-depth in before he gives like an actually eloquent like 3-minute answer relating to that.
سمعت إنه في عديد من المجموعات بأمريكا أو المنظمات اللي يعني بتأيد فلسطين وبتأيد القضية الفلسطينية اللي يعني بس هي منظمات يهودية. يعني هل سمعت هذا الشيء إنه بتعرف إنه في يهود في أمريكا بيدعموا فلسطين؟
والله يعني صراحة أي واحد يدعم فلسطين إحنا معه.
He's saying anyone that supports Palestine we're with.
Hell yeah. That's good shit. Okay. What kind of role religion plays in his life? Does he, can I ask, I don't know if I can ask this. Does he pray 5 times a day? No, you don't want me to ask him about religion?
I feel like that's just not like interesting. I don't know. I mean, I can ask him if you want.
No. It's fine. You're right. I mean, I don't know. I don't do any of that stuff. So
I don't either. I'm not going to ask.
I know. I'm just wondering like what dudes in Yemen are doing. Are they going to Jummah prayer or are they not? You know what I mean? Are they pulling up?
Yeah.
Or, well, I have a question about what is it
like
that
there is I think that would be an interesting question. There is like there is a tad bit of an interesting question there when it comes to religion. Like, how much religious solidarity do you feel with Palestinians? Why do you feel so much because he said earlier, I stand with Palestine. I think he might have said solidarity with Palestinians. I think the translator maybe. But like, why do you feel solidarity with Palestinians? What is it that makes you feel solidarity with them? Is it the religious aspect? Is it something else? Is it like fighting against Israel or European like settlers? Or what is the feeling? Western backed people? Like, what's the feeling? That would have been an interesting question. But do you pray 5 times a day is like, I don't know.
There are so many Yemeni music videos. We've watched it. We're big fans of the Yemeni music videos. You could tell them that, and there are so many of them that we watch on the stream. Like, what's up with Yemen? Are they like a specifically musical people? What's going on?
بقول لك حسن إنه كتير هلأ صار في شعبية للموسيقى اليمنية وللأغاني اليمنية وللفيديوهات اللي بتطلع من اليمن. بسألك يعني إنه هل الموسيقى إشي يعني الموسيقى اليمنية يعني أنتوا كتير بتحبوا الموسيقى في اليمن ويعني بتحبوا الرقص شكلكم وهيك أشياء؟
والله يعني إحنا يعني الرقص حقنا يعني أكيد تعرفوا يعني بالبرع اسمه.
How are you curating your questions? How are you curating your questions? Well, there are things that we read and there are assumptions that we make about people, and it'd be interesting to hear if their answers line up with like debates on the record or debates on like what people say motivates people in the region, right? Like it would be interesting to hear him say anything. It would be interesting to hear him say like, we don't actually care if the Palestinians are religious at all. We just stand in solidarity with our Arab brothers against, European colonialists. And that's how they still view the conflict. That would be interesting. It'd be interesting if he said, all Muslims around the world have an obligation to fight when our Muslim brothers are being, oppressed somewhere, like Osama bin Laden said in his letter to America. So that would be an interesting answer. There's a lot of interesting answers you could theoretically give. It would be interesting to hear, like, how do you feel personally about this particular thing? Does it like line up with how we would expect you to feel about this particular thing? How do you feel about the Saudi-backed government that you guys are fighting against in Yemen? Do you guys think that government is evil? Do you view those Yemeni citizens as the enemy? Do you think that all of you are just separated by artificial governments that will hopefully come back together? How do you view reunification in the country? Like, would you want to be brothers again with Yemeni people that fight under the, the Saudi backed government's flag? Like, I don't know, all of these would be. How do you view the fact that like some people say you're just Iranian backed terrorists? Like, how does that make you feel? Do you think that bombing boats makes you guys look like terrorists? Does that hurt you guys? Do you care at all about it? Like, I don't know. These are all the things that like all of these things about like an individual on the ground thinking about things would be interesting. Questions about fucking anime and shit. Everybody likes anime. Like, I guess what I don't like about this is like, it feels like everybody around the world is human, right? We're all humans. So when you ask a guy, do you like anime? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, oh, like this brown savage that like these guys live in caves, but he has television. Whoa, he likes anime. What? Like, you guys make music videos? Do you have instruments in Yemen? Like, whoa, you guys have cameras? You can record shit? What? Like, it's like, yeah, they're human beings, obviously. Like, yeah. Obviously. I don't know, like, the humanizing questions are only interesting, I guess, if you don't view people as humans. It's like, I just feel like stupid. But I mean, also some people like it. I don't know. Like,
كثير بتحبوا الموسيقى في اليمن ويعني بتحبوا الرقص شكلكم وهيك أشياء.
والله يعني احنا يعني الرقص حقنا يعني اكيد تعرفوا يعني بالبرع اسمها هكذا، وان شاء الله عقبالهم ما يخزنوا ويسمعوا اغاني يمنيه كلهم.
يخزنوا يعني لما بتحكي يخزن يعني بياخذ
يعني يحط قطعته.
اوكي اول مره بسمع هاي الكلمه.
I don't disagree with your overall point, but the point I think is that they're dehumanized. Well, sure, but then talk about the dehumanizing aspects. People don't dehumanize the people in Yemen because they think they don't have enough music videos. And people don't dehumanize people in Yemen because they think that they don't have Toonami or Cartoon Network. They dehumanize them because they see them shooting missiles at merchant ships in the fucking ocean. So ask questions about that. Do you think that if you were to shoot missiles at a ship in the ocean and you blew it up and civilians died, would that be a worthy cause to help Palestinians? Do you think that would be an okay trade-off? I don't know. These would be interesting questions. Not, do you watch cartoons? Have you ever heard of Bugs Bunny?
He said this means that means qat. That's what he's doing. He's saying that yeah, they love music and dancing and that he wants everyone to with him and dance and listen to music, I guess.
Okay. What does he have to say to dumbasses that consider him to be a terrorist? What does he think about that?
Oh, see, like now we're approaching that's it. We're almost getting to interesting questions. Now he primed the fuck out of that because he's biased as fuck, but
answer that question. I just banned one of those stupid fuckers in the chat just now.
بيقول لك شو رأيك بالمتخلفين اللي بيحكوا عنك إرهابي؟
من هم؟
He says, who are they?
Just fucking dumbasses.
He's like dismissing them.
How about people from countries whose ships that these flags are flying under are condemning Yemen for the attacks? How about those people? How about the crew of some of these ships? How about all of the people that are rerouting their ships around South Africa now because they're worried about getting attacked by Houthis? Like, I mean, what about any of these people? Like,
yeah. Oh, okay. Nice. Okay. Respect. Okay. What else do I want to ask? What else do I want to ask? So, like, I mean, he's asking if he would stop going on boats if Israel stops the genocide. I mean, yeah, he's gonna say yes. Chat. What are you talking about? Those are like dumbass questions. Has he ever had like Western food?
Have you ever had a hot dog?
بسألك حسن إذا عمرك جربت أكل أجنبي.
جربت لا ما جربتش أكل مصري، بس إيش الأكل الأجنبي يعني؟ هو أكل زي أكلنا يعني، كيف أكل أجنبي يعني بالإنجليزي أكل
إنه يعني إنه أكلات يعني ما بعرف زي الأشياء اللي بياكلوها بأمريكا.
يعني أكيد في عندنا أكلات زي الأكلات حقهم، يعني في أكلات يعني كلها مواد غذاء، يعني كلها نعمة من الله.
بس يعني إيش إنه يعني إيش يعني إيش بتاكلوا عادة يعني أكلات أجنبية إذا عندكم؟
أكلات أجنبية والله الصدق يعني أنا ما قد يعني زرت الأجانب عشان أكل من أكلهم، لكن الأجانب يأكلون نفس الأكل أتوقع يعني، ومدري الله أعلم.
He's not really like answering any specific like foods. He's just saying like I mean he's just saying it's the same food that he eats is the same food that we eat.
Okay.
This one's like, even like meat and vegetables? Can you ask him if he's ever seen a Pringles potato chip? Can you ask him if he pops, can he stop? Like what?
Is there a KFC there? They're everywhere. I don't think there's a KFC in Yemen, dog.
بسألك إذا في KFC باليمن. تعرف شو
إيش؟
KFC؟
أول مرة أسمع فيها.
عمرك سمعت بكنتاكي؟
أيوة في عندنا كنتاكي 2 مطاعم.
He says they have 2.
Oh, they do have KFC in Yemen?
I wonder if it's like, I feel like it's off-brand.
Oh, yeah, it's gotta be, right? Like, what the fuck? That's crazy. Okay, that's sick. That's wild. They fucking have KFC in Yemen. There you go. What does he do? What does he do for day to day in Yemen? Like, tell him to walk us through a day, like a normal.
Okay, holy shit. This looks fucking delicious. Wait, what the fuck is this? Does KFC have crazy ass food now? Oh, I shouldn't have opened this. Oh my god, I made a huge mistake. Okay. Oh, damn.
Normal day in his day to day in Yemen. Like, tell him to walk us through a day, like a normal day in his life.
What does he think he's gonna say? Well, I wake up in the morning. I say my one of 5 prayers. You almost caught me there. We go outside and we do our daily 30 minutes of Death to America chants while we prepare the next mortar that we're gonna fire off into the fucking Red Sea in the hopes of hitting a ship this time. I talked to my friend Muhammad, and he's the drone operator. We try to pick out targets from ships that are coming through the Red Sea. At 12 p.m., we eat lunch after saying another prayer and watch Bugs Bunny and anime. Like what?
Does he have a girlfriend? What does his parents think about this? Like, I got a bunch of questions like that.
عنده كثير أسئلة لك بس رح أحاول إنه يعني أسهل الموضوع. فبسألك أولا يعني شو إذا بتقدر توصف لنا إنه كيف اليوم العادي عندك باليمن، إنه إيش تعمل باليوم العادي، وهل أنت إنه في وحدة مصاحبها هلا بحياتك، وكمان إيش رأي أهلك بالموضوع؟
والله يعني ما فيش ولا واحدة يعني، ولا أعرف أي بنت في حياتي الصدق يعني صراحة، ولا راسلت بنت ولا كلمت بنت ولا أي شيء.
He's saying that he doesn't talk to any girls, he doesn't DM any girls, he's not talking to any girls at all.
Sure.
بقول لك اوكي ماشي.
اوكي.
طب شو بسألك كمان انه ايش كانت ردة فعل اهلك للفيديو اللي انتشر عنك؟
الله يعني طبيعي، شيء هذا عندنا شيء طبيعي يعني.
Yeah, he says there like his parents' reaction was normal, like there is no like big reaction.
His parents are just chilling. Why are they? They're so chill about
everything. Is chill. Everything is chill. Apparently, there's nothing is like we're overreacting. It seems like.
Yeah, this is why Jeremy Scales said out of all of his travels, the people of Yemen are the chillest people he's ever met. Like the.
Well, I mean, it's like he said. So, you know.
Huh?
It's the khat. Oh.
Yeah. بالضبط.
That.
Yeah.
Okay. Respect. Yeah, I mean, I guess it is normal when it's like that.
It's possible that he was media trained specifically for this, so he may know how dumb Hassan is. And I doubt this kid has media training. There's probably somebody who's like talked to him, and he has like an idea of like what he should or shouldn't say. But I doubt he has like extensive media training. They probably just say like, make sure you don't say retarded shit like that we want to kill all Jews or we want to like fight again with Saudi Arabia. As long as you don't say dumb shit like that. He's probably just saying like random bullshit. He's probably heard his whole life. He's a 19-year-old fucking kid, you know, in fucking Yemen that's like chill with the Houthi. Like, it's probably just shit that he's heard. Like, my guess is most young men that live in like Houthi controlled territory are probably going to give you like a similar interview. He's not like an ultra media savvy, you know, pirate media mastermind.
Let me ask some other stuff.
Would be my
he
guess.
doesn't play any video games, he said, right? No video games? Okay. I already asked about the anti-Zionist Jews. He said he loves it. Anyone who is anti-Zionist and with the Palestinian people, he's happy with. I mean, I want to ask him about the knife. The knives are sick. What's up with the knives? You know, the curved knives.
شو بتسموا السكاكين اللي بتحملوها بالفيديوز؟
جنبيها اسمها باليمن. جنبيها ايوه جنبيها.
بدي اسالك عنهم، يعني هل انه شو اهميتهم عندكم؟
والله هذيك يعني اهميتها هذيك عندنا اذا طلعت ما بترجع الا في دم.
I don't know, but I feel like they probably don't just let anyone film videos on captured vessels. I think for this one, I think they literally do just let anyone film videos on captured vessels. I think they were doing tours. Groups of men have been photographed taking selfies and tours on a cargo ship seized by Yemen's Houthi rebels last month. The Iran-backed group hijacked the Galaxy leader in the Red Sea in November, saying it was Israeli. Houthi militia members had earlier threatened to target Israeli ships over its war with Hamas on the Gaza Strip. So the ship was carrying 25 crew members. Apparently this crew is still unaccounted for. But apparently they are doing tours and taking pictures and...
بدي اسالك عنهم، يعني هل انه شو اهميتهم عندكم؟
والله هذيك يعني اهميتها هذيك عندنا اذا طلعت ما بترجع الا في دم.
He says if one of those knives comes out in front of you, it's not going back until it has blood on it.
Oh shit. Okay, my bad. Well, I mean, I think it's cool though. Okay. Maybe explain why you're trying to get this type of humanizing information from. Okay, shut up.
Why not ask him more questions about that? Like, what do you mean? Are you like, do you combat train with knives? Are you looking to fight somebody or what? Like, that was kind of an aggressive answer. No?
Chatter, come on. It's not like, that's crazy. We're not going to explain that. What does he watch TikTok or YouTube?
Bro, are you serious?
هل يعني بتشاهد اي حدا او بتتابع اي حدا على التيك توك او على اليوتيوب؟
ولا تابع شيء.
Rewind that? Rewind what? Him reading the chat question?
What does he watch? We're not going to get this type of humanizing information from. Okay, shut up, Chatter. Come on. It's not like, that's crazy. We're not going to
just
this type of humanizing information from. Okay. Okay. Maybe explain why you're trying to get this type of humanizing information from. Okay, shut up, Chatter. Come on. It's not like, that's crazy. We're not going to explain that.
Like this? What do you want me to say? Like,
what does he watch TikTok or YouTube?
هل يعني بتشاهد اي حدا او بتتابع اي حدا على التيك توك او على اليوتيوب؟
ولا تابع شيء الصدق، يعني صراحة أنا الآن ما فضي يعني ما تابع أحد. لا إذا
why read it? I have no idea. No.
أشياء مهمة يعني.
I'm from Yemen and it's an old thing. If you take it off, you're either killing someone or you pay like $5,000. Oh shit. Okay. I think this guy got more info out of Hassan and kids in America than Hassan got out of him. Yeah, maybe.
تابعها.
He's saying he doesn't really have time to do any of that, but if it's like important stuff, then he'll watch it. But yeah, that's
important stuff like what? Like Al Jazeera? Like what's he watching?
بيقول لك يعني ايش شو هي الاشياء المهمة اللي ممكن انه يعني تصرف وقتك عليها.
يعني هذا الايام الصدق يعني هذا الايام الوقت يعني ما فيش اي حاجة يعني تستاهل عشان نضيع وقتنا عشان هلا فلسطين.
He's saying nothing is more important than Palestine right now, so that's like what he's spending his time on.
Okay.
What about like, how do you get information about Palestine? That would be a really interesting question because it seems like, you know what a really interesting question would be is one is, how do you get information about Palestine? And two is, do you support the October 7th attacks? But more importantly, three is, what do you think happened on October 7th? So one number that I constantly cite is that 80% of Palestinians in the West Bank and 50% of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip support the October 7th attack. However, some pollsters say that when you look at some of this polling data, I think that high numbers of people don't know what actually happened, or they claim they don't even know if any civilians were killed. I think like over 50% of people in both the Gaza Strip and the West Bank don't know that civilians were killed. Now, whether they're not considering civilians as civilians or all Israel, I'm not entirely sure on that. That's interesting. But it'd be interesting to ask him that question. What do you think happened on October 7th? And the answer that he gives might be really interesting. I wonder what the Palestinian article, or not Palestinian, I'm sorry, the Arabic article looks like on October 7th, 2023, Hamas-led attack on Israel. Can I search for Arabic, or do I need to look? Is that this? And then translated to English, the Al-Aqsa flood operation, and in Israel, the Iron Swords operation, as some sources refer to it as the Third Intifada, or the Palestinian-Israeli War, and is informally referred to as the Battle of the 7th of October. It is an extended military operation launched by the Palestinian resistance factions in the Gaza Strip, led by the Hamas movement, through its military arm, the Martyr-Is al-Din al-Qassam brigades, in the early morning hours of Saturday, corresponding to blah, blah, blah. The commander-in-chief of the Phalange, Muhammad al-Daif, announced the start of the operation in response to the Israeli violations in the courtyards of the Blessed Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Israeli settlers' assault on Palestinian citizens in Jerusalem, the West Bank, and the occupied interior. Operation Al-Aqsa Flood began with a large-scale missile attack launched by the resistance factions. Thousands of missiles were directed at various Israeli settlements, from Dimona in the south to Had HaSharon in the north, and Jerusalem in the east. The launching of these missiles coincided with a ground incursion by the resistance factions using four-wheel drive vehicles, motorcycles, and aircraft. The sailors in other towns adjacent to the Strip, which are known as the Gaza Envelope, where they took control of a number of military sites, especially in Sderot, and they reached Ofakim, I can't pronounce it, and stormed Nativat and fought violent clashes in the three settlements and other settlements. They also captured a number of soldiers and took them to Gaza, in addition to seizing a group of Israeli military vehicles. On October 9th, the Israeli occupation army announced that it had regained control of all the towns seized by the Palestinian resistance factions around the Gaza Strip, with a continuation of some sporadic skirmishes. And Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant announced at the start of what he called a comprehensive siege of Gaza, including a ban on the entry of food and fuel. So this is the Arabic summary at the head of this particular article. So this is why when I was arguing with Katie earlier that Arabs have like a whole different view sometimes of conflicts related to Jewish people, this kind of stuff is what I was talking about. That you can read, sometimes you can read like the articles in Arabic, and the presentation is quite different than sometimes the English presentation. Here they call it Black Saturday, or the Simchat Torah Massacre. Internationally, it's the 7th of October attack, attacking Israeli civilian communities and military bases, as well as a music festival, resulting in, and then it gives the desert. Yeah. So obviously you can see it's way different. So that's why I'm saying that would be an interesting question to ask him. What do you think happened on October 7th? And see like what his response was. That would be a really interesting question. But I think in order to ask that, you would have to know that a lot of the people in this region have way different views of what's actually happening than other people. I don't know what the fuck Hassan thinks about any of this. I have no idea.
Is more important than Palestine right now, so that's what he's spending his time on.
Okay. He just graduated high school, Chatter. What does he think about China? Does he know anything about China?
شو رأيك بالصين؟
بالصين أصدق أنا ما
Wait, did he just do a racism? Or am I just making a bad assumption there? Wait, what?
الصين يعني في
رأيك بالصين؟
بالصين أصدق أنا ما الصين يعني في مسلمين، أكيد في كل مكان في مسلمين، وفي يعني أكثر شيء يعني المسلمين في كل أنحاء العالم. يعني الشعب الصيني أنا ما قد جلست معهم ولا، بس الصدق يعني قبطان السفينة كان صيني وخزن واندمج معنا وكان يغني ويصور ستوريات. عجب على الجو.
He's saying he hasn't spent much time with Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and he did qat with them, and he danced to music with them, and he was vibing. So he likes him. Yeah.
Hold on. When he says the captain was Chinese, I'm assuming he means like one of the Yemeni military captains? What, or does he mean one of the random captured people were Chinese? Would the Houthis be capturing Chinese? Hostages? After China, fuck, dude. What am I looking for? Galaxy. The Galaxy leader was a Japanese ship. Okay. What does that have to do with China? I'm aware that random people work on these ships. I'm just curious if... I feel like you would return the Chinese ones, like, really quickly. But maybe I could be wrong. I think it was a Chinese captain of an Indian ship. Oh, maybe. Let's see. Merchant ship boarded Houthi Chinese captain? No? I speak a bit of modern standard Arabic, and his slip-up was he initially said, you can come to Yemen, but he realized that was bad, so he changed it to do not come Destiny. Well, no, bruh, he thinks the Japanese ship is Chinese. Oh, he just thinks that all Asians are Is that what the meme was? Because it was a Japanese flagship, I believe.
So, I mean, what...
Because that's such an interesting thing. What do you mean, like Chinese captain of your unit or the other people, or was he just mixing up Chinese and Japanese, or? I might have been thinking of the Galaxy ship or whatever. Yeah, the Galaxy ship, I'm pretty sure was Japanese, I think. Also, that's true too. Why do you have access to hostages?
So crazy. So they're just fucking chilling with the captains? Like, I don't understand.
Like, it's so crazy because if America or the IDF were to give any accounting of hostages like this, Hassan would be losing his fucking mind. But there were no Japanese crew members. I thought the crew were no Japanese in that article. Were they? I thought there was a Japanese crew. Maybe I'm just mixing it up with the maybe it was just chartered by Japan. Maybe there weren't any Japanese crew. That might be the case.
America's like America's like blowing them up while they're just like doing cat and fucking chilling with the captains. Like, how does he feel about that? Isn't that fucking crazy? Like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like he seems just normal, but it's not normal to have your ship blown up, you know?
بيقول يعني انه شو رايك انه انتوا قاعدين انه مع يعني بتسولفوا مع القبطان وبتخزنوا معه وبترقصوا معه وبنفس الوقت امريكا قاعده بتقصف باليمن انه كيف هدول الاشياء عم بيصيروا بنفس الوقت.
والله الصدق يعني احنا يعني باحترامنا واخلاقنا يعني نجذبهم الينا يعني خلاص نكسبهم يعني خلاص يكرهوا امريكا يكرهوا الحكومه الامريكيه.
He's saying that they win over the crews on these ships and they like win them over with their charm and they make them hate America and the US government.
That's so funny.
God, fuck, I hate it so much. It's actually so disgusting, dude. That he, like, this is so gross. Wait, where's my translate button? Hello? Am I missing something? Nope. English. Bro, how the fuck are these articles sorted? My God. On October 17th, Gaza Health Ministry officials reported that heavy overnight Israeli army bombing had killed more than 70 people, including families evacuated from Gaza City in the north. One of the airstrikes led to the killings of senior Hamas military commander Ayman Nofal. In continuation of the massacres in the afternoon, an Israeli raid hit a UN RWA school in the Maghazi refugee camp, killing 6 people and wounding 12 others. On the evening of the same day, the Israeli occupation forces committed a bloody massacre in the Gaza Strip by bombing the courtyard of Al-Ali Baptist Hospital, as a result of which, according to what the Palestinian Ministry of Health announced, more than 500 victims were martyred, most of them women and children. Based. Great, accurate article. Nice. But anyway, this is like the type of news that depending on what you're reading from and in what language, it can be a little bit wacky, but sometimes.
Okay, that doesn't probably take much to be fair. I mean, what does he plan on doing once Palestine is free? You know what I mean?
لما انه بعد ما فلسطين تتحرر شو بتحب تعمل بوقتها؟
والله يعني أهم شيء إنها تتحرر، بعدين لما تتحرر إن شاء الله بنروح فلسطين، وفلسطين أهل فلسطين يجوا عنا وإحنا نجي عندهم، وهكذا يعني الحمد لله يعني بنرتاح.
He's saying that once Palestine is free, then he can rest, and he would like to visit Palestine, and he would like Palestinians to visit Yemen as well.
Me too, brother. Me too. Okay. Ask him his thoughts on Sean King. Okay, chatter.
I'm sorry. Not familiar with maritime law, but given that these ships are passing through Yemen's Ease, I don't know what EEZ means, doesn't that give them some right to strike these vessels? Fuck no. Passage through waterways is considered like incredibly important for economic reasons. Now, some countries will make arguments and sometimes even do aggressive actions towards warships in wartime. But like, I'm pretty sure even Turkey wasn't restricting access to the Black Sea for like Russian merchant ships or whatever. But wartime ones, people will argue for it. But no, you can't just start shooting at or striking random fucking merchant vessels. That's insane. Oh, EEZ is exclusive economic zone. Gotcha.
It's fucking so stupid. Wait, what the fuck? He smiled at that. Does he know who that is? Oh my god.
عمرك سمعت بشون كينج؟ واحد اسمه شون كينج.
لا لا.
Oh my god. That was okay. Jesus Christ. Does he know who Donald Trump is?
تعرف مين ترامب أكيد.
He should have I'm guessing it'd be a negative opinion of Trump, right? Move the embassy to Jerusalem, huge supporter of Israel.
Oh my god. والله هذا ترامب لا تدخلوا هالسالفة.
Muslim ban, 7-country Muslim ban.
Yeah, doesn't fuck with him obviously.
What's tell him to teach us not a bad word in Yemen, but like how to say like fuck you. Like in Turkey we have this, right? Do they have that in Yemen as well? Like something like that that's unique?
Okay.
Do they do the middle finger? Does he know that?
Well, I mean, in Arabs do this. Like, have you seen this?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, this, right?
Yeah. عم بسألك إنه عم بقول لك إنه بتركيا لما إنه عندهم حركة نوارية هيك إنه بيعملوا
Yeah, we do this in Turkey. This is Turkey.
لما بدك تحكي لحدا إنه خرع عليك أو شيء هيك إنه هيك تعمله بإيدك. إنه هو عم بسألك إنه في إشي باليمن تعملوه بإيديكم لما بدك إنه تهين حدا كيف بتأشروا لبعض.
والله هذا شيء كبير.
بده يتعلم حركات شو اسمه بده يتعلم حركات سيئة.
سيئة والله يعني نفس هم كيف يسووهم هكذا كيف يسووا كيف
هيك
والله هذا الحركة عندنا يعني حتى احنا هذا الحركة عندنا وفي حركة ثانية يعني اللي هي
He's getting shy. ايش هي الحركة بده يشوفها؟ شو هي الحركة بده يشوفها؟
عيب كلها
عيب. He says عيب.
Ayib. Wait, is the same word in Arabic as well? In Turkish?
Yeah, like it's like
shame, shameful.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay. Ayib. Yeah, I know Ayib. Okay. That's so funny. Why is he being so respectful, bro?
Hello?
Am I audible? Hello?
Yes.
You busy right now?
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, give me like 6 minutes and I'll be done, okay? Or like 7 minutes.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, be careful.
Cool, I'll be waiting here.
Bye.
Okay, that's hilarious. All right. Oh, do they do this? This?
بتعملوا هيك.
Does he know what that is?
أيوة عندنا هذا وعندكم.
Yeah, he says they have that too. He says they also have this one by the way.
Oh, they do this too? Okay. Do they do this? Like that? Like that? Like the
I mean, he clearly recognizes it, so.
Yeah, like the you gotta lick it and then do it like that. That's how you do it in Turkey.
Yeah. This is crazy.
What do you mean? I'm just fucking chilling. We're just vibing, dude.
No, I know. This is the dream blunt rotation right here.
Yeah, we're just vibing. We're vibing big time. Okay, this is the international language that everybody understands. Cursing, fucking football, and all this shit. But they don't have any. They don't have any like he doesn't have any time to watch fucking anime and shit. So I don't know what else to ask about. So he doesn't play any video games.
He doesn't watch anime, so I don't know what else to ask about. What the fuck?
He said he watches One Piece chat. He already said that. You need to understand overseas mentality. Bitch, I'm overseas myself originally. Shut the fuck up. Okay. Is he getting tired? He can leave whenever he wants to.
عم بسألك عم بقول لك إذا تعبت تقدر تترك أنت ما بدك يعني ما تحس إنك لازم تضلك موجود.
طيب عادي اذا باقي عنده اسئله يعني يوم ثاني ان شاء الله بجاوب على اسئلته كلها ان شاء الله واعلمها حركات يمنيه واعلمها طرق يمنيه واعلمها اكلات يمنيه كل شيء ان شاء الله بس يوم ثاني.
Okay, ماشي.
What's he saying? Is he saying he's late?
He's saying that he like if you want anything from him, if you want him to answer any questions later or teach you any moves or anything, you can reach out to him on another day.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And tell him if he wants to hit us up from the on top of the ship. I mean, we could do that too.
بيقول لك اذا بتحب انه تتصل فينا لما تكون على القارب او على السفينه تقدر تتصل
تمام
فينا. يعني
تمام قول له ان شاء الله بعد يومين ان شاء الله بحط له صورته فوق السفينه واتصل له ان شاء الله.
اذا بتقدر تاخذ صورته معك على السفينه وتتصور معها ممتاز.
ايوه باخذها تمام.
He's saying that he'll take your picture with him to the ship and take a picture of you with it like this.
Okay, sure. Does he have any idea what I do? Like he has no idea, right? Like how would you describe to him? Like I don't know if there's anything like any parallel that you could use, like example you can use to be like this is, you know, like does he know who Mr. Beast is? Ask him that.
تعرف مين Mr. Beast؟ عمرك سمعت فيه؟
من هو؟
Mr. Beast.
اكيد مستر بين ما كنت اكل الا لما شاهد مستر بين.
لا no he thinks you're talking about Mr. Bean.
Mr. Bean? No, Mr. Beast on YouTube.
في واحد ثاني اسمه Mr. Beast على اليوتيوب.
مستر بيس اللي ما يتكلم ولا ين؟
ايه؟
مستر بيس اللي ما يتكلم صح؟
لا هذاك مستر بين هذاك ممثل هذا احنا عم نحكي عن واحد على اليوتيوب.
ما اعرفه.
ما بتعنون دزن. Okay. Cool.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. شكرا.
بشكرك. بقول لك شكرا.
قول له عادي العفو والله شرفنا واحلى حسان والله شرفنا.
He says you're welcome and it was an honor to be here.
Hell yeah. All right. Bye. Bye.
Bye. I love you.
All right. That was crazy. I bet you didn't think that was going to happen today. Okay.
Wow, crazy. That was crazy.
That was incredible. You should ask him about Mr. Bean. Yeah, that was a wild turn of events. This was genuinely incredible. This is more than anything I've seen in corporate media, and it's incredible to see this community support and learn from their point of view. Love you, Haas. Yeah.
What? What was that? Hold on. That glaze?
Today. Okay. That was incredible. You should ask him about Mr. Bean. Yeah, that was a wild turn of events. This was genuinely incredible. This is more than anything I've seen in corporate media, and it's incredible to see this community support and learn.
Better than anything I've seen in corporate media.
From their point of view, love you, Haas. Yeah. Instead of screeching endlessly about how bad the Yemeni people are, you know, sometimes you just got to go directly to the source, baby. That's how it works. Okay, that was fire. Hold on, I'm going to thank him again. I told Mohammed Al-Safin that I needed his help, but then I was like, I already did it. You know, 2 days before your picture on top of the ship. Okay, we'll see. But yeah, this is why this is the most goated fucking political broadcast. You're not going to get this shit anywhere else. Okay, definitely a bit of an op, isn't it? Bro, he's 19 years old. I don't think he's like, I don't think he is going to be, I don't think he's going to be like, I mean, I thought that he was definitely more media trained than I would have suspected.
So I'm gonna make a comedy skit out of that.
Did you love that interview?
Yeah, it was so great.
Best thing you've ever seen? The best news media? Hard-hitting truth?
That's what I go to Hassan for, because I can't get that.
I can't get that anywhere else.
I can't get that in corporate media.
Yeah, right. I mean, I sometimes get that on TikTok, right? I mean, that's the only other place that gives those hard-hitting truths, you know?
Exactly. I mean,
yeah. So what was your question about?
30 seconds and I'll ask it. Hold on. Apparently Hassan said Luffy was a terrorist in other times. What?
First of all, Luffy is a terrorist. He is. I mean, he literally is. I mean, he's fighting.
I hate that. You're kind of right.
Yes,
I fucking hate that. You're
well, but is he gonna say he's like a based terrorist? Like,
kind of right.
Yeah, he is a freedom fighter in the most like honorable sense.
Wait, oh my God, is this real? Photoshopped? Is his head actually this small?
Of the word. Yeah. He is quite.
I can't tell if I'm like fucking losing my mind. Wait, what the fuck? Is this a real life?
Literally fighting against an unjustifiable, corrupt military apparatus that is like holding the entire world hostage, the world government and the Navy.
Okay. Why do you retards link me things like you're making like a good point? Like, look at Hassan say, here he said he was a terrorist. Okay, yeah, but he thinks he's a base terrorist. Fucking morons. Okay. I'm making fun of appearances? Okay, maybe not. Thank you for this. I'll use this tomorrow. Disagreements I need to talk to you, try and bridge a gap tomorrow. I've seen a little of your opinion on the lab leak theory, and I'd like to present some evidence to support it. As a new viewer, how would I do that? Post in the subreddit, my dude. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. Tomorrow, we are going to... I need to just do this again. We need to do this. I will do this, okay? I will do this tomorrow. We should do Yemen's history. And then we'll do Iran's history. And I feel like between Israel, Yemen, and Iran, that's like the triangulation of the Middle East. We should know most stuff, right? Do you think? How much history can Yemen truly have, okay? Middle Ages? Who cares? Modern history. Well, what do we count as modern? 16th century. I bet we could do Yemeni's history real fast. It's not that much. We could totally do this in a day. If we read the whole day, I bet we could do it. Maybe. Glenn Greenwald tomorrow? No, that's getting moved to Tuesday. And then we'll do the big boy. Iranian history. That's the big boy. This is the one that I want to understand. Why, Iran, why do you do the things you do? I don't understand. Okay. Why Yemen and not Saudi Arabia? Because fuck Saudi Arabia. Okay, here's a question, okay? Ready?
You're talking to me?
Yeah, I am fucking talking to you, okay?
Okay, let's hear it.
Okay, I like a lot of like 2-chord vamp stuff, okay? But a lot of times when I'm on, when I do like 2-chord vamp stuff, I feel like I can only ever move in like fourths or like stepwise. I feel like I kind of stuck in an area. So I'm kind of curious. If I like give you a thing, I'm just curious, like what are things that you would do with it? And then I can just like engrave these in my brain because I'm just curious, okay?
Sure.
Hold on, okay.
Sure, let's hear it.
Super simple. C minor, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just giving you this pattern, okay? So it's going to be C minor and then it's going to be B flat, okay? It's going to be this thing, okay? And then B flat major. Yeah, what else? Where would you go from there after like being like on a 2-chord thing for a little bit? I'm just curious, like where does your brain go afterwards, like harmonically?
Well, okay, so there's a couple of things. First, if we want to start in close proximity to what you're doing, you're going to want to learn how to revoice. So like this is something I said when you were jamming with me at my house, where you want to get out of the perfect fifths in the bottom. So for example, you could go from like a C minor 9 over E flat. So you could go to E flat major 7 basically. And then that'll take you to B flat major 7. And you'll get a different thing, but that's like the closest proximity. You could also do this C minor 7 over F. Now, B flat major as well. You're gonna wanna like learn to voice that in other ways other than just over root. So like if you voice that over A, you get kind of something like that. So even just only staying on those 2 chords, breaking up your left hand and breaking up where you're rooting it off of is going to give you a lot. Also, then the next point of departure.
Would you revoice these as part of a vamp, or would you always keep the vamp with the same voicings? Or is this just like, or would you revoice these on your way to somewhere else? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, or I would just, it's a permutation. So you could do it like, you could like do the vamp, and then during that you could expand. It's still the exact same 2 chords. It's just the C minor 7, but now it's over G, and then I'm going to the B flat thing, like that, you know? So then from that point forward, it's like you can take it wherever. So I would start first with a proximity where you're on C minor, B flat major, C minor, B flat major, then learn how to go to another C minor variation. You could even do a Dorian, like. Then you could go to the B flat major in a different form too. all that's just the same 2 chords you were playing. They're just different voicings of them. There's nothing changed about them other than that. And then from there, you can then think, okay, reharmonization. Next step after that, you'd want to consider your diatonic medians. So diatonic medians can just go in and substitute. So for example, anything that's on C minor, for example, you
When
could
you
play
say
A
real
flat
quick,
major.
for diatonic median in minor scales, is the diatonic median always
Correct.
going to be the third up? So like diatonic median for C minor is actually going to be E flat, and diatonic median
That's
for C
correct.
major. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
That's correct. So then basically that gives you E flat major 7 as a substitute, which also we saw that as a revoicing, except the difference is you don't have necessarily
We're actually
the major
excluding
7.
like the root of
Yeah,
the.
it's just like one note excluded, right?
Okay.
So then basically you have that as a form, but then also you have 2 different forms of medians that you get from minor because you can interpret it as Dorian. So what you're playing right there when you play C minor 9 and then you play B flat major 7, you're basically staying in a diatonic chord progression of 1 and 7 inside of Dorian. So you're in C Dorian, you're not really in C minor. However, if you were to interpret yourself in like natural minor, then your other diatonic median is going to be A flat major 7. It'll actually be A flat Lydian. And that's a cool vamp right there on the same 2 chords. You can play A flat major 7 into B flat major 7, like. Same 2 chords. And then I can go back to C minor if I want to resolve it. And then you can just walk around whatever. You can go to the E flat, however you want to do it. So those would be my first steps right away, is to explore the diatonic medians. And then also the diatonic medians for B flat major. So that gives you G minor. So then now you have a C minor to G minor thing.
Okay, wait.
And then
Okay, so
also, yeah.
Okay, so real quick. So I understand in terms of like revoicing and doing all of your like mediant chords, equivalents or whatever. But let's say that you want to move somewhere new
Totally
harmonically.
different.
Yeah,
That's
you want to
what
progress.
I'm getting to. So
okay,
we're
cool.
starting,
Okay, gotcha.
right. So I'm starting in close proximity from what you had, and then moving away from that. So
Gotcha, okay.
after the diatonic thirds or after the diatonic medians like that, my next step would be to check the chromatic medians, which always tend to yield the coolest sounds, in my opinion. They're some of my favorite progressions. So this would be like you replace, like you get rid of your B flat chord altogether, and then you could do something like, well, now you're going into its minor version. So B flat minor has a D flat in it, right? So then you'd basically suddenly get a half step pivot. So you'd have C minor 9, then to C sharp. And then you can go back to B flat.
Okay, do you feel like, okay, so here's a question, because I don't know if our brains are working too similarly here or not. Okay, so I feel like when I look at a lot of more sophisticated, like especially like jazz writing harmonization. So I understand, here's what I'm trying to break out of a little bit. I understand the manipulation of like these diatonic movements, or like the substitution of
Well, that's chromatic.
Yeah, or the chromatic
chromatic
movements. Yeah,
median.
I understand the different. Yeah, the substitution of the diatonic movements or the chromatic movements. But do you ever, when you're moving around, it sounds like it, but maybe I'm just not hearing it enough. Do you ever think of functional movements, or is it always? Are you usually okay?
Well,
Yeah,
everything's function is created by perception. I mean, it depends on how functional you want to be, but you're going to make order out of what you hear. So, for example, you could do like functional reinterpretations of that too, where essentially, let's say that on your C chord, you don't actually start with C, you start with D flat 7 altered, which is going to be a tritone sub like this. Then you walk down into the C, and then you do a tritone sub to B flat like this. So now I've actually done like a 5-1, 5-1 of both systems. So you had C minor at first.
When you're making movements like this, does it just kind of like end up functionally, or are you thinking specifically like of the type of substitution you want to make so that you have the proper tritone resolutions? Or go ahead, sorry.
It depends. It depends on what I want to go for. But in this case, when you're doing a tritone substitution, basically always thinking functional, because tritone subs operate as altered 5-7. So this is basically like playing G7 altered to C minor.
When you say altered, wait,
altered.
What is the alteration? What are we doing?
Well, it depends on where you're at, but if you want to see what an altered chord is, you just play a dominant, play C dominant without a fifth. And then you play a sharp 9 above it. So you play the E flat voiced above the chord. Yeah. That's usually like a really common dominant. But then a tritone sub is just where you play that a tritone away. So then in this case it would be on F sharp. And then that'll take
what's
us
a
to F
tritone
minor.
away?
Well, okay, so if
Oh, you're playing
built
that
an
chord with
altered-
that voicing, but it's a tritone away from the root you would have originally started with.
Yes, and then that
Okay.
gives you the altered version in the opposite space. So for example, if we went back to C minor, if you wanted to figure out how can I functionally drive at C minor in the beginning of this vamp, you could do that as a G7, but that's going to sound kind of corny, right? Because it's just a 5-to-1.
Yeah.
So instead you can spice it up by going a tritone away from G,
Which would
taking
be
a
the
D flat
D-flat.
instead.
Okay.
Exactly. And then you play this as D flat dominant, but then you add an E natural, which makes it altered. And then from there you can even hold a G on the top. Then you get this beautiful walk down. Okay. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And then since it's walking down by half steps and you're going to B flat, now B is the tritone for B flat. So you actually get this motion of throughout your whole vamp now, where it does something like this. Then, and there's the two chords.
Okay, and then the B, for your B...
That would be B altered, B A, or B D sharp A with a D natural. Yeah, and you see how that D natural holds over into your B flat major chord. Same with it gives you all this great voice leading right away.
Okay, gotcha.
So that would be one of the first functional interpretations, but then you can expand that. So for example, I could play now inside of the C minor zone that you have, I could play D minor 7 into the D altered, D flat, into the C minor.
Wait a minute. Okay, hold on real quick, just because I haven't heard this before. All right, when you say the altered chord, what specifically does that refer to? Is that the sharp 9? What is it?
Yeah, sharp 9, basically. Yeah. Well, it's not just a sharp 9 because technically, if you look at
sharp
the notes
9 with
of
the
it,
omission of the fifth.
it's a flat. Yeah, exactly. It's got it has two 9s. It's got a flat 9 and a sharp 9 at the same time, and you reinterpret the sharp 9 basically. You can reinterpret. So it ends up being like a root, a flat 2, and then like a flat 3, and then a flat 4. So it doesn't actually have a major third, but we're inharmonically reinterpreting the flat 4 as a major third, which then gives us two 9s. It's basically all altered notes that aren't natural. So you end up with basically a flat 9, a sharp 9, you end up with a tritone above it, you end up with a flat 13, and a flat 7. When you talk about like jazz stuff that you like or like cool jazz sounds, that's one of the key things that jazz players are taking advantage of is tritone subs, and they'll do tri-subs of tri-subs. So if I wanted to do a tritone sub to C like this, I could do a tri-sub into that tri-sub, which would be something like this. So it'd be like. I can just keep walking down and down and down. And I could even take it so D minor 7 starts my C minor thing that you're talking about. So it'd be like, we'd be on D minor, and then we could go to the D altered, and then we could go to the C, which is acting as the 2 in B flat, which now tri-subs me down to back to B, and that takes me to B flat again. And also from that, you can say, okay, well, instead of doing a tri-sub because I don't want a dominant, you could actually just do it as a major 7. So instead of D flat dominant, it also functionally works as D flat major 7. So to get to your C minor, functionally, you could say D flat major 7. And that takes you right down into your C. And then you could do the same thing with B major 7. Depending on how you voice lead, obviously it'll sound more functional or less functional. But essentially it does a lot. Those would be the first steps. So I would first look at basically revoicings of what I already have, then diatonic revoicings. Then I would look at the chromatic medians around it. Then I would look at the functional, so there's like a 1 to flat 7. Then I would consider doing passing chords that are functional. Then I would do non-functional passing chord, then functional passing chord into that. Then there's just an infinite amount of ways to revoice that. When you talk about functionality, it's quite expansive. You can pretty much make anything function. Like for example, A flat 7 altered is going to take you up to B flat if you want, which could also then just go to B diminished, which takes you to C minor, which I can now go to the D flat altered, which takes me back to C minor. And now I have this rotating thing where it's like we're in the bass line, but then you have all the cool inner voice stuff that's happening that's giving it like more color above it and such.
Okay.
So I mean, there's tons of revoicings you could do there, and then also you could just change and change the structure. If you wanted something with a different vertical, when you play B flat major, you could play like B flat major 9 or something, which is gonna have this like kind of like dark note or like this color note, and then that can chromatically just lead you up into the minor 9 of D. So something like, or let me do it here. So you can hang on like melodic lines that might change the color from what you would normally play across it. You could also try it when chordal structures to change the color. So like C minor now becomes mostly fourths, which then go down. That's the same thing you were playing prior. Then I could add function.
When you play stuff and you're moving around, are you always trying to move like in steps or half steps around in your left hand and trying to keep the voicing like working that way, or not necessarily?
It's all just embodied at this point. So I mean, I just try to move whatever I think will have a cool color to it.
Okay.
So I mean, I do try to have, you know, good voice leading, but the reality is sometimes good voice leading means doing bad voice leading, and then it sounds really good.
Sure.
It just depends on the context, but yeah, I try to do that, or you know, I try to find areas melodically at the same time where you're gonna have cool things. So like in this one, having a B flat that falls to G over the C might be okay because it has a cool melodic step, sure, but at the same time, it's not a very colorful note over C. So I'm kind of trying to land like with colorful notes above where I'm going and then finding interesting lines to get them there. So for example, let's say we wanted to have a 9 or an 11, which have a lot of color, or a 13, then I can think, how can I get to that? Well, what if I did that altered, but then I took it to Dorian like this? And now, yes, both of those are going up, but they have this nice like sort of color that they arrive to. So the vertical has a good alignment, the horizontal has good alignment, which creates a sort of integrated diagonal structure, which is what I tend to teach and think about when I teach harmony and voice leading. So, you know, you want to understand the way the vertical is going to hit, but then you also want to understand the way the horizontal lines between the verticals connect, which then gives you a logic of like diagonal structure, so that you're integrating both of them into the same thing.
When you say vertical and diagonal, when you say vertical, are you referring to like movement of like top voices and horizontal, like your harmonic activity underneath, or what do you mean when you say vertical and
No, when I say
horizontal?
vertical, I mean the vertical profile of the voicing you're on. So for example,
Oh, so just
when
like, are
say
you
C
stacking
minor,
like 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, or do you
right,
like,
1, 3,
gotcha.
5s, or is it 5, 3, 5, 9, whatever,
Okay,
or
gotcha.
is it chordal?
And when you
So
say
that's the
horizontal
vertical
structure, yeah, what are you referring to?
The voice leading between the seams of the two chords.
Gotcha, okay.
So the vertical profile, if I were to start with fourths on the C minor, that's going to limit what voice leading I get when I go to B flat, depending on the vertical structure of where I arrive at B flat. So vertical to vertical presupposes behaviors of horizontals, or you can approach it the opposite way, where you prioritize the horizontal, and then that ends up generating vertical structures between each point. So, but then, or you can integrate them both and work in a synthesis where instead you're presupposing both of those together, and then you end up with a sort of both vertical hits that you want, but at the same time voice leading structures that are supported by the vertical hits that you want. A lot of different ways to approach that.
Okay. All right. Anything
Any
else
other
for
questions?
us? No, I think we're gonna probably fuck with this for a while. And DM you more questions.
Yeah, well, anything else? Well, I would say gotta get out your left hand from perfect fifths. They're good. You know how to do those. You can jam on those.
What great
But
chords. Or notes.
I know they are, right? But when you have a different left hand structure, it opens up an entire different vertical profile. So with the perfect fifth there, it actually limits. So then if you double the perfect fifth above, it's not going to give you as much color. But then there's certain arrangements where having the fifth above, like on a major chord like that, where it's root 3, 6, 9, 5, you'll have a whole new version. Same with if you do it as a minor chord, like root flat 3, 6, 9. That's a cool way to get to what you were playing before. So just the different varieties that you get in your left hand force you to voice the rest of the voices differently or differently as well. So if you're working around fifths a lot, you'll end up falling into these patterns where your options get kind of limited.
Yeah, that makes sense. I understand.
Yeah. All right, take care. Have a great day.
Okay. Hey, wait, were you finishing a sentence? I mean, I wasn't trying to cut you off. Go ahead.
I was pretty much, I was just answering that question you had. So, but I would recommend doing that. Different voicings there. I would recommend exploring different non-rooted voicings. So, you can still do roots and then have, root 3 7s or root 5s or root 6s. Like for example, for major 7 chords, voicing them with root 6 is a beautiful sound, like something like this. That's one of my favorite voicings of major chords, where you don't play it with the 5, you play it with the major 6 kind of low. So that I'm on A flat, so that'd be like A flat, F, B flat in your left hand. Yeah, and then you play the major 7 above. Gorgeous sounds. And then also practicing your voicings Yeah, so you already sound like it's much richer when you do that because the
sixth
fifths
sounds
in
more
the bottom.
interesting than the fifth, of course.
Exactly, yeah. The fifths sound very boxy and clear and transparent, which is okay, but then they end up taking away color by virtue of you doing that. And then the other thing like that you can try too, along with mixing up what's down there around the hand, is also starting on voiceless roots. So for your voiceless,
Absolutely fucking.
having your
oh,
fifth
shit.
in there.
Wait, sorry, you said it? Your thing, like, say that again?
Oh, can you hear me? Yeah. So instead of playing C major 7 like C, E, G, B, you could play it like E, B, C, G. And now you have this beautiful spread with a pinched cluster in the middle. And that supports an entire other operation above, like. Exactly. Gorgeous.
Yeah, I understand.
And so it opens up all kinds of different pathways. And so that's what I would recommend if you're trying to figure out reharmonizations and stuff. The functional stuff is pretty. There's just a whole lot of ways to interpret it functional, but and the key with functionality is it tends to become fractal or sort of recursive, where it's not so much about replacing that first C minor chord you had with something that functionally takes you to B flat, because then you get rid of the identity of C, but instead about playing your C, then playing something that takes you to B flat, then playing your B flat. So you put function between the seams of the key hits that you wanted, and there's a whole bunch of other stuff there, but I would recommend practicing those first.
Okay, cool. All right.
All right. Have a beautiful rest of your day. Take care. Yep, love you. Cheers.
Okay. We're going to do Yemen tomorrow. I swear to God, we're not going to get distracted. I'll probably finish reading some of this Whitmer stuff tonight. Be careful. River and cappuccino, pop channel. Be careful, my dudes.